Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening, Anfi asked. Everybody followed your orders and no one went out. Von Merge should have a lot of information. He came by several times. He saw you in training, so he did not interrupt you, Christian said. Did Hueco behave for the past few days? Did he try to escape? Anfi asked. He has been good. His dimensional ring is with you. How could he escape without the ring? I bet there is a lot more good stuff in it. Maybe the secret of the magic forbidden field is in it. Christian smiled. Hueco looked painful when he had to give away the scroll of temporal teleportation. How could a poor guy with both magic and combat powers, who had to work with orcs, have a such valuable magic scroll? It inevitably made people wonder about his identity, where he was from, and the secrets in his dimensional ring. With Anfi's temperament, if Hueco had told Anfi his secrets, he felt there was a good chance Anfi would kill him. Hueco was very smart. Generally, he did whatever he was asked to do. He never challenged Anfi nor caused any trouble for Anfi's legion. He had behaved well, but never opened his mouth about the secrets of the magic forbidden field. Yet at that time, even if Hueco had told Anfi the secret of the magic forbidden field, Anfi would not have killed him. Nobody knew how many secrets he held on to. Anfi would not want to kill him before he could get all the secrets out of Hueco. Anfi heard someone walking upstairs. It was Susanna walking upstairs with Shelly. Today Susanna did not wear leather armor. She wore a white dress. The dress was a little bit below her knees. The clear and delicate skin of her lower legs showed. She wore a pair of boots made of flash leopard. The black shoe ties on the boots wrapped around her lower legs. She looked sexy with those black shoelaces. Susanna also had a little bit of makeup on. She looked so adorable with the long and thick eyelashes. She looked at Shelly with a warm smile. Her gold earrings sparkled in her black shiny hair. Susanna looked feminine, but everyone knew the power hidden underneath this feminine appearance. Under normal conditions, it would only take 1 or 2 years to make a name for herself. There would be people wanting her to be her aides. She was already a senior swordswoman even before she was 20 years old. No one would doubt that she would be a master swordswoman someday. She had reached to a level that many people could not reach in their whole life. People knew she would become a master swordswoman someday, but the question would be how many more years it would take her. Anfi knew he was lucky to get to know Saul and Ernest after he came to this world. He was also fortunate to know Susanna. Anfi, you finally came out. Susanna smiled. Brother Anfi, take it. Shelly held a hot dessert in front of her. I am not hungry yet. You can have it, Shelly. Anfi caressed Shelly's head. This was a way to get Susanna to like him. If he touched Susanna's head, she probably would have punched him. Shelly was so much easier to maneuver. Anfi had been the one caring about Shelly the most, sometimes even more than her sister since Shelly joined Anfi's legion. He read stories to Shelly, played games with her, and even shamelessly challenged her with magic powers. Shelly did not have strong desire to win. She was happy if someone would play with her. It did not matter to her whether she was winning. To Shelly, practicing magic with Anfi was a game. She was not as serious as Anfi, who wanted to see who was better with magic power. Anfi did not know why he glanced at Susanna's legs. He did look at other places right away. What a shame. It would be perfect with a pair of high heels and shorter skirt, Anfi thought to himself. Susanna was a senior swordswoman. It was not difficult for her to catch Anfi glancing at her legs, even though he looked away quickly. Susanna looked down at her own legs and then she blushed. Most times, people could not forget something even though they tried. Every time when Anfi saw Susanna's skin showing, or even heard Nia asking her to take a bath, he could not help thinking of that night with Susanna. Sometimes he would secretly glance at Susanna. Susanna was even worse than Anfi. Every time she saw Anfi smiling, she would think about that night. There was no one to blame, since Anfi's smile had never changed. The angle he pulled his mouth and a number of teeth he showed were always the same. It seemed that he wore a mask, and his facial expression would never change. When she had been caught by him that night, He gave her the same kind of smile. Later when they formed a legion, he smiled the same way when they discussed issues for the legion. Susanna could not help thinking about that night. She had developed a conditioned response. From a psychological point of view, to get rid of this conditioned response, it would have been better for her to be away from Anfi. If she did not see Anfi's smiles, she would forget about it in few years. However, there could be another possibility. If Susanna kept recalling Anfi's smiles, this psychological barrier could get worse. Susanna, I have made your leather armor. Huh, Anfi, you are here. Anfi heard Hagen talking behind him and then he asked, where's my stuff? Wait a second. Hagen tucked his head back to the room and walked out of the room a minute later with a package in his hand. Anfi gently opened the package. There were almost 100 arrowheads. About 20 of them were thick and snowy white. They were made of manticore's teeth. The rest of the arrowheads were comparatively smaller and light blue. They were made of wyvern's teeth. Anfi knew these arrows were quite powerful. The former arrowheads could explode, and the latter ones were poisonous and could kill anyone unless that person carried the detoxing medicine made from wyvern's gallbladders. These arrowheads were great, but they were all disposable and 100 of them were far from enough. Anfi put the arrowheads in his dimensional ring and then he grabbed a knife. Maybe it should not be called a knife anymore. It looked more like an awl because it did not have any blades. It could only be used to thrust, not slay. The tip of the knife looked very sharp. Anfi touched it with his finger. Don't. Hagen screamed. Hagen reminded Anfi a little too late. Anfi felt the pain on his finger. His finger was cut by the knife and then he felt an unusual feeling. His blood circulation and heartbeat slowed down. He felt chest pain, exhaustion, dizziness. He could not even move any of his fingers. These were symptoms of paralysis. Suddenly, Anfi felt something different. The spirit crystal in his chest started to tremble. Anfi knew well that it was fighting with the paralysis. In about 5 seconds, the symptoms of paralysis disappeared and the spirit crystal calmed down. It seemed nothing had happened. It's so wasteful. Hagen shouted. I have changed the properties of the knife and increased the rate of paralysis, but it also shortens the lifespan of the knife. You shouldn't have tested it on yourself. Every time you use the knife, its lifespan will get shorter. What is the rate of paralysis? Anfi felt rejuvenated. He thought he was lucky to have a knife with such a strong paralyzing effect. He gave credit to Hagen. About 80%, or even higher, but it could only be used 30 times at most. You just wasted one. Hagen rolled his eyes. He was not too happy with Anfi wasting his product. Great, wonderful. Anfi looked happy. He patted Hagen's shoulder forcefully. Christian and others looked at Anfi in surprise, because Anfi used to have only 3 facial expressions, frown, calm and smile. They all had different meanings. This time Anfi seemed he had lost himself. This was their first time to see him losing himself. They did not know how much 80% paralyzing effect meant to Anfi. It meant that he could kill 20 tough opponents. Hagen had helped Anfi with his biggest problem. How could he not be happy? He had taken the Tears of Stars for a while, which had gradually changed Anfi's personality in an unnoticeable way. Anfi used to hide his emotions well, but this time he lost himself a little bit. Chapter 96, A Joke Your Majesty, here is what you asked me to look for, a shadow said. He appeared in front of Yolan and handed him a scroll. You've always been amazingly fast, Yolan said, smiling. He took the scroll and began reading. As he read on, his smile slowly disappeared. In the end, he was frowning, and tossed the scroll down on the table with a single word, bastard. I agree, Your Majesty, the shadow said. The poor girl, Yolan said, shaking his head. Had he been 20 years younger, he would surely swear to avenge her, and send in his own men to correct the wrong. After 20 years of court intrigues and political struggles, he found himself numb to injustices like this. He rarely used words like bastard anymore. I did not find her teacher, Your Majesty. However, I think anyone that could train a young girl to be a senior swordsman is someone to be reckoned with. Stop the research. It is not necessary anymore. As long as Susanna stays with Nia, we will have 2 powerful allies. Then, Your Majesty, should I do something about the Duchy of Gus? Surely Susanna would want to return for revenge. If we help her, we can earn her allegiance. No, Yolan said calmly. You know Indo's? He was born in the country of mercenaries, but why would he fight for us? Because he studied under Master Saul. So do we need to gain his allegiance? Of course not, the shadow said. He was, of course, the leader of the Empire's spies. He understood Yolan immediately. It is impossible to control everything and everyone, Yolan told him. We need to prioritize our goals. If we earn Susanna's loyalty, it may not affect Anfi. If we get Anfi's loyalty, then Susanna will be influenced, As well. We need to accomplish the most with the least amount of work. Of course, Your Majesty. Tell Black 11 that he needs to cooperate with that group, and keep them safe no matter what. Especially Anfi. I am very interested in him. Your Majesty, the Southern Front just sent their 5th plea for help. Anfi is assassinating Shanx's princess. Shouldn't we focus on the Southern Front? This is all I can do, Yolanth said. Destroying Elisan's Dark Moon Legion is our utmost priority, and I will do anything to achieve that. Yolanth had his own troubles as well. His lie was so successful that it had fooled everyone, including Shanxa Empire. Otherwise Shanxa would never have broken the non-aggression pact and invaded Maho. It had hurt Yolanth to think his allies were so unreliable, but he had to keep going with the plan, or else everything he had done so far would go to waste. Another thing, Your Majesty. People from the Mist are especially interested in Anfi and his group. They've always been active in the country of mercenaries. They will catch on eventually. Should we warn them? Yes. Another thing Black 11 should do. Tell Black 12 to go, as well. The Mist shouldn't make any move if they are there. As you wish, Your Majesty. Someone knocked on Anfi's door. Come in, Anfi said. His dagger spun around a few more times in his hand before disappearing into his sleeve. Anfi, our man wants to see you, Clark said, poking his head into the room. All right, Anfi said. Let's go. Anfi had known a bit about the rules and organization of the secret spies. His job was similar to that of a spy's. He knew what he should ask and what he should not, and when to keep quiet. So he sat in the carriage with his eyes closed and did not even move to gaze out the window. Clark sat next to him nervously. He was afraid Anfi would ask things he should not ask, and that he could get in trouble for answering. Anfi had saved him from punishment last time, so it felt wrong to lie to Anfi or not answer a question. Of course, Clark was only in charge of communication and was not a full-fledged spy. Anfi did not open his eyes until the carriage stopped. We're there? He asked. Yes, Clark said as he got off of the carriage. The carriage had stopped in front of a large courtyard. It was quiet and appeared abandoned. Weeds grew out of the cracks in the pavement, and there were piles of rocks around the yard. They shined dimly under the moonlight. Across the yard was a large building. A black-clad man was standing there, looking at Anfi. Have you gathered everything I need? It is impossible, I have already told you, the man said, frowning. What Anfi needed was too extensive, and there was no way any organization could find all of it in 3 days. Get as much as you can, Anfi said, stepping into the building. This is where the princess will live? Yes. I have notes throughout the building. The house was only a model. If a real princess was to stay in the city, her living quarters would be much more lavish than this. There was a broken, dirty bed in the room with a piece of paper on it. Clearly it was a note the man spoke of. Near the bed was a nightstand, and near the door was a round table with 4 chairs around it. To the left was a large wardrobe, and to the right was a wooden rack for decorations. There were 2 sticks on the wall labeled light, and the ceiling had a circle drawn on it to represent another light. The ground was labeled redwood floor. This obviously was a very crude version of the actual house, but Anfi studied it carefully. He bent down and studied the bed carefully. He then turned to the man and said, Is this bed the same height as the princess's? I am not certain, the man said. Why? Not good enough, Anfi said, shaking his head. Do you have assassins under you? The best in the world. What a joke, Anfi said. What do you mean? The man asked coldly. He had always prided himself in his self-control, but even the best would get aggravated. Anfi did not reply. He circled the room a few more times, then turned to the man. Give me a stake, he said. The man waved his hand, and in a few minutes he handed a stake to Anfi. Anfi placed the stake on the bed and took a strip of fabric. He tied the fabric to the stake and stared at it for a few moments before turning and leaving the room. The man did not know what Anfi was doing but followed him anyway. Anfi walked about 50 feet before stopping and taking a deep breath. He leaped into the air with a bow in his hand. As he began descending, he started to draw the string open. When he landed, the bowstring was already drawn to its fullest. He released the string, and the arrow flew towards the building. The arrow hit the wall with a loud thud and made a large hole in it. When Susanna released the wind arrow the day they had discovered the bow, the arrow was strong enough to break the wall of the cave. It was much more powerful than the wind arrows released by mages. If he could pair the wind arrow with an actual arrow, it would be double the power of the bow. Chapter 97, Love. There was a huge explosion in the room. The beams on the bed were hit by a blasting arrow and exploded immediately. A guy in black rushed into the room. He saw the beam flying towards the wardrobe. The upper part of the beams tied with a sheet were blown away, the rest of the beams and bed were burned with bright flames. The guy in black was so shocked that he stood still there with cold sweat on his forehead. If the princess of Shansa Empire had been sleeping on that bed, she must have died. Even if it were him, he would have died in this attack. No wonder the king had asked him to work with Anfi and sent Black 12 to him. Even Magic Fog Organization was interested in him and tried to track him down. He suddenly realized all of these things happened for a reason. He had become a witness to Anfi's exceptional power. I have to redo it. The height of this bed is not the same as the princess's, the guy in black heard Anfi say behind him. I will send someone to check on that, the guy in black said quietly. His tone had changed and become more polite. A few days before, he had thought that the senior swordswoman was going to lead the assassination and Anfi was just an advisor. He was even not sure if Anfi was actually smart. He thought Anfi had asked about too many details. He even thought of Anfi in a bad light, thinking that Anfi might secretly want to know the princess's panty style and color. Now he knew how ridiculous he had been. There are many things you need to double-check. For example, the thickness and texture of princess's bedroom wall and whether there are any hollow areas underneath the floor, especially under the furniture. They all need to be double-checked, Anfi said. I got it. The guy in black nodded eagerly. I am not trying to give you a hard time. I did not know what would be useful or harmful for me. The more information I can have, the better control I will have. Would one day be enough for you to double-check everything? Anfi asked slowly. It will take at least 2 days. The guy in black showed a bitter smile on his face. Okay. Then 2 days. Anfi calculated in his mind and figured that he still should have enough time left. I have checked on the princess's wagon route. Do you want me to tell you about it now? If Anfi had not shown what he could do, this guy in black would only tell him a rough story when he was asked. It seemed that having strong power and ability was the easiest and most effective way everywhere to win others' respect. Yes, tell me about it. Anfi turned around and walked outside. The black smoke in the room seemed to get stronger. He did not bother to put the fire out. This room was picked by the princess's bodyguards to trick Anfi, so the size and standards were quite different than the real princess's room. Anfi just let it burn down. The guy in black followed Anfi. He said to Anfi, I could only get so much information. If you think the information was not sufficient and needs to be reinvestigated, I am afraid that would take a long time. The guy in black wanted to let Anfi know the situation in case Anfi was not happy with his work. It would put him in an awkward situation if he was asked to do the investigation again. Anfi nodded. It is fine. Just tell me what you have. There are about 3,000 crew members along the princess's wagon route. Most of them do not have combat powers. About 600 of them are Shansa Empire warriors. They are very tough, and their mission is to take the princess to Blackwater City. They will go back to Shansa Empire once they complete their mission. There are 2 senior swordsmen, and some palace bodyguards in the retinue. They are nothing. Her servants are all Muggle girls. We do not have to worry about them, the guy in black reported. Anything else? Anfi asked. It's pretty difficult to get the magic images you want. Maybe impossible to get, the guy in black answered. What do you mean, maybe impossible to get? Aren't your crew still working on it? Can't you even get the magic image of the princess? Anfi asked. The princess's magic image will be sent in tomorrow. I meant the magic images of powerful people, the guy in black replied. Anfi was quiet for a second and said quietly, tell me more. The princess is a polite and quiet girl. She never dated anyone before. We got different information on the food she likes. If we put all the information together, it seems that the princess eats everything, but does not particularly like to eat anything. She admires the sealed barbarians Archmage Richard in Azerbaijan and hates her brother. She also likes to wear blue clothes, the guy in black said. Keep going. Anfi nodded. The princess's wagons do not go very fast. They only travel about 60 miles a day and then they rest. I have marked every place they have rested. Here is the map. The guy in black took out a scroll from his shirt and passed it to Anfi. He continued, about 8 days ago, the princess's wagons seemed to have some problems. They stayed 3 days in one place before restarting their journey. Her people kept what happened secret. My guys were not able to find out. We need more time on that. Anfi opened the map and looked at it under the moonlight. He pointed at the map and asked, is this the area where you think they will rest tomorrow? Yes, the guy in black said. I have to do something tomorrow. If I have time, I hope we can go to a place together the day after tomorrow, Anfi said. Where? The guy in black asked. To welcome the princess, Anfi said. Okay. The guy in black nodded. Any other information? If not, I will be going back now. Anfi put the map in his dimensional ring. I will let you know immediately when I know anything new, the guy in black said in a serious voice. When Anfi got back to the hotel, Riska and Sanchez were talking on the stairs to the 3rd floor. It was their turn to be on watch that night. After experiencing some tough times, they all knew how to protect themselves. Even on the nights Anfi did not tell them to have someone on watch, they still voluntarily had someone on watch. On the days that Anfi kept himself in the room for the training, they did not let their guard down. It just showed they were maturing. Riska smiled at Anfi and then shook his head, which meant nothing had happened. "Where's Von Merge? Did he come back yet?" Anfi asked. "He came back shortly after you left." Riska smiled. "Where is he now?" Anfi asked. "Where else could he be?" "He is in Susanna's room." Sanch grinned. For the guys, some of them were jealous of other guys who could attract affection from girls. Some of them did not even dare to go after the girls they liked. Sanchez knew himself well. He admired the beauty of Nia and Susanna, but he just thought about them and would never take action to go after them. Everyone knew there was no way Von Merge could get Susanna's affection, but he kept trying, which bothered them. "I am going to see him. You guys can continue your chat." Anfi nodded at them and walked in big strides to Susanna's room. Anfi stopped at Susanna's room and knocked lightly on the door. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Susanna looked bored on the chair while Von Merge was pacing back and forth, excitedly telling some story. He did not notice the unexpected guest, Anfi. "Von Merge, did you get the information I asked you to look for?" Anfi interrupted Von Merge's storytelling. "Huh, Anfi, I have looked for you several times. Don't worry. Von Merge, never make any mistakes." "I got it," Von Merge replied. In this potential mercenary legion, Susanna was the first one he needed to get along. Anfi was the second one. Hagen is an alchemist. Every mercenary would like to recruit someone like him. Von Merge was different. If Anfi wanted to kick him out, feeding himself would be a problem, not to mention seeing Susanna again. Once he had accidentally stumbled into a dragon cave. He passed out 35 feet away from the dragon while the dragon released his dragon power. Later, when he woke up, he found his combat power was affected greatly. He was no longer able to gather all his combat power. He only had less than 30% of his combat power left. This was his secret. Since then he tried to avoid conflict with others. He had always been trying to convince his opponents by talking. Therefore, his sword skills had not improved, while his talking skills were fantastic. "Let's talk in my room." Anfi smiled. "Okay." Von Merge did not really want to leave, but he had to. Susanna heaved a long sigh and also stretched. Von Merge finally left, Susanna thought to herself. She did not want to hurt anyone, but she did not realize that she might hurt him more by giving him hope. Seeing Susanna's reaction, Anfi playfully winked at her. Susanna blushed a little. She was surprised to see Anfi making any moves like this. She could feel the change in his personality. Was it because we are getting more comfortable with each other? Susanna wondered. "Von Merge, take a seat and tell me about it." After they went to Anfi's room, they immediately got to the point. "Did you draw anyone's attention when you were trying to dig up the information?" "No, I was very careful," Von Merge answered quickly. "You have told me that it would affect the fate of the whole mercenary and Susanna. I would not mess with it." "Then tell me what you have found," Anfi said. "They take a lot of missions every day. They assign many other things to themselves as well. We are not able to make it today, but they will have about 30 mercenary groups doing assignments tomorrow. Some of them will go to Forest of Death, some to Wild Prairie, some to White Mountain City, and some will escort businessmen on their trips." "Anfi, what do you want to know?" Von Merge asked. "Let's start with the weakest mercenary group," Anfi said. Chapter 98, Hunters and Prey. The wilder plain was covered by 6-foot-tall grass. Whenever the wind was strong enough to part it, it would reveal thousands of boar beasts. These animals were native to the wilder plain, and was the food source for most carnivores living there. Boar beasts were very mild in nature, and rarely attack other animals. Whenever they were attacked, they tended to run instead of fighting back. They were herbivores, and reproduced very fast to prevent extinction. If there were no boar beasts, the other beasts would starve to death. If there were no other beasts, the boar beasts would destroy the plain. The wilder plain was large, but for the mercenaries that depended on this plain for a living, they already know the plain like the back of their hands. They were very familiar with things like where the high-level magic beasts resided and where they should not go. Only powerful people dared to go to the plains, because if they were not powerful, they would simply become another body in the plain. With Von Merge as their guide, Anfi and the group did not waste much time looking for their target. It was a 9-person mercenary team made up of 7 men, 6 swordsmen and 1 mage and 2 women, a mage and a priestess. With the eyes of Sky they could see that this other team was harvesting the magic beast's body. Anfi approached them quietly. He was good at disguising himself, and did not worry about being seen. When he was close enough to hear the mercenaries' voices, He took out 2 top-tier magic crystals and knocked them together. Soon the mercenaries heard the sound and began making their way over. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" one of them asked. Anfi turned, acting like he was surprised by them and had forgotten to put away the crystals. "You." The man who was speaking stopped mid-sentence, his eyes falling on the crystals. Their team was only mediocre, but they had seen top-tier magic crystals before. The man's eyes gleamed with greed. 5 other people came through the grass, and all of their eyes were immediately drawn to the crystals in Anfi's hands. Magic crystals meant wealth. It meant that they could live like kings and have something to brag about later. There were so many mercenaries that never get to touch top-tier magic crystals. "Where did you get that?" one of the men asked. He nodded to the others, and they began surrounding Anfi. "I'm not obliged to tell you," Anfi said, taking a few steps back. "Don't worry, friend," the man said. "We are part of the Tiger of Tawa mercenary. Our lord is about to marry, and we must come up with some gifts. If possible, we hope to buy your crystals. 5,000 coins, how about that?" 5,000 coins was a fair price, but the man looked like he was worth not even 10 coins, let alone 5,000. The group kept smiling and surrounding Anfi. Anfi took a few steps back and kept a certain distance between himself and the mercenaries. "What do you want?" he asked. "These belong to my friend. I cannot sell them." "What is his name?" "Maybe we know him," the man said. His smile was wider now, but his forehead was covered with sweat. Anfi placed the crystals into his pocket and ducked into the grass. "Crap. Don't let him get away." "Sir, let's contact the main group. We gotta catch the kid," one of the men called while pulling out a scroll from his ring. Larger mercenary legions had the advantage of numbers, and each member had the same scroll in case backup was needed. "Idiot." The first man barked. "No. How will we divide up the crystals then?" "Yeah. The kid had no combat power. He won't get away." A small search quick ensued. The 2 mages lifted themselves into the air with levitation magic, searching for Anfi's trail. The others fanned out and began searching. In the face of the temptation of top-tier crystals, they had already forgotten the low-tier crystals they were harvesting. If they took those crystals, they could live for a few years with no financial troubles. Anfi walked through the grass quietly. He had brought the entire group to the plain, but he had sent them away before he approached the mercenaries. It didn't matter how good the plan was, they could still fail. If the men had used their scrolls, and the men from Tiger of Tawa had surrounded them, he could ensure his own escape, but not everyone's. Plus, Tiger of Tawa would not be the only mercenaries coming. The larger mercenary legions all had treaties with each other, and would lend each other help. This place was far from Blackwater City, and if someone used a scroll, there would be thousands of mercenaries here within minutes. Anfi stopped backing away and crouched in a bush. He removed the top layer of his clothes and revealed a layer of clothes made for easier movements. It was in fact a military-style camouflage suit with a hood made by Anfi himself. People could get as close as 15 feet without noticing him. Anfi retrieved a dagger from his dimensional ring. It wasn't made by Hagen. Instead it was made by a blacksmith Anfi found in the city. Swords were made for fighting in places like this, and using the altered dagger was too much of a waste. The sound of boots on ground was getting closer and closer. Anfi picked up a small stone and waited until the man was close enough. He flicked the stone out and hit another patch of grass. The man turned his gaze towards where the stone landed. Anfi jumped out of his hiding place and dashed towards the man, his dagger swiping across the man's throat. The man fell to the ground without making a noise. He slumped on the ground, but was still alive. He dug his blood-stained fingers into his wound in a desperate attempt for air. Anfi returned quietly and buried the dagger into the man's chest. Humans had big hearts, and someone as well trained as Anfi would never miss it. The man was still before Anfi could pull the dagger out. Anfi listened for a few moments before approaching the second man. Before he could approach him, however, the man began screaming. "I see you, kid." The man called. "Get out here before I burn you out. Kid, this isn't a fun place. You're gonna get eaten by beasts." He was loud enough for his friends to hear, and if his voice disappeared, his friends would be suspicious. Anfi turned to look for another target. These mercenaries thought they were the hunters, but they did not know they had already become the prey. Anfi's presence was too undetectable, and the mercenaries thought he was just a normal kid. No mercenaries would be too concerned about a normal person. The man's target was focused on something straight ahead, and he did not pay attention to movements around him. As soon as he was close enough, Anfi reached out and, covering the man's mouth and nose with his hand, slit the man's throat with his dagger. The man's body spasmed and fell still. Anfi placed him on the ground softly. The 2 mages flew by, but the grass was too tall for them to see anything. Chapter 99, Get Ready 1, 2, 3 mercenaries were killed by Anfi one by one when they hunted for the magic beasts. The throat of the last guy with a loud voice was cut deep by Anfi. That mercenary died immediately. Anfi had 6 mercenary badges with blood in his pocket. 2 mages, 1 female and 1 male, were still in the sky and the priestess had not shown up yet. Anfi took a bow out from his dimensional ring. He loaded a regular arrow on it, pointing at the sky. He had been watching those 2 mages when they were hunting. He found they had been circling around in the sky with a radius of 800 yards. This was his only chance. If Anfi were a swordsman, he could have attacked those 2 mages with sword radiance. If Anfi were a mage, he could have attacked them easily from long distance. It was unfortunate that Anfi was neither. He had to use the bow to attack. There were 2 mages in the sky, so no matter which one was shot down first, it would take Anfi 2 seconds to reload the bow and shoot at the second mage. Anfi did not dare to underestimate mercenaries. He actually never underestimated any opponent. The opponent's powers were largely related to their talent and dedication to their practice. This mercenary group was not great in general, but living in danger had trained them to be alert for danger. Anfi thought that 2 seconds were long enough for a mage to release the magic scroll. To shoot 2 targets down perfectly, he had to choose the very moment when one body was blocking the other one when they circled around. Luckily, the route of their movements was traceable. Anfi did not worry about being surrounded by the opponents. Instead, he was more concerned about covering the news of this mercenary group being wiped out. It was common for the whole mercenary group to be attacked and die when they were out on missions or hunting. However, it was rare that no one in the group was able to send out rescue signals. It was rare, but could happen. Anfi held his arms steady. His eyes showed his determination to kill those 2 mages. He stared at his targets. Finally, those 2 mages lined up, one mage blocking the other one. Suddenly, a strong wind blew over the prairie. The grass bent down as the wind blew over. The male mage seemed to see something in the grass out of the corner of his eye. He hurried to turn around to check. Suddenly he felt pain in his chest and saw blackness in his eyes. He fell like a big piece of stone from the sky. The arrow pierced through the male mage's chest and hit the female mage. 2 mages fell one by one from the sky. Anfi rushed over to where they had fallen. Those 2 mages rolled together. From a distance, they looked like a couple holding each other rolling on the grass. This scene reminded Anfi of a saying, "May we be a pair of inseparable lovebirds in the sky, and 2 trees with interlocking branches on earth." Those 2 mages had been like lovebirds a few seconds ago, and they were 2 trees with interlocking branches now. Anfi easily found his way back with the 8 mercenary badges. He went back to the area where that mercenary group had been cleaning up magic beast bodies. He had a good sense of direction, especially when he was on assignments. He rarely made any mistakes in finding the locations where he needed to be. The only survivor, the priestess, was sitting on a rock, zoning out as she watched the clouds. From Anfi's angle, he could only see her side. She was showered in golden sunlight. She looked like an angel. He could not see her face from his angle, but she seemed to be cute. Anfi sighed and reloaded the bow again. Once the bow was loaded, he had to shoot it no matter what. As a killer, once he started a mission, he had to make sure that no one could trace back, so had to finish it without any potential dangers left. If this priestess were not killed, everyone else in this mercenary group was killed for nothing. If the commander-in Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Legion noticed these mercenaries were killed with a scheme, he would strengthen their defenses. It would make it a lot harder to kill the Shansa Empire princess. Anfi shot the bow in a speed that a human eye could not even detect. Suddenly an eye-blinding flash passed by that priestess. With a huge exploding sound, the arrow disappeared, while the light cover around her shattered into millions of light spots. Damn! There was a magic array. Anfi blamed himself for not being careful. Regular priests did not have combat power. There were dangers everywhere on Wild Prairie. Her peers undoubtedly set up a magic array to protect her. He should have thought of this when he saw her sitting in the rock on alert. While he blamed himself for not being careful, Anfi reloaded the bow. It seemed the priestess had very little experience in direct combat. After the magic array was attacked, she jumped to her feet and nervously watched around her, looking for the attacker. She even forgot to release the magic scroll immediately to save herself. It was dumb luck, Anfi thought to himself. Anfi heaved a sigh and let his fingers on the arrow go. The second arrow shot out so fast that it looked like a bolt of lightning. The priestess's magic cover was destroyed. Anfi shot at her head. The priestess flipped backwards and rolled onto the grass. When Anfi got back to the hotel, Christian and Riska were standing on the roof waiting for him. They glanced at Anfi with questioning looks as Anfi walked upstairs. Anfi nodded at them with a smile, which signaled to them that everything was fine. "Anfi, let us join you when there are other assignments." "We can help," Christian complained. He never openly said anything against Anfi to his face after Anfi had made a decision, but always offered his suggestions afterwards. Too many people on this assignment would not have helped, Anfi said, smiling. In fact, he was more concerned that Christian could not be as cold as needed. Some people were not born to certain professions. Christian could not be a killer. He was too upright to be a killer. What if something happens to you? There must be someone to help you, Riska said. Watch your mouth. What if? Do you want something to happen to me? Anfi said. No, I did not mean that. Riska smiled bitterly. Clark walked downstairs and gave Anfi a look. You guys can go and get some rest. I need to go somewhere with Clark now, Anfi said. We have rested for a while, Riska said. Anfi and Clark walked to Clark's room on the first floor. A guy in black was quietly sitting on the chair, looking at Anfi. What happened? Anfi knew the man was direct, so he talked to him in a simple and direct way and skipped any courtesy greetings. These are the architectural drawings of the princess's bedroom. The guy in black passed Anfi a package. Everything you want to know is in this package. If it is not in the package, I don't think I can get it for you anyway. Anfi unpacked the package, looked through it, and put the items back in their original order. I need someone to explain these to me. I do not understand this kind of diagram. No problem, the guy in black said. Anything else you would like to tell me? Anfi asked. You asked me to collect information about Glory Mercenary. I have some information about them with me now, the guy in black said. Great. Anfi smiled. Can you brief me on it? The commander of Glory Mercenary, Antonio, is a master swordsman, the guy in black said. He is the most powerful one among the commanders in the 4 largest mercenary groups. It's hard to tell his personality based on the information we collected. Some people said he is a gentleman, while others said he is hot-tempered. They all can prove their claims. Antonio rarely shows up in public. It has been very hard to track him. The second important person in Glory Mercenary is Chandley. He is a senior swordsman. He is very smart and mature. He is a helper for Antonio. If we have options, I hope we do not have to confront him. If Antonio is the king of Glory Mercenary, then Chandley is his advisor, a very good one. He has solved many difficult problems with his intelligence. He was a formidable opponent. Antonio is in White Mountain City, so Chandley is in charge of everything here. The third important person in Glory is Davison. He is a senior swordsman. He became a senior swordsman before he was 35 years old. His sword skills are above Chandley's. I heard he might become a master swordsman in the future, then Glory Mercenary would be the only mercenary group with 2 master swordsmen. Davison is the opposite of Chandley in terms of personality. He is more willing to take risks, but also likes to act more on instinct. Chandley has solved a lot of tough problems for Glory Mercenary while Davison has created many problems. However, Davison has one advantage, that is, he is a very loyal follower of Antonio. Antonio has been very tolerant with the mistakes he has made and rarely blames him. Here is a report on Chandley's and Davison's families and important people in Glory Mercenary. You can take your time to read it. The guy in black passed Anfi another scroll. Thank you very much. Anfi smiled. You're welcome. You said I had contributed to your mercenary. The guy in black hesitated a little bit. I have already received new orders from the commander that I need cooperate with you. Really? Does it mean you would help me if I need your help? Anfi asked. Yes, the guy in black said. How many people can you give orders to? Anfi asked. Depends on your needs, the guy in black said calmly. I believe you have heard of Endos? Of course. Anfi was shocked for a second. Endos was one of Saul's best students. He was a senior magister with strong power. Endos is the third important person in Brothers Union Mercenary, the guy in black said. You mean? Anfi said. After the political marriage between Glory Mercenary and Aizen Empire, many countries realized they were falling behind. Shansa Empire has been trying to have Tiger of Tawa Mercenary be their ally. Our country has had a good relationship with Brother Union Mercenary. As long as we are not against the principles of the country of mercenaries, they are willing to help us, the guy in black said. Chapter 100, Choice. This is marvelous news for me, Anfi said, smiling. If the 4 major mercenary groups had been tightly allied, he could not have devised a plan to come between them. Now, however, he realized that the mercenaries had only appeared to be friendly. They had their own fair share of infighting as well. After the marriage with the Shansa princess, Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Legion would surely make a name for itself. Its ranking among the major groups would likely go up as well. It was likely that it could potentially threaten Glory Mercenary Legion. Surely the other 3 groups did not want the situation to come to this. A super mercenary only sounded intimidating in name. It did not matter how big a mercenary group was, None of them could take on a full-fledged nation. There was hardly any nation without a master swordsman or archmage, but out of the 4 mercenaries, only Glory Mercenary had a master swordsman in its service. As far as Anfi was concerned, the world was simple. There was a saying, learn your craft, then serve your king. Royalty tended to have an upper hand when it came to recruiting useful men and women. A king could offer everything a mercenary group could offer, and everything a mercenary group could not offer. People like Jaeger and Ernest were, in the end, oddities. Their fates only proved that being politically neutral could only end in disaster. If Jaeger had worked for a king, surely Anfi couldn't have killed him as easily. Saul and Ernest wouldn't have dared look for him, either. If Ernest had worked for a royal family, he wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible place after Jerofik had played his tricks. Now his reputation was so terrible even Susanna had called him a coward. Anfi was not joking when he came up with the plan to assassinate the Shansa princess. For someone like him, joking around was no longer an option. All he wanted was to do some good for Maho Empire and ensure a better future for himself. There were only so many directions he could take. One was to leave the team and live anonymously until he achieved what he wanted to achieve, but what good would that do? His reputation would be ruined as well, and perhaps worse than Ernest's. He was the one who wanted to kill the princess and had led the group into trouble. He should have the guts to shoulder the consequences as well. Abandoning his friends would turn him into a laughingstock and ruin his relationships with Saul and Ernest. Not only that, they would likely turn into his enemies. He could not forget Philip, either, who was still trying to find him and his group. He could, theoretically, return to being an assassin. Practically, though, business would be very slim. This was not his world any longer. Another option was to seek refuge with Aizen Empire or other nations. Anfi may have been cold-hearted, but he couldn't bring himself to betray Maho Empire. There wasn't much he could do, anyway. No one would take in someone with no combat power and little to no magical surges, much less someone who had offended 3 of the most powerful men in Maho Empire. The last option was to serve Maho Empire. Help in the time of need was the most precious, and now with Shansa Empire invading Maho, it was the perfect time for Anfi to deliver what Maho Empire need. Both hunting magical beasts and assassinating his opponents were for practice, and the benefits of the latter were much greater. Even if he did not achieve everything he was aiming for, he had grounds to argue if the future leader of Maho Empire wanted Saul to hand him over. If he was lucky and achieved some of his grander goals, the future king of Maho Empire would have to consider his contribution to the war. If Maho Empire lost the war, he could still join Ernest and travel the world. Don't get too comfortable. The alliance will only help us with small things, the man in black said. I know, Anfi replied. Do you know how to ride? The man asked abruptly. Yes, why? Didn't you say you wanted to welcome the princess? Get ready. We are leaving in a few moments. This early? If we leave today, we can catch up to my caravans by tomorrow night, and encounter the princess on the way. The man looked at Anfi and added, do you have any other things you need to take care of? No. Have a few men stick around. Keep an eye on them. I would have done it even if you hadn't tasked. The secret spies were very efficient. After Anfi had told Christian about some things to look out for, he got into the carriage with Susanna. There was another man in the carriage who was clearly important, because every time they encountered a checkpoint, the man would stick his head out and talk to the patrol. This got the carriage out of the city without anyone checking. When they were about 5 miles out of the city, Anfi and Susanna left the carriage and climbed onto their horses. The man in black arrived on horseback as well. He had taken his mask off. Anfi understood why he had kept that mask on at all time. The man had a long scar across his face and 2 very distinct eyebrows. Blackwater City had a lot of guards, but guards with such special features were hard to find. It was as if the man was testing Anfi's ability. He rode forward without looking back or waiting for Anfi and Susanna and did not stop until his horse was exhausted. By sunset the next day, they had reached the caravan. There, they changed into the attire of men of the Snow Fox mercenaries who protected the caravan. They pushed forward all the next day and finally encountered the princess's procession on the outskirts of a town. The princess may be important, but there was only one major roadway in the country of mercenaries connecting Blackwater City and White Mountain City. Aizen Empire was to the south and Shansa to the north. It was the most important roadway in the country, and shutting it down could cause immeasurable loss. Plus, the other 3 mercenary groups were very unsatisfied with Tiger of Tawa's alliance with Shansa Empire. Glory Mercenary Group was worried that it would threaten their position of power, while the other 2 did not want Tiger of Tawa to get too powerful and tip the balance. If Tiger of Tawa had closed the roadway for the arrival of the princess, the other 3 groups would have protested. So the road was still crowded, and the princess's servants pretended none of them existed. Of course, all the mercenaries knew who the caravan bore, and had made way for her. Snow Fox's mercenaries were no exceptions. They stood by and watched the carriages go by. There were thousands in the procession. Flags with vibrant colors fluttered in the wind. Stallions neighed as they marched by. Armor gleamed under the sun. Everyone in the procession looked serious, since they were representing an entire nation. There were more than a dozen identical carriages, led by 12 stallions. The carriages themselves were large and beautiful, and shone gold under the sun. There were groups of knights behind every carriage, and 2 armored women guarding. Clearly it was a way to decrease the chance of assassination. The princess would be in one of the carriages, and it was likely that her placement changed every day. No one except for a few trusted people would be aware of her exact location. When the 3rd carriage passed, Anfi picked one of the women and whistled at her. The princess's carriages had a lot of observers every day, and the guards had gotten used to whistling and howling. Anfi stood towards the front, but his presence did not alarm anyone. At most he made some of the men curious as to why any mercenary groups would accept an apprentice like him. The woman next to the carriage turned curiously. Seeing that she had saw him, Anfi whistled again, louder and sharper this time. He smirked at her. He was a good actor, and he was confident that he had fooled her into thinking he was trying to catcall her. The woman frowned and appeared angry. Every woman would be angry in a situation like this. The weaker ones would hide, but the stronger ones would face it head-on. The woman turned her horse and galloped towards Anfi. She raised her horsewhip and sent it cracking through the air. Chapter 101, Misunderstanding Awe. Anfi screamed. He clumsily reached out his hand, trying to grab the opponent's whip, but failed. Luckily, he moved his head to the side at the critical moment, which helped him avoid the hit on his head, but he got whipped hard on his shoulder. With a painful scream, Anfi fell from the horse. Fortunately, he grabbed the opponent's legs while he was falling. He just hung there by hugging her legs. That woman's horse riding skills were not great, and she almost got pulled off the horse by Anfi. She got mad and pushed Anfi's head with one hand as she whipped at Anfi's back with the other. Anfi was hurt, and he loosened his grip on her legs. He slid down from her thighs to the lower legs and then continued to slid down. Finally he fell on his back on the ground with a boot in his hands. People around them laughed quietly. They did not think Anfi was a dangerous person so far. They just felt it was ridiculous that a magic apprentice dared to harass women on the streets. It seemed that morals were degenerating day by day. Many of them had done things like this before, but they picked the right person to harass. Anfi was just asking for trouble himself. The woman sensed that her foot was cool. She looked down, finding her boot in Anfi's arms. She felt shamed and mad. She suddenly pulled the reins, and the horse raised up his 4 legs into the air. The horse's 4 legs were falling on Anfi. The woman wanted to kill Anfi. Anfi rolled to the side and barely dodged the horse's stomp. He stood up clumsily, still holding the boot in front of his chest. It seemed the boot could protect him. He looked extremely panicked, which made others laugh even louder. "Bastard! Fuck off," a mercenary yelled, rushing over. Tiger of Tawa mercenary group had sent 300 mercenaries to welcome the princess. He was one of them. He yelled at Anfi, but it sounded like he was helping Anfi. Anfi and he were both mercenaries, and he understood it was not easy to be a mercenary. In addition, if the bodyguards of the princess killed a mercenary in the public for whatever reason, it would stir up the mercenary groups. He had to stop her. The woman was so mad that she would not let Anfi get away easily. She pulled the sword out backhanded. The other mercenary, who worried about their huge difference in position, did not dare to stop her. Anfi was shocked. He turned around and started to run. He yelled, "Susanna, help me." Susanna, who had been waiting for a while, finally saw Anfi's signal. She urged the horse on and rushed to Anfi. She jumped off the horse without paying any attention to the watchers. She held Anfi still, with white lights radiating around her. Her big eyes showed her coldness and desire to kill that woman. She quietly stared at the woman. The woman could not help pulling the reins to stop the horse. She nervously looked at Susanna. In Anfi's previous world, to know the ability of the opponents, they had to fight. The professionals could tell their opponents' abilities from the first few moves. In the magic world, it was more direct. They did not have to fight. They could tell from the combat power around Susanna that she was a powerful person. That woman did not dare to fight with her. Black 11 stood behind Anfi and Susanna, concerned. Anfi and Susanna kept secret what they had discussed from Black 11. Black 11 thought these two were looking for opportunities to pick a fight. He was worried and mad at the same time. Young people are so naive. They like to rush into things. Not mentioning the slim chance to kill the princess during the day, even if they were sure that they could kill the princess in a split second, how could they tell which wagon the princess was in? This business caravan and Snow Fox mercenary group were his people. He had tried very hard to disguise them. Even if Anfi could have killed the princess, his intelligence network would have been seriously destroyed. It would not be a good trade-off. Seeing a senior swordswoman on the battlefield, the princess's bodyguards became nervous. The sound of horses' footsteps came from a distance. 2 swordsmen were fast approaching them on horseback. They radiated combat powers around them. Obviously they had been put on alert. Judging from the combat power radiating from them, they were just as good as Susanna. The guy in black had said that there were 4 senior swordsmen. These should be 2 of them. They rushed onto the battlefield and saw the woman and Susanna standing facing each other. They felt the situation was quite strange, since they should already have started to fight if Anfi and Susanna were killers. It seemed that the 2 parties were confronting each other over something. The king had asked them to strictly follow the discipline in the army and avoid confrontation whenever possible. They trusted their soldiers and believed they must have not have picked the fight. If Anfi and Susanna started it, it did not seem to make sense either, since a senior swordswoman could not fight with a few thousand mercenaries, especially with some senior swordsmen among them. The mercenary who yelled at Anfi before saw the 2 senior swordsmen coming. He hurried over to the horse, whispering to them and nodding at Anfi. It looked like he was explaining what had happened. After he finished, the 2 swordsmen did not know whether they should laugh or cry. Anfi saw Susanna had already came to his side. He had straightened his back and rolled his sleeves as he talked quietly with Susanna. People could tell this loser was telling on his wife. Susanna frowned and finally lost her patience. She grabbed Anfi's ear, which Anfi secretly liked. It hurts, it hurts. Let it go. It hurts. Anfi had his head tilted and screamed in pain. Those 2 senior swordsmen could not help guffawing. This world had become strange to them. Some people in power, who had strong combat power or lots of money, harassed women, but they had never seen anyone harassing a woman whose wife was a senior swordswoman. This was ridiculous. They thought Anfi deserved to be disciplined by his woman. The princess's bodyguards also tried not to laugh out loud. The tension on the battlefield started to loosen up. "Madam," one of the 2 senior swordsmen called out. "First of all, I have to apologize for my husband's rudeness," Susanna interrupted and said coldly, "but you have already punished him. You guys need stop now. I think this is a misunderstanding." The senior swordsman turned around and gave a scolding look to the woman who caused all these troubles. Then the woman finally put the sword she still held back into the sheath. The senior swordsman said, "I also would like to apologize to you for our rudeness." His experience as a senior swordsman were so extensive that regular people were not comparable. He felt Anfi and Susanna did not look like wife and husband, more like a couple who were still dating. Since Susanna had already referred to Anfi as her husband, he had to call her Mrs. instead of Madam. When Susanna heard the word Mrs., she blushed and gave Anfi a dirty look. As Anfi had talked to her about this plan, she was against it and asked to call him brother instead. Anfi insisted that she call him husband. She agreed in the end. Thinking about what had happened between them, she blushed even more. The blush and the dirty look she gave Anfi made them look like a couple. The senior swordsman had been watching Susanna. Seeing the blush and the dirty look, he was even more sure that they were just a couple still dating. He turned to look at Anfi. Anfi's terrific acting skills would not allow him to see anything from it. The hatred in Anfi's eyes seemed to prove how stupid and shallow he was. That senior swordsman watched for a while and thought, how could such a beautiful girl like such a loser? "Mrs., I am Ganbi of Central Swordsman Battalion in Shansa Empire. May I know your name?" The senior swordsman asked politely. Senior swordsmen were not formidable, since there were about 100 or more senior swordsmen in each country. However, such a young senior swordswoman was rare, which could mean Susanna could develop into a new top powerful woman. He could do such a good thing for the Shansa Empire if he could build a good relationship with Susanna and get her work for them. Based on this logic, he talked with respect and courtesy to Susanna, who he guessed by her age could only be his niece. Sorry, I cannot tell you no," Susanna apologetically responded. "No problem. No problem." The senior swordsman smiled gently as he glanced at wagons the Snow Fox mercenary had protected. He looked at Anfi and found the wagons of Snow Fox mercenary were going in the opposite direction of theirs. The idea of going together and building a relationship on the way was not going to happen. Anfi looked like a loser, but one lucky enough to find a good woman. He was not interested in talking to Anfi. "If there is nothing else, we are about to leave," Susanna said slowly. "I hope we can meet in the future." The senior swordsman was cool. He walked his horse the other way. Susanna and Anfi returned to Snow Fox Mercenary Group. Snow Fox Mercenary Group took orders from Black 11, but Black 11 did not tell them the real reason for this mission. Luckily, they did not know, otherwise they would misunderstand that Anfi was ready to kill the princess. They would have not acted as calmly as Black 11. If they sold them out to their opponents, it would ruin the whole plan. Seeing Anfi joining the mercenary group, the mercenaries in Snow Fox mercenary group looked at Anfi with a sort of disdain. In this world, people judged each other based on their powers, at least among men. Anfi had acted like a such loser. Anfi. Black 11 walked up to him. He whispered and complained to Anfi, "What did you just do? You freaked me out. I thought you had gone crazy and wanted to kill them right here." "No, I only left some marks on them." Anfi looked at the whip mark on his shoulder. That woman used her full force. If he was not good, he would have died under the horse. "Marks?" Black 11 was shocked by Anfi's talk. "If they reach Blackwater City in 3 days, we can find them no matter where they will be," Anfi said. "Are you worried that they will not live in Blackwater City?" Black 11 asked. "Yeah, it is always better to be prepared for different situations," Anfi agreed. Chapter 102, Timing. When the caravan of the Shansu princes stopped, Anfi and Susanna had already turned back. They observed the campsite carefully. There obviously were smart men in her service, because the campsite was laid out very methodically. The site was divided into 4 sections, patrols and mercenaries dotted the camp. There were mages floating above the camp as well. Bonfires had been lit throughout the camp. These protections turned the camp into a fortress. Anfi watched for about 2 hours before deciding to return to Blackwater City. The only people that could make the impossible possible were gods. Anfi was an assassin, and his ability was limited. He wasn't one to take great risks, and his welcome ceremony for the princess must come to a stop now. It was already dusk of the next day when they returned to Blackwater City. Von Merge's ability was impressive. He had already gathered everything Anfi needed in 2 days. Although the man in black's ability was much stronger than Von Merge, Anfi didn't want him to know his entire plan. It was his habit from when he was still an assassin, and it benefited him. It was easier for him if no one knew exactly what he wanted, which would make it harder for people to interfere with his plans. The 4 mercenary groups all had fairly good reputations. None of the leaders had a record of abusing his powers or deceiving any of his allies. Of course, even if a leader did do such a thing, it would be on record. Afterwards, he would try to clear his name as best he could. However, everyone had their families and friends. The mercenary leaders could keep their own names clean, but they could not restrict their friends and families. Old Philip had never oppressed the people or abused his power, but his grandson Zeta was infamously spoiled. Old Philip had done wrong, but was good at hiding it. Zeta, on the other hand, wore his wrongdoings like badges. People who had done great wrongs might be looked up to, but people who had committed petty crimes were usually looked down upon. The man on top of Anfi's list was Davidson, who ranked 3rd in Glory Mercenary Group. According to reports, he had a short temper, and that made him an easy target. Anthony, the man who ranked 1st in the group, was not in Blackwater City. It was something that could be used to Anfi's advantage as well. Davidson had a younger brother called Dorwell. Davidson and his brother were orphaned at a young age, leaving the brothers alone in the world. With no other means of income, Davidson had resorted to thieving. He was caught one time and was beaten. Orwell nursed him back to health all by himself. Davidson's mentor found them and felt sympathetic. He took Davidson with him, and returned later for his younger brother. However, they did not find Orwell. After a few years, Davidson returned to look for Orwell. By then, the two had taken completely different paths. Davidson was already a junior swordsman, and Orwell had become a thug. After Davidson befriended Anthony and joined Glory Mercenary Group, he had brought Orwell to Blackwater City as well. However, old habits die hard. Orwell was used to doing things his way, and was still a typical thug in Blackwater City. His brother was friends with Anthony, and everyone tried to move out of his way. Orwell knew his limits as well. He would not mess with people he knew he could not take on. Because he knew who to mess with and who he had to leave alone, he was able to live in relative comfort. Von Merge found out about these things through a friend of Davidson's, and felt they should be accurate. Anfi circled Orwell's name and told Von Merge to keep tabs on Orwell. He then closed his door and began meditating. If everything went according to plan, Blackwater City would be in chaos once he was done. He must improve his skills before then. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Anfi opened the window to the city's clamor. He looked out and saw a long line of carriages and carts in the streets. He knew that the princess was in the city. All along the streets, people of the city were out holding flowers. They were cheering loudly. Tiger of Tawa was a powerful mercenary group, but getting such a big display was impressive. Anfi watched for a while longer before closing the window and leaving the room. The hallway was empty. Clark had already removed all the other patrons, and the new patrons in the 1st and 2nd floors were all working with Anfi. Their safety could be assured and there was no longer the need for nightly patrols. He knocked on Susanna's door, then poked his head inside and found it empty. Blavi pushed open Christian's door and called Anfi over. "We're all in here," he said. Christian frowned when Anfi walked inside. Anfi, can't you tell us the next time you are going to meditate? We didn't want to bother you, but we needed you here to make the plan. Sorry about that, Anfi apologized. Why? Did something happen? He knew what the problem was. He was only confident in himself, and the only person that needed to know the exact details of the plan. He was the leader of a team, though, and it may create a rift in his relationship with the team members if he kept things from them. Didn't you tell Von Merge to keep an eye on Orwell? We were there too, yesterday. He bought a little elf girl at the market yesterday. She looked like she's only 11 or 12. Elves live longer than us, Zubin said. She was probably already 50. I'm saying the way she looked, Christian said. Zubin, don't interrupt him, Anfi said. We saw Orwell taking the little girl to his place, and then we heard screams. Susanna and Santa wanted to go in, but I didn't let them. Christian smiled bitterly. Von Merge saw a few carts from Glory mercenary group coming out of his house the next day, and they buried something outside the city. It was the little girl. That's it. They blame me for her death. They tell me you wanted to kill Orwell, and killing him then wouldn't change much about the plan. I thought I did nothing wrong. We wanted to hear your take on this. Anything else? Susanna talked about the princess. Anfi, I don't think it's a good idea to assassinate her. She has 4 senior swordsmen, plus the people serving Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. There is no way we can take them all by ourselves. Christian sighed and shook his head. Best case scenario, some of us would still die. Clark said that the marriage was political, and even if we kill one princess they can always send another one. Nothing else? That's it. First thing. I think you're right, Christian. I didn't tell you guys why we wanted to kill Orwell or the impact of it, and that is my fault. But if you had really killed him, that would have ruined my plan. Anfi, didn't you tell me to kill him? Von Merge asked. I said to kill him when the timing is right, Anfi explained. Christian did the right thing. Now, the next thing. You guys are getting good. At least you know how to analyze your enemies. You want to cancel the plan, too? No. I think we have a high chance of succeeding. My plan is this, Anfi said. He then proceeded to explain to the group his plan in its entirety. What do we think? He asked, looking around the room. Everyone was looking at each other. Those who were still relatively naive were shocked by how heartless Anfi's plans were. If they really go through with the plan, surely it would be a bloodbath. There would be so many dead who would not even know who killed them. Chapter 103, Taking Action. Von Merge was drunk and wobbled as he walked. He sluggishly pointed at the wood building with his left hand as he passed by Anfi and Susanna. Anfi fanned away Von Merge's stink that was still lingering in the air. Anfi and Susanna slowly approached the wood building. Hey, man, what are you doing? A big man with a lazy look stopped Anfi. A middle-aged man with a hawk nose walked over to them from the wood building. This is my brother-in-law's house. Anfi pointed at the wood building and asked in surprise, who are you? What are you doing here? Us? We are bringing pleasure to your sister. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose laughed. You, fuck off. I will beat the crap out of you if you continue to hang around here, the big guy yelled. I got it, Anfi said timidly. Wait, you can leave. This girl can stay. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose pinched Susanna's cheek. Susanna had kept her head down the whole time. They could only see her little sexy mouth, which was already such a temptation for the middle-aged man with hawk nose. Susanna shook his hand off her cheek and suppressed her desire to pull out her sword and kill him. She moved closer to Anfi. Huh, you got some temper. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose seemed to be more interested in Susanna, and tried to grab her chin. Anfi waved an arch with his arm when he saw no one else on the street. It was time to kill them. If he killed them a little later, Susanna could have lost herself and things would get bad. The big guy with a lazy look had blood splashed from his throat. The fast speed, sharp knife and the force Anfi put on the knife did not allow the big guy to make any reaction before his throat was cut. The other man's eyes were bulging, with his mouth wide open. Anfi thrust his knife forward and pierced through his throat. The middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground. He grabbed Anfi's arm as he fell. He gathered the only strength he had left and tried to attack Anfi. Anfi just moved his wrist a little bit. The middle-aged man with the hawk nose could even hear his own bronchial tubes and esophageal tubes get cut off. He lost all strength immediately, without even strength enough left to keep his eyes open. Anfi listened with his ears against the door to see if anyone was in the room, and then he pushed the door open and dragged the dead body into the room. Susanna dragged the other dead body behind him. Susanna gently closed the door behind her. They heard a woman crying and screaming from the room above them and men talking and laughing beneath them. Anfi waited for a second before he bent down and took off the glory mercenary badge from the middle-aged man with hawk nose. He carefully wore it on his chest and gently took off the hood for Susanna. He even tidied her hair for her. Her silky black hair on her shoulder accentuated her charm even more. Susanna looked up at Anfi. She had this unspeakable feeling every time she saw him killing people. She had killed many people as well, but she had thought it was so cruel to kill anyone. She was not sure how Anfi thought about killing. The way Anfi killed people and his facial expression after the killing made it look like it was as easy as crushing bugs. Anfi glanced at Susanna up and down and said, "Okay." Susanna bit her lips but did not say anything. Anfi smiled and started to walk loudly to the room. Susanna walked slowly behind Anfi. It was a diner inside, with 4 big men sitting around a table with few bottles of liquor. Judging from the amount of liquor left in the bottles and cups, they had not been sitting there for long. They did not have a chance to drink to their fill. They were shocked for a second when they saw a strange man and woman walk into the room. "Hey, you are." One of the guys saw the glory mercenary badge on Anfi, so he believed Anfi was their ally since they were all in the glory mercenary. They had never seen Anfi before, so they felt a bit strange. "Bill asked me to find Master Orwell." Anfi had a bright smile on his face. Bill was the middle-aged man with hawk nose. "Let me introduce this lady to you guys. This is Miss Jenny, a junior swordswoman." "Oh." The 4 guys all looked at Susanna. Blackwater City and White Mountain City were the most important distribution centers for magic crystals on Pan Continent. Entertainment facilities usually went hand in hand with distribution economics. There were definitely many beautiful women in those entertainment facilities. It was undeniable that Susanna was the most beautiful one, no matter where she was. Nia was famous for her beauty in Saint City, but she was not as beautiful as Susanna. There was no point in discussing how beautiful Susanna would be in Blackwater City and White Mountain City. Those 4 guys were fascinated by Susanna's beauty. They just stared at her without even trying to hide it. Their greedy looks were disgusting. Anfi coughed. He winked at those 4 guys as he talked. Miss Jenny was from Alibaba Mercenary Group. Something unfortunate happened in Alibaba Mercenary. The whole mercenary group with more than 20 mercenaries were killed by a manticore. Only Miss Jenny survived, so she wanted to join our glory mercenary group. She only needs a person to introduce her to our mercenary group, so I am taking her to see Master Orwell. Anfi explained in a simple way, but also clearly made his point. He wore a look of "you know what I mean." These 4 guys finally understood what was going on and what Anfi meant. One of the guys immediately showed a sincere look on his face. "Miss Jenny, please accept my sincere condolences. If you join Glory Mercenary Group, you will like it." "Right, our Glory Mercenary Group is the best. We welcome Miss Jenny on board," another guy said. "Thank you." Susanna still had her head down. She knew her acting was bad. Her eyes would have sold her out, so she had to keep her head down, which in turn accentuated her female features and made her look more adorable. "Do you have more glasses?" Anfi smiled. "Come here, bro. Here you are." One guy pushed a glass over and winked at Anfi, signaling Anfi they got what was going on. It was bullshit that Anfi wanted to introduce her to Glory Mercenary Group. He was trying to send a woman to Master Orwell. If Anfi had not said Miss Jenny was a junior swordswoman, which they felt could cause trouble, they would have pressed Susanna on the table. Anfi took the glass with a smile and poured some liquor in it. He also moved the glass out of Susanna's sight and took out a small paper package. He poured the powder from the paper package into the glass. This action could not be seen by Susanna, but the guys sitting across from Anfi saw it clearly. Their eyes brightened up. They had done this kind of thing many times before. They knew very well what Anfi was doing. One of the guys even hid his hand under the table and secretly raised his thumb for Anfi. It meant, "Good job, man. You prepared everything. Awesome." They had not met Anfi before, but since they were in the same mercenary group and were the same kind of people, they already considered Anfi as their brother. Anfi pushed the glass over to Susanna. "Miss Jenny, would you like to have a drink?" Those guys' eyes moved with the glass, waiting for Jenny to fall into their trap. Susanna glanced at the glass and shook her head. "I don't drink this kind of liquor." "Do you have wine?" Anfi was shocked and looked up. "Bro, do you have wine?" "Yes, I am going to get it." A guy stood up and hurried over to the wine cellar. "I am a little hungry. Do you have steak?" Susanna said with a blush. "Sure." The guy couldn't help heaving a sigh. This little girl was a bit much to handle. Why couldn't she just freaking drink that glass? Anfi smiled bitterly and gave that guy a look. The guy had no way but to stand up. He muttered something and turned around. He walked to the storage room to look for steak. They had to do what she wanted before she would drink the liquor with the powder in it. They were worried that if they fought with Susanna, A patrol would come by because of the strong combat power. They would be fine with the patrol, but they would let Susanna off the hook. Anfi put his arm on Susanna's shoulder with a smile. Miss Jenny. Get away from me. Susanna's face suddenly darkened. Anfi looked awkward and shrugged. He stood up and walked over to the two guys and took a seat between them. Those two guys were not suspicious about Anfi's move. They even gave Anfi a gloating look. They thought to themselves, man, you are running into trouble now. Why do you have to rush into things? Suddenly, they heard a bang from upstairs. It sounded like something fell on the floor. Anfi looked up. Was Master Orwell in bad mood for the past few days? Maybe his mood will get better today. Ha ha ha. That guy felt cold on his throat before he finished his laughing. He could not laugh anymore. The other guy had all his attention on Susanna and did not know what Anfi had done. He smiled and asked, Miss Jenny, are you from Alibaba Mercenary Group? I never heard of that mercenary group. When did Alibaba Mercenary Group register? Hasn't registered yet. Anfi smiled. Oh? The guy turned around to look at Anfi in surprise. He thought to himself, didn't he say they were all killed by a Mangekyō? How come they haven't registered their mercenary group yet? He saw a metal reflection when he turned around, and then fell onto the chair and died. Chapter 104, Hard to Escape. Anfi wiped his bloody dagger on the man's shirt. He stood up and walked towards where he had been watching from earlier. As he rounded the corner, he saw another man hurrying toward him with a jug of wine in his hands. Look, the man said, grinning proudly. Look at this wine. Some of the best. It's a bit murky, isn't it? Anfi asked. No way. The man said. He raised the bottle to his eyes. The bottle obscured his eyes, so he did not see Anfi making a move to slash his throat. He felt his body weakening, and when the bottle fell from his limp fingers, he looked at Anfi in confusion. He could not understand why Anfi would do something like that. Anfi caught the bottle in his hand. He grabbed the man and lowered him to the ground, silent. In the storage room, another man was cursing and rummaging through the room. Steaks were readily available to everyone, and didn't seem to be available in this room. Anfi pushed through the door and entered the storage room. What are you doing here? The man asked. She didn't want steaks anymore, Anfi said, shrugging. Asking for turkey this time. Where am I supposed to find that? The man asked. What can I say? She's picky. Just try and look for it. Something is better than nothing. God damn it, the man cursed. Wait. Help me look for it. Anfi nodded and began flipping through things on the shelf. Soon he stumbled across the steak the other man was looking for. Isn't this steak? You found it? The man moved over and asked. It's raw, though, he said. I'll go cook it, Anfi said. He handed the man a packet of loose powder. Don't let her see this, he said. Don't worry, the man said. He accepted the powder. Is it powerful? Of course, Anfi said, grinning. Very much so. The man smirked and nodded. He hid the power packet in his left hand and left the storage room. As he walked past Anfi, he saw a silvery flash out of the corner of his eye. He was the highest-ranking man under Orwell, just after Orwell himself, and was a junior swordsman. Anfi's movement was sudden and fast, and he was distracted, but he was still able to grab the dagger. Anfi's wrist twisted, and left the dagger partially in the man. He took out the Manticore's sting and stabbed the man in the face with it. Before the man could summon his combat power, his body had already frozen in place. Anfi removed the tail and pierced the man's throat with his dagger. The man fell to the ground limply. Anfi walked out of the storage room calmly. Once outside, he saw Susanna's angry face. You were going to drug me? She asked. It's an act, Susanna, Anfi said. Don't take it personally. You can't just try to drug me. Alright, Anfi said. I'm sorry, alright? Let's take care of that guy upstairs first. Susanna snorted and turned her eyes away. Anfi took out a piece of black cloth and hid his face behind it. He then handed one to Susanna, who looked at him curiously. If you don't want to kill every witness, you better wear that, Anfi said. Don't forget, there's an extraneous woman up there. Alright, Susanna said. She tied the cloth around her face carefully. Anfi moved over and pulled a hood down over her hair. Her hair was too distinctive and should be hidden in case someone saw it and linked it back to her. This move, purely out of concern for secrecy, seemed less innocent than it was. The two were close enough that, if someone was watching, they could be mistaken for a couple about to kiss. Anfi had treated Susanna as a friend, and so felt nothing. However, Susanna felt slightly uncomfortable. Whenever Anfi breathed on her, she felt a strange sensation in her stomach. However, she did not say anything. Alright. Anfi took a step back and looked at her. The two ascended the stairs carefully, avoiding any unnecessary sounds. There were only 4 rooms, and Orwell didn't care who heard him. "Please," a woman's voice said. "My husband will kill me." Orwell laughed. He didn't care if the woman's husband would murder her. He knew that the husband didn't have enough power to come after him. "Stop!" the woman cried. It was too late. Her refusal meant nothing to Orwell. Anfi stood quietly by the door and waited. Next to him, Susanna was flushed red, and her breath was getting heavy. Scenes like this did not have an effect on Anfi, but they did on Susanna. If she wasn't on a mission, she would likely have fled the scene. The woman's moans were getting louder. Orwell's movement was clearly getting faster as well, evident from the creaking bed frame. Susanna turned to Anfi. Seeing that he was unaffected, she turned back and decided to endure. Her hands were slightly shaking, however, because it was all too much for someone like her to take in. Finally, Orwell groaned loudly. Anfi kicked open the door and hurried inside. He then jumped into the air and lunged towards the shocked Orwell. Orwell suddenly flipped and placed the woman on top of him as a shield. Anfi moved his wrist, and avoided the woman. His dagger made a deep cut on the left side of Orwell's face. Orwell yelped in pain. He threw the woman at Anfi and reached for his long sword. Just then, Susanna dashed into the room. Her sword, coated in white combat power, aimed straight at Orwell's chest. However, she was stunned by his nakedness, and her aim was slightly off. Her sword only caught him in his abdomen. Anfi jumped upwards and around the woman. Then he held out his dagger and jumped towards Orwell. Because of his wound, Orwell was slower than he otherwise would have been. His fingers had only found his sword when the dagger pierced his wrist. Even though Orwell had used his combat power, it was too weak and couldn't shield him from that level of attack. The dagger left a deep wound on his wrist, severing even one of his wrist bones. Anfi blinked in surprise. If it was a normal man, the whole hand would have been severed from the body. Orwell screamed in pain. His right wrist was severely damaged, and he had no more strength left to draw his sword. In a moment of panic he swung his left fist at his attacker. However, he was in too much pain to properly fight. Anfi avoided his attack easily and buried his dagger in Orwell's neck. Susanna stabbed him in the chest hard with her sword. The sword went through Orwell's body and nailed him to the bed. Orwell's body twitched a few times, then his head rolled to the side. Blood dripped down from the side of his mouth, and then he was still. Chapter 105, Confrontations done, Anfi sighed. He pulled out his knife and gently blew on the streams of blood. Obviously, the material of the knife was far from the best in the world, so the blood was still left on the knife after a few blows. Susanna also heaved a sigh. Her face turned to the side as she lifted the sheet with the sword to cover Orwell's body. Her heart was still pounding fast. She thought to herself, a man's body is so weird. Anfi slowly walked to the candlestick and blew hard to put out the light. He thought to himself, even though I cannot blow off the blood on the sword, I could at least blow out the light. He walked to the window and gently lifted the curtain to see if anyone was on the street. The street was still empty. The combat power was released but was withdrawn very quickly, so no one should have noticed it. The woman lay still on the floor. She looked like she had passed out. She lay flat, so they could see her curvy body. Anfi relit the candle and looked down to see the woman clearly. Her face was pink. "Hey," Susanna called out unhappily. She almost made a mistake by calling out Anfi's real name. Luckily she realized it and stopped herself. Anfi fixed his eyes on the woman and then bent down to open her eyes with his fingers. Anfi stood up, thought for a while, and looked at Susanna. His fingers felt a little resistance when he tried to open her eyes. It meant this woman had not passed out. She seemed to be very smart to protect herself. "We will bring so much trouble to the master," Susanna said with a coarse voice. "Do you think the master would be afraid of Glory Mercenary Group? Don't forget the princess has reached Blackwater City," Anfi sneered. "This bastard killed 9 of our people. Are we going to just let it slide?" "But," Susanna said. "But what? Even if this issue gets out of control someday, I am not afraid of it. He killed our people first," Anfi said. Susanna sighed. "What are we going to do with this woman? She has nothing to do with Orwell. She is just a poor woman being used by Orwell. I do not want to hurt her," Anfi said. "Orwell died right here. Glory Mercenary Group would not let her go," Susanna said. "I have no control over Glory Mercenary Group." Anfi sounded helpless. He looked outside to see if there was anyone on the street, and then he said, "Let's go. We need get out of here right now." The celebration during the day had finished. Leftover flower petals were everywhere on the streets. They were dancing with the wind, giving the air a hint of fragrant flowers. It was dark, with neither stars nor moon in the night sky, while the station of Timen Commercial Union was bright with countless torches and lanterns. This station had turned into a sleepless city. They had high security, with 4 junior swordsmen on watch on both sides of the door and a senior swordsman beyond the door. On the street, passing the Tiger of Dawa mercenary station, an old man around 50 years old slowly walked out of the dark. His gait was very noticeable. After every step, he paused before taking another step. His eyes shone with coldness, looking straight ahead. One of his hands lightly held onto the sheath. Looking at his face and hands, it would have been hard to believe they belonged to the same person. His face wore many wrinkles, while his hands looked young without any age spots. The veins on the back of his hands were vague and did not look like the hands that been through many fights over the years. There were people walking out of the darkness one by one behind the old man. More people appeared in the alleys on both sides of the street and on the fences around the houses. They continually joined the main force. When the old man walked to an area about 400 feet away from the Tiger of Dawa mercenary station, he already had over 300 people behind him. Some of them were swordsmen, some mages, even warriors from dwarf tribe and archers from elf tribe. That old man looked calm, but with a pair of furious eyes. The people behind him looked nervous. Since the day the country of mercenaries was established, the 4 largest mercenary groups were closely matched in power. No matter how many conflicts they had and how many traps they had set for each other, they neither confronted each other in public nor had any bloody fights. Today they gathered here to fight with Tiger of Dawa mercenary. It was a rare moment in history. Therefore, they could not help being nervous. 4 junior swordsmen on watch at the entrance of Tiger of Dawa mercenary had noticed something unusual. One of them rushed into the station to report, while the other 3 nervously watched the newcomers. A junior swordsman forced himself to walk up to the man when he was 90 feet away from the gate. He asked, "Master Davidson, how can I help you?" Davidson was the 3rd most important person in Glory Mercenary Group, but he had nothing to do with Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group. The commanders of the 4 largest mercenary groups were respected very well. They were all called masters. Actually, it was an appropriate way to address them. "Ask Mlitawa to get the fuck out here," Davidson said coldly. "What? What did you say?" The junior swordsman could not believe what he had just heard. Davidson went to the party that Mlitawa held 3 days ago. They were talking and laughing at the party. Why did Davidson suddenly curse him today? "Ask Mlitawa to get the fuck out here," Davidson yelled. He pulled out his sword, and his body radiated with strong combat power. With sword radiation breaking through the sky, the sword hit the gigantic festive red lantern hung at the entrance of the station. The lantern split in half. It shook a little before it fell to the ground and burned into 2 bright flames. The junior swordsman took a breath because he knew they would have a rough night. He did not dare to stop the furious Davidson. Therefore, he turned around and hurried into the station to report to his supervisor. In a little while, the sound of heavy steps came from the station. With a huge explosion, the unlocked entrance doors flew forward, rolled more than 30 feet, and fell hard on the ground. The entrance door was made with 15-inch thick adila wood. It was so heavy that anyone who could kick it so far only showed how strong he was. Davidson's face twitched out of fury instead of fright. Sadie slowly walked through the broken door. He was the 3rd eldest son among the 9 children of Mlitawa and Hachpani. His talent, ability, and even his looks were remarkable, otherwise he would not marry the princess of Shansa Empire when his elder brother had not married yet. Maybe because his single life had been disturbed or for other reasons, Sadie looked furious. Kicking down the door showed his bad mood. His eyes met Davidson's, and they stared at each other. No one wanted to look away. He even sneered, "Old madman, if you had Viagra, you should have gone home and slept with a female pig. How dare you come here and try to make a mess? Are you looking to be killed?" Both Glory mercenaries and Tiger of Dawa mercenaries were so shocked by his words that their jaws dropped. Sadie was a gentleman. He always talked with courtesy. What happened to him today? He scolded that bodyguard with cursing words. They could not understand what happened to him. Davidson was one of the people in charge of Glory Mercenary Group, while Sadie just assisted in the management of mercenaries. Sadie had lower ranking in the mercenary group. He was only the age of Davidson's nephew. He should not have talked to Davidson in such a disrespectful tone. It did not matter why Sadie said what he did, Glory mercenaries still ran behind Sadie in case the opponents would start the fight. Davidson was so mad. His younger brother had been brutally killed. After an investigation, he found out that someone in the Tiger of Dawa mercenary group had killed him. He came here to demand an explanation. Before he could even blame them for killing his younger brother, a nephew-aged kid scolded him in front of hundreds of people. He was humiliated. Luckily, as a senior swordsman, he was tough, otherwise he would have died of rage. Okay. He laughed angrily. His face twisted and looked scary. The blood vessels even showed in his eyes. From a distance, it looked like his blue eyes became red. Most people would have panicked under Davidson's furious stare. Sadie was not scared. He even stepped forward and slowly and determinedly pulled out the swords on his waist. Davidson brought his people here, but he did not mean to fight. He was one of the few important people in a super mercenary. He completely understood what made the country of mercenaries survive among other countries. He only wanted to force Mlitawa to hand over the person who had killed his younger brother. However, facing a young man scolding and cursing, his rationality slowly gave way to anger. His hot temper made the situation even worse. Davidson held the shaft of the sword tight. He was positioned to attack Sadie at any time. Suddenly a female voice was heard from the station of Tiger of Tawa mercenaries, "Sadie, back off." After hearing this voice, both parties felt relieved. That voice represented a legend. Hochbini enjoyed even more fame than her husband. Mlitawa was renowned for his strong power, while Hochbini earned many people's respect because of her kind heart and mercy to others. Glory Mercenary Group, Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group, Brothers Union Mercenary Group, Wind Thunder Mercenary Group and many others had benefited from Hochbini's help. Chapter 106, To Shoulder Justice. Hochbini was very fair. After her son killed a mercenary after being careless with his carriage, she knelt in the street to apologize for his misdeeds and paid a large amount of money to the deceased man's parents. Not only that, she began treating his parents as her parents, and would take care of them. She was kind, and as an elven priestess, she knew the ways to heal a man's body. She would often use magic to cure the mercenaries of their injuries. She was also just. The country of mercenaries had a complicated geography. Not only that, magic crystals were concentrated there. Naturally, thieves living there began to band together and eventually formed gangs. There were many people who enjoyed the benefits but did not put in any work. Therefore, every year Hochbini would lead the mercenaries of Tigers of Tawa out to eliminate the bandits. In a world where only the strongest survived, Hochbini was a beacon. When mercenaries talk about leaders of other groups, the opinions would differ. When someone mentioned Hochbini, however, the mercenaries would be full of respect. The intensity in Davidson's eyes dulled a little. His fingers relaxed, and he stood there quietly, waiting. A slender shadow walked through the door. Hochbini had a head of golden curls, her green eyes, set on her gentle face, were bright and clear. Her well-shaped lips were a deep pink, and her nose was slightly hooked. Normally a nose like that would make a person appear sly, but on Hochbini it only made her look wise and collected. Hochbini appeared so much younger than her actual age. She looked she should be a teenage girl, but in reality she was the mother of 9 children. When she was with Saeed, she looked more like his younger sister. Hochbili did not like to dress up and had often appeared in simply white dresses. This made her appear somewhat otherworldly. "Mother," Saeed called. "Stay back," Hochbini ordered. Saeed was brave enough to fight Davidson, but in front of his mother he was still a boy that followed her orders. "Ma'am," Davidson said. He took his hand off the sword and bowed to her. He could attack her son, but he must respect her. "Davidson, why are you causing so much commotion?" Hochbini asked. "Do you know what kind of influence this will have once the news gets out?" "Ma'am, my brother Orwell was killed by your men, and all I want is justice," Davidson said, his voice cold. After any other incident, he could pause and take a step back. Only when Orwell was involved would he make such rash decisions. After all, Orwell was his only brother. "Orwell was killed?" Hochbini asked in shock. "What does that have to do with my people?" Davidson waved his hands and a woman was brought to the front. "Ma'am, she was the only survivor. Not only did she witness the murder, she heard the killer's conversation." "Where did this happen?" Hochbini asked the woman. "In my home, ma'am," the woman replied fearfully. Hochbini saw the fear in the woman's eyes and a sadness in her face. She remembered Orwell's reputation, and it wasn't hard imagining what had taken place. Hochbini was once a slave, and she hated the men who would act on their urges without a second thought. She smiled coldly. "Keep going," she urged the woman. When Lord Orwell was, 2 people came in. A man and a woman. "To keep Lord Orwell." "Don't be scared," Hochbini said gently. "Be more specific." "Don't worry, no one will hurt you here." "Thank you, ma'am," the woman said gratefully. She thought about the event for a few moments before continuing. "That's all I saw, ma'am. When the killers came inside, Lord Orwell threw me at those people, and after that I just laid on the ground and pretended I had fainted." What a man Lord Orwell was, Saeed mocked. Everyone had heard the woman's words. Orwell was clearly using the woman as a shield against the attack. The mercenaries chattered and murmured amongst themselves, laughing at how heartless Orwell was. Davidson's face twitched. He was Orwell's brother, and he knew how terrible Orwell could be sometimes. He knew full well that Orwell would not hesitate using someone else to shield an attack. He felt his face turn red from the embarrassment. Hochbini snorted. Even though she was a very controlled and sensible woman, she had a bottom line as well. She could not stand men who oppressed and took advantage of women. Whenever she heard about it, she would uncontrollably get angry. Then, the man looked at me, and I was so scared and kept still. Then the two talked. What did they say? The woman said doing this would cause trouble, and the man said the princess is already here, and there is no need to be afraid of Glory Mercenary Group. The man also said that the bastard Lord Orwell killed 9 of his men and he couldn't take it anymore. Davidson's body tensed up at the word bastard. On the other hand, Hotchpenny and her son had only laughed. Truthfully, everyone had thought Orwell was a bastard, and who knew how many innocent women he had assaulted. If it wasn't for Davidson, Orwell would have never lasted this long. Saeed had no problem displaying his emotions. Hotchpenny was calmer, but she was as uncaring as her son was. Orwell should never have lived as long as he did. What else did they say? Then the woman asked what they should do with me, and the man said I was just a poor woman and he didn't want to hurt me. The woman said she couldn't control her emotions and started sobbing. Hojbili walked up to her and patted her back. Anything else? She asked gently. The woman said Lord Orwell had died in my home and that Glory Mercenaries would never let me go. The man said he couldn't do anything about it, the woman said. She suddenly grabbed Hotchpenny's arm and shrieked, "Ma'am, please. Help me, please. I said no one would hurt you, didn't I?" Hotchpenny said gently, taking the woman's hand into hers. "Ma'am, you heard what she said," Davidson said coldly. "I would ask you to hand over the killers." He was, in fact, at a disadvantage. It was strange trying to find justice for Orwell, since many of his victims did not get justice, but in the end Orwell was still his brother, and he couldn't let his death go unavenged. Hotchpenny was silent for a few moments, then said slowly, "I want to investigate this first." "We do, in fact, have a team missing right now. I will give you an answer when I finish investigating." "What does your missing team have to do with Orwell? What does his death have to do with us?" Hotchpenny asked coldly. The woman heard what they said. "The princess is here. Which other princess is coming to Blackwater City except for the Princess of Shanxia? If Orwell had nothing to do with the missing team, why was he killed?" Hotchpenny asked. "I told you. I will give you an answer after I've conducted a thorough investigation. If the missing team is related to Orwell's death, may I say he deserved it. Kindness and generosity didn't mean weakness. When Elysian Empire's bandits were captured by her people years back, even the leader of the Glory Mercenary Group Anthony himself had come to her, asking her to release the prisoner. She resisted the pressure and executed the royalty of Elysian she had captured. So you are protecting the killer?" "I am trying to find the truth," Hotchpenny said. "Saeed, take the poor thing inside. You, go find the images of the missing team. Please, this way," Saeed said to the woman politely. With Hotchpenny against him, Davidson couldn't do anything. Saeed had the upper hand, and had won the day, but for some reason he could not feel joy. Instead, he found himself frowning and strangely anxious. Davidson's eye twitched a few times, but he did not stop Saeed from taking the woman. First it was Orwell's death, then it was the insults from his nephews, now this clash with Hotchpenny. His anger was ready to boil over. The only thing that kept him from attacking was the woman's status and fame. If he had really attacked her, it could potentially turn into a devastating power struggle between the mercenary groups. Now, he did not expect Hotchpenny to hand over the killers. Even if she only verbally promised to find the killers, he would take his men and leave immediately. Chapter 107, Interlocked Stratagem. In a short while, the housekeeper walked out with a crystal ball in his hands and gently passed to Hotchpenny. She took over the crystal ball and quietly chanted for a little bit. Images appeared in the crystal ball one after another. When a sweet and cute priestess appeared in the crystal ball, Hotchpenny was shocked for a second and turned around, looking at Davidson coldly. Davidson felt his heart skip a beat. Davidson thought to himself, did Orwell really harass that priest? And when he found out she was from Tiger of Tawa mercenary group, he killed the whole mercenary group to cover it. "Davidson, you can leave now." Hotchpenny looked disgusted. Obviously, she speculated the same thing. "Madam, are you asking me to leave like this?" Davidson's vicious mind encouraged him to reach his hand to the sword shaft. No matter what would happen, he could not go back like this. Even though he did not have to take revenge for his little brother, he had to save his pride. "So? Do you want to come in to have some tea? My place is too small to have so many guests." Hotchpenny slowly moved back a step. She had noticed Davidson's evil intention. Goddesses were very powerful on the battlefield, but they had to stand at the back of the army. If senior swordsmen and goddesses were fighting face to face, goddesses could be killed in a second. "Fine," Davidson screamed with rage. He decided to kill her without thinking of consequences. An angry yell came from the distance. "Davidson! A person covered with white combat power rode a horse quickly towards them. The person rushed to them in the blink of an eye. With a banging sound, dirt arose in the air when the person got off the horse. He was the second most important person in Glory Mercenary Group, Chanteler. Davidson, what are you doing? Chanteler yelled. Bro, someone in Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group killed Orwell. I am coming, Davidson explained. Go back, right now. Chanteler interrupted his talk. Bro, Davidson called out. I said go back. This is an order. Chanteler's whiskers trembled intensely, which showed that his anger had almost reached its limit. He was only 1 year older than Davidson. But he looked 7 or 8 years older than Davidson. Capable people tended to work more. Smart people tended to think more. Commander Anthony only gave directions on big issues. Chanteler was in charge of all other issues. Chanteler had worked diligently for over 20 years. With a hard work over the years, he looked old for his age. Chanteler was working on something in the station when a mercenary came in and reported to him that Davidson had taken his comrades to Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group Station. His little brother, Orwell, had been killed, and the witness had claimed that the killer was from Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. Chanteler was astonished by it and rushed over to Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group immediately. Tiger of Tawa had just had a political marriage with Shansa Empire. They were still at a sensitive stage, where anything could trigger a conflict and turn it into a disaster. There were loud noises from the street. Chanteler was a deep thinker and very cautious. His intention was to stop conflicts, but he also sent the main force in his mercenary group to Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group just in case he had no control of the situation when he got there. He could not watch his mercenary group get hurt. He would take it when it was necessary, but he was not afraid of fighting with anyone if it was needed. Davidson quietly watched Chanteler as Chanteler looked at Davidson. They looked at each other for a while and then Davidson put his long sword back into the sheath, turned around and walked away. They were brothers who had experienced ups and downs together for so many years, so Davidson knew Chanteler's temper. He was used to listening to Chanteler, so he made a compromise at the last moment. Chanteler sighed with a relief. He turned to Hotchbinny. I am sorry for the inconvenience caused to you, madam. Hotchbinny opened her mouth a little bit, but did not come up with any words. She looked far down the street, while group after group of Glory mercenaries surrounded her. They had blocked the whole street. Chanteler, what are you doing to me? Hotchbinny said calmly. It was a misunderstanding. Chanteler heaved a slight sigh, raising up his hands. Glory mercenaries saw his signal and slowly moved back. The mercenaries in the front stepped back while the ones in the back tried to move forward. It was a mess, and they did not know which direction they should go until the section commander blew the whistle. Madam, if there is nothing else, I will be leaving now, Chanteler said quietly. Take care. Hotchbinny still looked very calm. Chanteler helplessly nodded at her and walked away. He knew what Davidson had done already created a great divide. This divide would not diminish any time soon. It would not matter what he said anyway. Misunderstanding? Hotchbinny watched Chanteler's back with sadness in her eyes. Susanna, can you knock anyone down without using combat power? Susanna, what are you thinking? Anfi asked quietly. Huh? What? Susanna acted like she just got woken up by someone. You. Anfi shook his head. What are you thinking? I am thinking you are a formidable person, Susanna said. Me? I am formidable? What do you mean? Anfi was confused. Anfi, how did you know Chanteler would send the main force there? Susanna stared at Anfi. Silly, it was so easy to guess. Anfi just realized what was going on. He could not help smiling at Susanna. But how come I could not guess it? Susanna asked. That is why I said you are so silly, Anfi said. You. Susanna was so mad that she turned her head away. She did not want to look at Anfi. Okay. What are you mad about? I am stating a fact. Anfi made it even worse by saying so. He found he got strangely interested in just seeing Susanna get mad. Susanna tightened her lips. She neither talked nor refuted him. In fact, she did not have anything to refute. Seriously, Susanna, can you knock a person down without using combat power? Anfi secretively pointed somewhere in front of him with his hand. I cannot do it, Susanna said. In fact, it should be easy to do. The key is the area you attack. Anfi had a serious look on his face. He decided to show Susanna some basics about martial arts. How to do it? Susanna asked. You can slowly thrust your sword out, aiming at this area. Anfi turned his head, pointing at his artery on the neck to allow Susanna see it clearly. Did you see it, the area I pointed at? As long as you thrust upward, you can cut off the opponent's artery. Your opponent would not have any chance to make a sound. Susanna kept quiet but she started to make some moves. Anfi pointed at his own artery on the neck more than 10 times without hearing any responses from Susanna. He turned around curiously to see. He suddenly saw Susanna's sword tip shaking around his neck artery area. Anfi was shocked and jumped back. What the heck? What are you doing? You could have killed me. Susanna tried not to laugh. She twisted her wrist a little bit and hid the sword at the back of his arm. Say something. Do you think you can do it? If not, we will have to just fight with combat power. These people should not be able to stop us. The key is the speed. It would be too late if we wait for Chandelure to come back, Anfi said quietly. I should be able to do it. Susanna nodded. Okay, watch me, and we will attack them together. Anfi quietly moved to the other side. Glory Mercenary Group station was quiet. The yard in front of Anfi and Susanna was an important area. Usually 24 junior swordsmen in 8 different groups were on watch in turns. Chandelure sent his best teams out today to deal with the potential conflicts, so the soldiers on watch in the yard now were just regular soldiers. 3 medium-level swordsmen had the highest level among other soldiers. Most mercenaries crowded into the rooms and chatted with each other. There was a mercenary lazily leaning against the wall at the corner, while 2 other mercenaries squatted in the grass next to the fence. They only had one topic: Orwell had been killed. This was sensational news. They knew Sadie had a hot temper and would not just let the killer go. If he had conflicts with Tiger of Dawa mercenary group at other times, they would not be so concerned. However, it was a sensitive time right now. The wagons of the princess's caravan had just arrived. Thousands of soldiers were not nothing. If the wagons and Tiger of Dawa mercenary group fought together with their mercenary group, they could only run away. The mercenary leaning against the wall at the corner yawned. He suddenly noticed a person's shadow on the fence facing him out of the corner of his eye. Before he could respond to what he saw, that person had already thrown himself on the mercenary, while the other 2 mercenaries were still chatting not far from him. That mercenary was shocked. He felt the pain on his neck and saw a cloud of blood mist in front of him before he could warn others. Anfi slowly pulled out a knife and listened to his surroundings. He looked at a magic array 90 feet ahead of him. Glory Mercenary Group was one of the 4 super mercenary groups, but there was a huge difference in power and finance compared with other 3 mercenary groups. This magic array was only a medium-sized one and it would not start unless it was necessary. Seeing mercenaries chatting about Orwell being killed in the rooms and no one noticing anything outside their rooms, Anfi hunched in the grass and rushed towards Susanna. Susanna moved to the side to save some room for Anfi. They hid in the dark together. Anfi took out a bow from his dimensional ring and aimed at the crystal above the magic array. Susanna slanted her head and glanced at Anfi. She had a good memory and she remembered the first time Anfi could only tighten the bow 70 or 80% of the full stretch. He could easily stretch the bow to its utmost now. Susanna was not stupid. She knew what this meant. Chapter 108, Secret unveiled. The arrow struck the magic crystal in the middle of the portal. The crystal was covered with tiny cracks, then shattered with a loud bang. The light above the portal grew incredibly bright, runes flashed into sight then disappeared as fast as they had appeared. Let's go, Anfi called. There was no need for hiding anymore. Susanna summoned her combat power and dashed out. The portal's explosion had drawn many mercenaries. They hurried out of their residences and ran towards where the explosion took place. If the mercenary group's high-ranking members were here, or if there were some swordsmen or magisters present, they could pose a potential threat to Susanna. However, the ones that were left at the campsite were some low-ranking mercenaries. Susanna was able to cut through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. The ones that arrived later saw that Susanna had slain a dozen mercenaries in a few seconds' time, and were terrified. They hurried out of her way. This was the difference between mercenaries and actual soldiers. Actual soldiers had rules that needed to be followed. The mercenaries, on the other hand, had much more freedom, and fewer rules. If this had been an army camp, the soldiers would have tried to stop Susanna with their lives. A few senior mages tried to attack Susanna with fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows. Anfi used his bow and defended Susanna from the mages. The shields the mages used were not very effective. Anfi's bow had no name, but it was no normal bow either. Its powerful wind arrows destroyed the shields easily, and the arrows easily killed the mages. After 2 mages were killed, the other ones ran for their lives. The magical attacks ended. Susanna and Anfi easily made their way through the crowd. They flipped over the high wall and onto the street. A carriage stopped in front of them, and the 2 jumped onto it. By the time the mercenaries hurried into the streets, the carriage was long gone. Anfi sighed in relief. He sat down on the carpet and asked, "Won't we encounter patrols? There have been 3 robberies, 1 break-in, and 4 rapes. There are patrols to spare," Black 11 informed him. "Good," Anfi nodded. "I trust you." Black 11 felt strangely repulsed by his words. He opened his mouth and wanted to object, but in the end did not say anything. Why did you destroy Glory Mercenaries' transmission portal? Don't forget how powerful they are. It won't take more than a day to fix that. A day is more than enough, Anfi said. He grabbed Black 11 and whispered into his ear. Black Elven looked surprised. You're mad, he said. Never mind about that, Anfi said. Are you brave enough for this? This is the last step. If you don't want to help me, everything else will go to waste. Did you even think about the consequences? Consequences? My goal is to make this place as chaotic as possible. Then why don't you wait until the Shansu Princess's caravan leaves the city? This way both Glory and Tigers of Tawa mercenary groups will fight each other until one side is completely defeated. It doesn't benefit me to have both sides seriously harmed. I'd rather leave the Tiger of Tawa in full force and have Anthony avenge his mercenaries later. Anfi, you have a good plan, but let me be honest with you. Anthony, Chanticleer, Mlitawa, Hachpini. These aren't the people you can fool. If they realize that something was off, if they can keep their composure, then your mistake is nothing but a failure. So what if they realize something? I'm not trying to discourage you, Black 11 said. I'm speaking the truth. You have never worked with them, but I know. Mlitawa, for example. It may look like he follows Hachpini's every order, but really, he was the one pulling all the strings. He pushed Hachpini out, so people pay little attention to him. In reality, he is the one truly in control. Anthony is good at keeping himself out of the eyes of others. There are very few people who have actually seen him. Most of the power is in Chanticleer's hands. Unless something major happens, he wouldn't actually show himself. He may seem harmless, sure, but think. Anthony took over the group more than 10 years ago, and even now it still ranks at the top of the 4 mercenary groups. Anfi had never heard Black Elven talk so much, and was intrigued. He watched the man, and did not say anything. After Mlitawa married Hachpini, she helped to lead his mercenary group, but they could never beat the top 3. Now they must use political marriage to gain an upper hand. Think about it. What does that mean? It means that the other 3 leaders are people to be reckoned with. They are not people you can easily manipulate. Of course, Anfi said. You're right. However, you have ignored the power of hatred. Hatred? Yes. If enough blood was shed, it doesn't matter how powerful these people are. Even if they do realize something was off, they could do nothing about it. Think. Even if they can keep themselves calm, can they keep everyone else calm? Plus, they must have ambitions, as well. Turning the 4 groups into 3 means more power for everyone in charge, Anfi smiled. You said Anthony is mysterious and dangerous. What about Davidson? What you say makes sense, Black 11 said hesitantly. Just a little. Alright, let's talk about our plans. Can you find something suitable? Anfi watched Black 11 carefully. Don't tell me you don't know a single person close to Chanticleer. Black Elven thought about it and said, I do know someone, but I do not have power over him. There are a few dozen of them all over the world. We don't have any contact with them. I cannot activate him, nor will he work for me without a letter from His Majesty himself. Glory Mercenary Group's transmission portal is destroyed, but yours is still functional. I need that person immediately. So I need you to obtain that letter as fast as possible. Alright, Black 11 said. The king isn't dead, is he? What? You don't need to hide anymore. Your expression when you talked about him has already betrayed you. If he really died, who would give you the letter? The commanding general would, just fine. Too late for that. There's no need for explanations. We are on the same side, Black Elven smiled bitterly. His own mind was on how to deal with the impending war in Blackwater City, and he had trust Anfi. Otherwise he would have never made such an elementary mistake. That's who's been following us, Anfi said. Clearly, out of the 3 people that had been following them, at least one worked for Yolan, who would have never wanted harm to come to Nia. He is doing this because of the war, isn't he? Yes, Black 11 said. Anfi already knew the secret, and there was no need to hide it. This is a secret, Anfi. Right now I should be thinking about killing you 2 off. This is a secret, and I need you to keep it at that. Else hundreds of others would die in vain. Don't worry, I will, Anfi promised. Black 11 sighed and shook his head. When this is no longer a valuable secret, I need you to tell me. What? I need it for an exchange, Anfi said, smiling. Else how am I supposed to get close to Anthony and the royalty of Elysian Empire? Chapter 109, Accident. Chanticleer quietly looked at the destroyed magic ray. He looked serious and told. Glory mercenaries, including Davidson, all believed Tiger of Tawa mercenary group had sent their people to destroy the magic ray. Only Chanticleer knew none of these had anything to do with Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. The death of Orwell had nothing to do with Tiger of Dawa mercenary group. How could any killer be stupid to leave a trace after he killed Orwell? Others did not know that he knew well about Morta and Hachthani. They were cruel and cold in fact. If they wanted to, they could have killed that woman. It would not be possible to chat at the killing scene and talking about the princess. Chanticleer thought all of these were just to cover the truth. Who actually did it? Why would they do it? Chanticleer was deep in thought. He felt something big would come soon. He had thought to report to the commander after he returned to the station. He could have asked him to come to Blackwater City as soon as possible. However, the magic array was ruined, and the connection between Blackwater City and White Mountain City was cut off. It had become hard to report to Anthony, not to mention sending him here with the magic array. Right now their commander should be practicing the sword skills to pursue the highest level in Legend, and he had no idea what sensational news was coming out of Blackwater City. How long does it take to repair the magic array? Chanticleer asked with a concerned voice. Not so sure. Master, we will try our best. A mage looked up with a bitter smile. What is the longest amount of time it could take? Chanticleer was not happy with that mage's answer. He needed a specific time in order to make a series of plans. The enemies hiding in the dark must not be simple. It would take a lot of courage to plan a scheme that involved both Glory and Tiger of Dawa mercenary groups. One day. Master, magic array will be able to work again in a day. The mage said. With that mage's answer, Chanticleer heaved a sigh of relief. Compared with regular mercenary groups, Glory mercenary group was very powerful. If they wanted to hide away for just one day to avoid potential dangers, they should be able to do it. Chanticleer. Davidson came to the yard with a group of mercenaries behind him. Go back to your room. Chanticleer had no patience for Davidson and gave him a dirty look. Chanticleer, what are we going to do about Orwell's death? Are we just letting the killer go? Davidson asked with a distorted face. Orwell would not die for nothing. I will investigate his death and give you an answer. You need go back to your room and wait for the results of my investigation. Pass my order that everyone needs to stay inside the station and no one is allowed to go out from now on. All other assignments will be postponed, Chanticleer said with a serious voice. Davidson looked down. Although he and Chanticleer had similar positions and they only had 1 year difference on age, he had respected Chanticleer for the past few decades. A long time ago, Anthony had similar powers as Chanticleer, and Davidson was far from them. After Anthony took over his family business, he asked Chanticleer to be in charge of the daily management of Glory Mercenary Group. Everyone could only do so much in one day. Chanticleer spent a lot of time managing the mercenary group, but he also had to spend a decent amount of time on practice. It was really hard to balance both. After giving it serious thought, Chanticleer made the decision to take the responsibility of managing the mercenary group so he could spare some time for Anthony to focus on practicing sword skills. Anthony became a master swordsman and Davidson became a senior swordsman, while Chanticleer remained a senior swordsman. Chanticleer's sword skills were not as good as before, even a little worse than Davidson's. Both Anthony and Davidson knew what Chanticleer had contributed to the mercenary group, so Davidson had to take some crap from him and was willing to take it when Chanticleer asked him to do certain things. Chanticleer had been in the wagon, thinking about how everything had been fine a few days ago and how could things just suddenly changed. Chanticleer felt confused and could not find reasons for all the things that had taken place. A poor mercenary hobbled on the street. Life had its ups and downs. There were many rich people in Blackwater City, but also many people who could not feed themselves. It was not strange to see both poor and rich people in the city. A wagon passed by a poor mercenary. That poor mercenary sneered, and then he rolled pretty far and laid on the ground, screaming in pain. He had his eyes opened wide, watching the wagon. If the people in the wagon did not care about him and continued to drive, he would report to the patrol. If they were nice people, maybe it was a good thing for him to be hit. He could get some compensation at least. An idea flashed in his head, should I look for opportunities to be hit? A new profession had developed. The wagon stopped, an old man jumped off and walked up to that mercenary. He only talked a little bit before the patrol came to the accident. Justice could only be provided by patrols. They would be able to facilitate the communication between the two parties. Chanticleer's wagon just passed the crossing of the streets and suddenly stopped. He frowned and asked, what happened? Master, it seems there was an accident ahead of us. Patrol was there, the wagon driver answered. Patrol? Chanticleer had an almost unnoticeable smile on his face. His fingers touched the sword shaft like he was caressing his lover. Are you sure it is a patrol? A smart person was usually very suspicious. Chanticleer used to analyze it from different angles when something happened. He did not think it would be simply an accident. It was Tiger of Dawa mercenary group's turn to have control over patrols this year. If Chanticleer was attacked by a fake patrol, It would make the conflicts between Glory and Tiger of Tawa mercenary groups even worse. Master, it's a patrol. The wagon ahead of us hit someone. Patrol is taking care of it. The wagon driver said. Chanticleer lifted the wagon curtain and looked outside, seeing a familiar back among a group of patrols with torches. The person facing the opposite direction seemed to notice something. He turned around to look. His eyes met Chanticleer's. Chanticleer smiled even though he was worried about things that had been happening. Seeing that person, he could not help smiling. That person was a tycoon in Taman Commercial Union. His name was Robert. He was a very capable person, having many businesses with 4 super mercenary groups. He was one of the aggressive businessmen among others who had business with a country of mercenaries. The most important thing was he was a good friend of Robert's. Under the torchlight, Chanticleer could see some hesitation on Robert's face. He called the housekeeper out and whispered something to him. That housekeeper turned around and ran towards Chanticleer. After Robert left the country of mercenaries, that old housekeeper was in charge of managing everything. Chanticleer had many contacts with him as well. He did not suspect anything. He lifted up the door curtain himself to welcome the old housekeeper. Master, the old housekeeper whispered with half of his body inside the wagon. My master said the next few days would not be peaceful. Please be careful. Chanticleer was shocked and then he asked, what do you mean? Master, these are the words my master asked me to pass on to you. I did not know the meaning either, the old housekeeper said quietly. Chanticleer looked up at Robert, but Robert looked away. Robert's body was relaxed. It seemed that he sighed. Chanticleer seemed to understand something. Robert's capability was self-approved. In the past 20 years, Chanticleer had seen young Robert grow from a regular businessman into a tycoon. He had enough people to help and protect him and only needed to hire a few mercenary groups as bodyguards. Robert was generous. He was a people person, so he had many friends. Chanticleer believed Robert must have heard of something. However, for some reason, he could not tell him everything, so he sent his old housekeeper to give him a hint. Chanticleer thought a little and gently knocked on the wagon. You guys can go back now. I have to deal with something right now. Master, take some fellows with you, the wagon driver said. No need. Chanticleer shook his head. He was a senior swordsman. As long as he was alert, he should be able to rush away from enemies even when he was in trouble. In addition, he had Danzō's magic scroll and other magic tools in his dimension ring that he could use to save himself, so he was not afraid. In other words, he subconsciously trusted Robert. If he had to suspect their 20-year friendship, what else he could trust? Master, take a few people with you, the wagon driver said. If I said I do not need them, then I don't need them. Chanticleer had already jumped off the wagon and walked in big strides to Robert. The patrol had almost finished its work. The injured mercenary did not care about his pain and had smiles across his face. It was obvious that Robert was generous and gave him a decent amount of money as compensation. Robert saw Chanticleer walking over. He looked a little panicked and smiled bitterly. Chanticleer seemed not to see his panic and bitter smiles and continued up to Robert. He smiled, my old friend, I need to discuss something with you. You won't refuse me, will you? My old friend, why would I refuse to talk to you? Come on in and we can talk. Robert could not stop his bitter smile. He had a regretful look on his face. He seemed to regret leaking some secrets on impulse to Chanticleer. Chanticleer also felt a little bad about it. He did not like to put people in awkward situations. In fact, he really appreciated that Robert had given him some hints. However, at this very crucial moment, he had to dig up as much information as possible. He had to make Robert feel uncomfortable this time, but he would return his favor hundreds of times more once he could pass this dangerous period. Chanticleer skipped the courtesy greetings and stepped into the wagon. He was a good friend with Robert, but they were different kinds of people. Chanticleer's wagon looked like a regular wagon. Beside a carpet, there was nothing else in the wagon. He did not care for luxury goods. People who enjoyed luxury goods would not indulge themselves in so much work as he did. Robert's wagon was very fancy, with all kinds of luxury goods. Chanticleer was looking at the wagon but could not take everything in at once. He was thinking what to say as he looked around the wagon. Chapter 110, Bait Robert, what happened just then? Chanticleer asked. He needed something to start the conversation. He was the one asking for help, and if he asked what he needed without any warning, he could come off as too direct. My carriage hit someone, Robert told him. You could have just let your men take care of it. Why stay and do it yourself? It's my responsibility, Robert said. Chanticleer nodded, his eyes was filled with admiration. He knew Robert very well after 20 years of friendship, and he knew that Robert's best traits were that he was responsible, loyal, and honest. Sometimes he could be a bit careless at times, but as the years went on, this trait was replaced by maturity due to his experience. Chanticleer remembered, many years ago, when they went out to a gathering one night and all got seriously drunk. Robert and his lover of many years went to a tavern. The next morning, Robert woke up and thought the woman next to him was not his lover but a random prostitute. He threw a few silver coins on the bed and left without waking the woman up. When his lover woke up, she was furious after finding the coins. She found Robert and berated him loudly for it. They mended their relationships soon after, but this event had already made its way around. Of course, it wasn't seriously damaging to his reputation. There were very few people that refused to pay the prostitute, since the women did bring them pleasure. It was because Robert had paid the wrong woman that made the situation interesting. Many people spoke of the event and imagined Robert as someone who was adorably careless. "We must have known each other for at least 20 years, Chanticleer said. "Say no more, old sport, I know what you're thinking," Robert sighed and said. "I will never forget how I came by my first deal. If it wasn't for you selling me that batch of high-tier magic crystals at a discount, I would not be the Robert I am today." Chanticleer remained silent and smiled. All smart people had one tendency, and that is to observe others quietly while acting as if the other person was the center of the world. Sometimes, these people were able to understand what kind of person they were observing. Others would be baffled by the people they were observing. And others were fooled by the people they were observing. The last two types of people were often these smart men's downfall. The last type was especially dangerous. Chanticleer had known Robert for 20 years, and was very familiar with what kind of a person he was. He didn't need to play the emotional card. All he needed to do was help Robert recall some memories. There were many truths that were buried by the flow of time. When Robert first started doing business, he often found himself at a disadvantage. Sometimes he knew he was going to be tricked, but as long as he made a promise, he would stubbornly follow through with it. Luckily for him, he had some secret patrons helping him, and every time he was down in the dumps he would always find a way to start making money again. Slowly Robert established the reputation of being honest and responsible, and more people began to do business with him. Everyone trusted him. Robert had become what he was largely because of his reputation. Of course, there were things Robert didn't know about Chanticleer, either. The story Chanticleer told Robert about the magic crystals wasn't the full story. Back in the day, Anthony hadn't yet inherited the mercenary group, and they were still out in the world, training. They were on the way to White Mountain City when they discovered a few secret guards. Cargoes that required secret guards was usually very valuable and few in number. For unknown reasons, they didn't travel by the usual road due to the fear of being seen by others. Anthony and his men discussed the matter and, in the dark of night, attacked the guards. They found out that the guards were mercenaries from Brotherhood Mercenary Group, and that they were guarding some top-tier magic crystals they had stolen from the group. After that, Brotherhood Mercenary Group was meticulous about checking every merchant in the city. Anthony, however, wasn't one to surrender valuables. In the end, Chanticleer found Robert, whom they had trusted, and sold him the crystals at a much lower price than the market price. He told Robert that there was another story behind how he had came by the crystals, and that Robert should immediately leave the city. After careful consideration, Chanticleer made the choice he thought was best. He waited for Robert to make his own decision. Robert would tell him everything he should, and nothing that he shouldn't. Robert's expression changed. One moment he appeared hesitant, another he seemed troubled, the next looked nervous, as if he was fearing something. To Chanticleer, this was normal. If Robert had immediately made a decision and told him everything, it would appear suspicious to him. "Sir, we're home," the old butler called from outside the carriage. Chanticleer stared at Robert, who hesitated for a second and said, "Come in for a cup of tea, old sport." "All right," Chanticleer said. If Robert wasn't going to tell him anything, then inviting him in for tea would be pointless. Robert was a business tycoon, and his home was decorated very lavishly. If he purposely made it seem squalid, it would appear strange and unlike Robert's personality. They walked through numerous strangely shaped doors on cobblestone paths. They passed through a blooming garden and towards a small building protected by magic. Chanticleer lifted a brow. He had visited Robert's home many times and had been to every corner of the estate except for this building. He had always only observed this building from afar. Now that Robert was taking him there, it meant that whatever he was going to tell Chanticleer, it was something serious. "My lord." A shadow walked out of the door. Robert waved his hand. The person began whispering a spell, and the light on the building began to dim. Chanticleer narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that Robert was able to recruit an intermediate magister to work for him. Then he realized it wasn't anything serious. Everyone had a trump card, and Robert was no exception. He would show Chanticleer this meant that he had trusted him. "Come in, old sport," Robert said quietly. He then turned and walked into the building, his slightly stooped back looking troubled. Chanticleer walked in behind him. The Magister whispered a spell and the light of the magic began to shine again. They walked into a lobby. The room was lavish and clean, and was clearly the home of a rich man. The large chandelier hanging from the ceiling was an everlasting light using magic crystals. This kind of lighting was impossible to find in a commoner's home. Even Glory Mercenary Group didn't use this kind. If Robert had used low-tier magic crystals, he could have wasted several dozen a day. Top-tier crystals could last for a few days at best. Chanticleer was almost left flabbergasted by Robert's display of wealth. "Old sport, what should I say?" Robert said. He smiled bitterly and sat down on a chair slowly. He motioned for Chanticleer to sit as well. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. That's like I'm conspiring with someone else against you. If I do, I am betraying others' trust in me. You're putting me in a very difficult position, old sport." Chanticleer sat on the chair and looked at Robert, but didn't say anything. He knew in this situation listening would do him more good than talking. Robert invited him inside to offer him information. He couldn't express his gratitude with words. "Don't put me in a difficult situation now, old sport," Robert said. "I'll talk. You'll listen. Don't ask me anything. I can only tell you some things. I think it will be hard for you piece them together." Chanticleer smiled and nodded. He appeared calm but was in fact very nervous. What was it that could make Robert so nervous? "You know how Shansa Empire invaded Maho?" Chanticleer nodded. It wasn't a secret anymore. When Anthony told him about it, he had laughed about the situation and Yolan. He said that thank God Yolan had died early, or else he would be worried sick now. Maho Empire's people were contacting Brotherhood Mercenary Group. Chanticleer felt his heart skip a beat. It was a short sentence, but it described a difficult situation. Maho Empire's people had contacted Brotherhood Mercenary Group? What were they talking about? Cooperation? Was Brotherhood Mercenary Group behind all of this? Chanticleer thought about it for a second, and said, "Yolan is dead. None of the princes had the guts to do something like this. Could it be? Yolan died too unexpectedly, and didn't leave a will. All the princes had the right to the throne, so they have a lot to offer," Robert said, smiling. "Like I've said, I'll speak, you'll listen. Don't ask any questions." "Sorry," Chanticleer said. Robert was right. The princes would offer amazing conditions in order to draw followers. Maho Empire was being invaded by two empires. Even if they weren't aiming for the throne, they could be doing this to preserve their empire. "There's something else but. You should hear it from an insider and not me," Robert said. "Let Huawei came in here." "Huawei?" Chanticleer searched for the name in his mind, but couldn't find anything. After a moment, a young man with black hair and a blank expression walked in through the side door and sat down next to Chanticleer. "Ask what you want, old sport." "Huawei, this is my old friend and my closest ally. Tell him everything that you know. Don't hold anything back." Robert stood up slowly and said, "You guys talk. I'll be outside." Chapter 111, Being Stupid. Chanticleer was shocked. It took him a while to realize what Robert meant. Robert must have agreed with someone that he would never tell the secrets to anyone. Robert chose the way he did under the obligation of friendship. Chanticleer took a close look at Huawei and smiled. "I am the vice commander of Glory Mercenary Group. My name is Chanticleer." "I know," Huawei said coldly. Chanticleer's attitude did not change, and he still smiled even thought Huawei was rude. He did not have patience to be courteous to Huawei, so he went directly to the topic. "I do not know what you can tell me." "I can tell you something you definitely do not want to hear," Huawei said. "Please go ahead and tell me," Chanticleer said. "I want you to die," Huawei was brutally direct. Chanticleer was shocked, and a thick cloud of combat power appeared immediately. He was an old man, but his reaction time was actually shorter than a young man's. He reached his right hand to the sword shaft, while his left hand released a magic so's scroll at the same time. Chanticleer's heart dropped the moment he found that his magic signals were blocked by the magic array in the building. Chanticleer's moves were done in the blink of an eye. A waving light circle diffused from Huawei. If Chanticleer's combat power could be described as white snow, Huawei's light circle was more like boiling water. If a pot of boiling water was poured onto the snow, the white snow would be dissolved immediately. When the light circles passed through Chanticleer, the thick combat power disappeared in places where the light circles passed through. If Chanticleer had not been an experienced commander, this dramatic change would have caused him to panic. A proud powerful man had been turned into a helpless person. Even thought he was cool, Chanticleer was quite helpless in front of Huawei. Chanticleer still quietly watched Huawei. It seemed whatever just happened had nothing to do with Chanticleer. The side door opened again and Anfi slowly walked in. He was shocked when he saw that Chanticleer's look hadn't changed a bit. Because of Anfi's experience as a killer, he had seen all kinds of reactions at the verge of death. Some were angry, some struggled, Some begged, some tried to exchange wealth for their lives. Of course, some people remained calm. Anfi had the experience of killing a retired mafia leader. His hand was already on that old mafioso's neck while the mafioso just calmly looked at him without fighting back. Anfi was curious and asked him why he was so calm, knowing he was going to die. The old man told him that everyone would die someday. When Anfi gave him an admiring look, the old mafioso started his last strike. Anfi almost died at his dangerous game. Since then, Anfi understood the saying, curiosity killed cat. However, curiosity did save him once. Once Anfi took an assignment to kill a mainland businessman who was on a business trip to Hong Kong. At the beginning, everything went well, but he suffered vicious attacks at the end. Anfi was more experienced and skilled than the businessman, and he was winning. The businessman suddenly asked Anfi why he did not work for the country but instead lived in the dark. Anfi did not know whether he should laugh or cry about this question. He chatted a bit with him and learned that the businessman was a special agent in police department. Anfi realized that he was being used by his employer. It also could be a setup by the man's enemies to kill the special agent. He would have no good days left if he killed that special agent. No matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to against the government. He was just a 2-year beginning killer. His experiences were not so great. He knew what he would end up with if he fought with the government. Since then, Anfi had been smarter. He hired informers and created several identities. Every identity had certain social networks. Once he got an assignment, he would do a thorough investigation on the target and then decide whether he was going to kill the person. The informers gave him different information, some even conflicted with another. He had to find the reasons for the conflicting information. He gradually developed his own way of doing things. He would proactively cancel the assignment if he thought the target could not be killed or did not deserve to be killed. Did you do all of these? Chanticleer laid his eyes on Anfi. Anfi slowly walked to Chanticleer and did not say anything. Anti-magic Terra? It was amazing. I thought anti-magic Terra the stuff of legend. Chanticleer smiled. Can I see Robert? I want to ask him a question, only one question. I am sorry. Anfi finally talked. His wrist moved a little bit and a cool light appeared and passed through Chanticleer's throat. Hueco could not help opening his eyes. He thought Anfi would attack Chanticleer after at least saying a few sentences to him. Chanticleer did not ask for too much. To fulfill what a dying old man wanted was a good deed. He did not realize that Anfi did not intend to talk to Chanticleer at all. Anfi quickly took Chanticleer's life. Black 11 hurried in from the side door and saw that Chanticleer had died on the chair. The blood from the wound on his neck had dyed Chanticleer's leather armor. He could not help smiling bitterly. Anfi, you killed him too early. Anfi calmly turned around to look at Black 11. Chanticleer knows many secrets of Glory Mercenary Group. Since you had control of him, why did you have to kill him so early? Black 11 asked. It looks like Mr. Robert has told you about anti-magic Terra, Anfi smiled. Black 11 nodded. Yes, but unfortunately I came here too late. Do you think Chanticleer would tell us? If he told us some fake information, how would you know which pieces of information he said were true or false? Chanticleer has seen anti-magic Terra, but he still could keep calm. It showed how determined he was. What do you think you could do to make him tell secrets? Torture him? Anfi shook his head. How do we know if we never tried? Black 11 asked. Black 11 heaved a long sigh and then turned to look at Hueco. Robert was also looking at Hueco. Both Black 11 and Robert were good at controlling their facial expressions to hide their real emotions, but the two pairs of eyes were like the bright stars in the lonely dark sky, telling Anfi they were very excited inside. It was easy to tell what level of power Hueco had, which meant that the anti-magic Terra must be released in some way. Once Anfi's mercenary group learned the method to release it, they could create an anti-magic Terra as well. The power of anti-magic Terra was well known. However, it was still unknown what anti-magic Terra could do to master swordsmen, archmagi and other people with high powers. However, the effects of the anti-magic Terra was not all powerful. As long as they had a regular bow, they could kill any swordsman or magister once the anti-magic Terra was released. Wasn't it enough? Hueco still sat on the chair with his hands firmly holding onto the arms. His body was slightly trembling. For the past few days, when Anfi was not around, he tried to talk to Christian and others to build their relationship. He could tell only Anfi was cold-hearted in the whole team, while the rest of the team was easier to negotiate with. Anfi had done so much for the whole team. When Anfi wanted to force him to tell secrets in crude and torturing way, the team would be against him. When Anfi asked him to fight with a senior swordsman, he agreed without any hesitation. He meant to make Anfi like him, but who would think Anfi sold his biggest secret out? Hueco was very scared by it. Black 11 and Robert looked at Hueco up and down. If the stairs had any power, They would have torn his clothes off him. Who did not want to know about his secrets? We need Sun Chanticleer's body to the station of Tiger of Dawa mercenary group immediately. Who is going to do it? Your people or my people? Anfi asked calmly. I will have my people do it. Black 11 only glanced at Anfi and returned his gaze back to Huawei. Okay, let's go. Anfi smiled. Huawei, what are you sitting there for? Huawei could barely stand up. He slowly walked to Anfi, staring at him without words. His look was so complicated. Anfi walked outside. He seemed not to notice anything wrong. Huawei followed him. He could feel the stares on him. He wanted to get out of there as fast as he could. Anfi, you did it on purpose. Huawei yelled as soon as they had walked out of the building. He could not hold his anger or horror anymore. I just lost my patience with you. You can either tell me the secrets about anti-magic Terra or I will give you to others. You make a choice, Anfi said calmly. Are you crazy? Do you know that if this secret is known by others, many people would want to kill us? Even if I tell you about a secret, how long do you think you can survive? Huawei said. That would be my business. Anfi shook his head. You only need to know if you want to collaborate with me, you will become one of our mercenary group from today. You will experience everything with us, no matter whether we are in good or bad times. I am not going to die with you, Huawei yelled. You can leave as long as you leave behind the things I need, Anfi said. Huawei thought for a while without saying a word. He smiled bitterly. Anfi, I thought you were a very smart guy. I did not think you would do something so stupid. Go? Where am I going to go? No matter whether you will be able to survive or not, I will be their target. Then you have to trust me. Do you really think I would do something stupid? Anfi said. Chapter 112, Counterattack. In the middle of the Tiger of Dawa mercenary group's campsite, there was a small building. It appeared to be a mage's tower, but in reality it had nothing to do with mages. Mlitawa commissioned this building simply because he enjoyed the view of the landscape around him. A group of mercenaries hurried towards the building, led by an intermediate swordsman. The rest of the mercenaries halted outside of the building, and only the swordsman pushed open the door and entered the building. It was one of the forbidden places within the mercenary group, and not everyone could enter it. Inside the building, Mlitawa was entertaining himself with a nature sound bird. These birds were very rare and valuable. Its feathers were radiant, and it sounded like a beautiful, constantly changing harp. When the bird was satisfied, it would sound bright and clear. When it was upset, it would sound sad and hoarse. The bird had become the staple of wealth among the wealthy and the powerful. However, because of the increased demand, the number of birds in the wild had decreased, and it had become more and more expensive. Hachbini sat next to Mlitawa and was deep in thought. Her son Sadie was sitting nearby and quietly conversing with an old man. Sadie appeared to be enraged, but he would never dare to explode here in front of his mother. The swordsman hurried inside and said, My lord, we found this in Orwell's residence. He held out his hand and showed Mlitawa some Tiger of Dawa badges. Mlitawa glanced at the badges, then turned his gaze back to the bird as if he did not care at all about the discovery. See, father. Orwell was the one that killed our men. Sadie shot up from his seat, angered. Sit down, Hachbini said, frowning. Sadie froze. He clenched his teeth, then unwillingly sat back down. My God, stop playing with that cursed bird. Don't you have something to say about this? Hachbini turned to Mlitawa and said. About what? Mlitawa asked, turning around slowly. What do you think about this? Why are you asking me? You make the decisions. Hachbini slapped the table and made a loud noise. Mlitawa jumped up from his chair and walked towards the swordsman. He grabbed the badges and played with them in his hands. Do you really need my opinion on this? Of course this had nothing to do with Orwell. Father, they found this in Orwell's residence. These aren't coins, there's no reason to collect them, Mlitawa said, shaking his head. Why would Orwell leave this in his home? Did he worry about everyone not knowing he was the killer? Or did he have a habit of collecting these? Found anything else there? No, my lord. It's clear, Mlitawa said, tossing the badges to the ground. This is planted evidence. He looked at Hachbini, then he went back to his seat and began entertaining the bird again. Sadie, you see? You need to pay more attention to your father, Hachbini said, shaking her head. What's the hurry? They're still young, Mlitawa said. Young? They are in their 20s. Think about us. What were we doing when we were their age? Hachbini asked. She finally found a chance to discipline her son, and she wanted Sadie to learn something from this. She didn't need Mlitawa ruining this opportunity. Usually the father was the one to discipline children, but in this family, the roles were reversed. Hachbini wanted to discipline her kids, and the nice parent was always Mlitawa. Mlitawa grinned and didn't say anything else. Just then, A mercenary hurried into the room and screamed, "My lord! Urgent news! Chanticleer is dead." Everyone in the room turned around, and their expressions hardened. The bird seemed to have realized its master's change in emotion and returned to its cage. Its song stopped, which plunged the room into utter silence. "Are you sure?" Mlitawa asked. He looked very serious, and the earlier carelessness was gone. "Definitely, my lord," the mercenary said. "What should we do?" Hachbini asked. Even someone as inexperienced as Sadie realized the impact of Chanticleer's death, let alone Hachbini. Asking this question didn't mean Hachbini did not know what to do. It meant that she trusted her husband more than she trusted herself. In the past, Mlitawa stayed away from the group's business and only made appearances during the most urgent situations. He tended to relay his orders through Hachbini, and time again proved his wisdom in doing so. For most people, Mlitawa did not have the charisma of a leader, but the ability. It was assumed that he led his mercenary group to glory because of his brilliant wife. Hachbini, however, knew her husband's true intentions. They had been married for 20 years, and no one knew him as well as she. Mlitawa suddenly laughed. Whoever it was, they had to force Anthony to appear? Soon this person will learn the price of angering Anthony. "My lord, Glory Mercenary Group's transmission portal was destroyed. They are completely cut off from White Mountain City." Mlitawa's hand shook. He stared at the mercenary, his eyes frozen rage. "Looks like we need a plan immediately," Hachbini said, shocked. One accident wasn't enough to change anything, and they had the ability to reduce the impact. 2 accidents, however, produced a knot no one could undo. Knowing Davidson, he would come for revenge without consulting Anthony's first. Hachbini was worried because of the impending crisis. "We're at war, then," Mlitawa said slowly. "My lord." Hachbini cried out. "I know what you're thinking," Mlitawa said. "But we have no other choice. It's better to strike first than to sit here and wait to die." Hachbini frowned. She knew what Mlitawa meant. It would be better to attack first, before Davidson, because that way they could mess up Davidson's plan. Even though Davidson's commanding skills were dubious, Glory Mercenary Group wasn't one to mess with. The quicker they could calm the storm, the easier it would be preserve themselves. Mlitawa was right. "It's just frustrating," Hachbini sighed. "I know it is," Mlitawa said, shaking his head. "We have other choices," Hachbini offered. "If we immediately send men to Anthony and explain the situation." "No," Mlitawa shook his head. "If we don't send the right person, Anthony would never believe them. Unless we show up ourselves, of course. But have you thought about how Anthony may react? Write his order and have us bring it back? Do you think Davidson would believe anything we present? Anthony would never use our transmission portal. If he did, I think I might alter the portal and cause the greatest mercenary of our time to disappear. Anthony could just take us out. Glory Mercenary Group would suffer great loss here, and he would want some compensation. We would be stupid to go." Hachbini fell quiet. Anthony would, no doubt, try to hold them prisoner. It was a risky move. "You forget about time, my dear. The men who did this must have made sure Davidson heard about this before us. Davidson must have already prepared himself. Even if we could go to White Mountain City and explain everything to Anthony, conflict would have already ensued by the time we got back." "All right," Hachbini said. "All right. We are at war, then. It's a good opportunity for us," Mlitawa smiled and told her. "Don't forget about the army outside the city. The kingdom is only so big. Better for it to be in 3 people's hands than 4. That way we all live better. If we could eliminate those Glory mercenaries, Brotherhood and Thunderwind would take the chance and strike as well. I'll go prepare." The two, in a few minutes, decided the fates of Glory Mercenary Group and themselves. "Wait," Mlitawa suddenly said. "I think it might be time to trouble your kin. Anthony is a master swordsman. We need our own trump card." Chapter 113, Punishing the Wrong Person. The horrified residents of Blackwater City witnessed a sudden and bloody fight break out. Davidson led 2 groups of Glory mercenaries in a surprise attack on the station of Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. However, they were badly defeated as a result. Each individual had different personalities and ways of doing things. Davidson was brave, but he tended to rush into things. If Chanticleer was still alive, his plans would have been more thorough. Davidson was simple and direct. He did not even bother to send people to check on Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group before he took revenge. Davidson first saw the scene where his little brother was killed and then heard that his respected brother had died. Hot-tempered Davidson almost went crazy. The stupid moves he did were predictable and understandable. The problem was whether his apologies would be accepted by others, especially the mercenaries who had trusted him and were willing to fight for him. Would they forgive a stupid leader? Morta hurried to the outskirts of the city. He had the chance to contact the bodyguards of the Shansa Empire Princess and then, taking advantage of his administrative authority, ask the patrol to open the city gate. The Shansa Empire military, led by 4 senior swordsmen, marched into Blackwater City. The situation totally flipped. The people led by Davidson, even with help from the mercenary group led by Anthony in White Mountain, would be no match for an alliance of Morita and Shansa Empire. There was no doubt which side would win. Waves of intense magic surges were flashing in Blackwater City's sky. Countless people were running, killing and screaming in the streets and alleys. One party asked their soldiers to kill all the enemies, while the other party struggled to fight back. Both parties went crazy killing people. Hatred actually could develop so easily. Different-sized mercenary groups in the city were so confused about what had just happened. The mercenary groups with some capability kept themselves in their stations to avoid confrontation, while the ones with low capabilities stayed in hotels to keep themselves safe. Regular citizens shut their windows and doors super early, afraid that something disastrous would fall on them. However, there were some people who liked this chaos instead of peace. Anfi was one of them. He hid himself outside the battlefield early, quietly watching it. At this critical moment, everyone did not have time to hide their real ability. Anfi could clearly sense the positions of the powerful men around him. As the leaders of mercenary groups, Davidson and Morita were fighting hard with each other. They were suddenly tied by a cloud of entangled ivies from the sky. The ivies were so tough, especially because hundreds and thousands were entwined together instead of just a few. Hotchbinny released the life magic, which only belonged to the elf tribe. It sped up the process of defeating Davidson. Davidson was thinking of rushing out into the sky. Morita and Hotchbinny had been husband and wife for more than 20 years, so they did not have to verbally communicate to know what the other wanted. The moment Hotchbinny released life magic, Morita had already rushed into the sky and got control of Davidson. Ivy was flying everywhere in the sky, which was fatal to Davidson but helpful to Morita. Only a couple of vines wrapped around Morita's waist, which allowed him to stay in the sky. His left hand was constantly making all kinds of moves while Hotchbinny sent Ivy to where Morita wanted to go. In the beginning, Davidson destroyed many Ivy vines with his strong combat power. Hotchbinny was a senior cleric of life. She had similar power levels as Davidson, so wherever Davidson destroyed Ivy vines, more Ivy would grow up. The Ivy was trying to wrap itself around Davidson. Davidson had missed the opportunity to escape from the sky. He was positioned to only do defensive moves without any offensive moves under the couple's attacks. This was a street fight, not a justified battle. Morita and Hotchbinny did not feel bad about fighting him together. Davidson was not stupid. He did not bother to ask them why the two of them fought against just one. He just tried to fight back as hard as he could. The 4 senior swordsmen from the wagons of the Shansa Empire Princess joined the battle, which decided Davidson's tragic fate. The moving ivy suddenly disappeared. Davidson was exhausted. The swords thrusted towards him and sword radiance from the top had sent Davidson to hell in the blink of an eye. With the death of Davidson, Glory mercenaries started to flee. Morita would not let them run away so easily. The main force was sent out searching for Glory mercenaries. He wanted to weaken Glory mercenary group, which would allow Band of Brother and Storm mercenary groups the chance to weaken Glory mercenary group even more. Sadie was at the City Hall of Blackwater City. He took advantage of Tiger of Tawa mercenary group's administrative authority to demand patrols to collaborate with Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. He sent a few patrol lieutenants to the jail because they failed to follow his orders. Since the day the country of mercenaries was established, patrols remained neutral among mercenary groups. Patrols never took sides against any mercenary group. Although they needed to follow the orders of the mercenary group in power, they had the authority to overthrow the mercenary group in power if the mercenary group in power was harmful to other mercenary groups. What Morita had done was definitely against the law of country of mercenaries. It looked like the start of a chaotic period. The influence of Morita's action would be significant and have serious consequences. Even though Band of Brother and Storm mercenary groups wanted to divide the benefits from Glory mercenary group for the time being, Morita's actions would be a problem once those 2 mercenary groups finished their benefit segments. No one knew why Morita did that. Was it because he wanted to wipe out the rest of the Glory mercenary group or take the opportunity to make a claim against others? Morita sent his main force throughout the city to search for Glory mercenaries. He had to try to make time. It was not because he worried about Anthony's coming, but because he wanted to prove his capabilities. If this conflict lasted several days and nights, he would not feel proud even if he had won. If Glory mercenary group was wiped out in one night, it would make all the mercenaries open their eyes wide to look up to Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. He would not only win the battle, but also the reputation and fame. The opportunity Anfi had been waiting for finally came. He put on a badge of Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. He strutted out onto the street, where blood had not dried yet, and buried himself in the crowd who were cleaning up the battlefield. Mordo was actually very cautious. He only sent his own people out to search for glory mercenaries. He kept some of soldiers of Shansa Empire in his own station to be on watch and other soldiers to clean up the battlefield. It seemed reasonable to send some of the soldiers to clean up the battlefield since they were trained for it. Shansa Empire had a different system in their military than Tiger of Dawa mercenary group, so they would not even care what Anfi was doing. Even when Anfi met other mercenaries, the excitement on his face appropriately showed a winner's pride. Others could tell he had been through many bloody fights from the blood on his body. Regular people would not be able to tell anything wrong by observing Anfi. Anfi just walked to the station of Tiger of Dawa mercenary group without any trouble. He had already seen the map of Tiger of Dawa mercenary group's station. He memorized every route. Right before he reached his destination, Anfi had his face scratched by tree branches on purpose. He was in thought with his hand on his cheek. He made sure there was nobody around and quietly emerged into the dark. It took a lot of money to make a model of the princess's house, but they did not do it for nothing. After Black 11 saw Anfi shooting the arrow piercing the wall and hitting the bed beams, he stopped doing half-assed jobs. He put a lot of effort into making this model. With limited time, it was a rough model, but it included a large area with more than 10 rooms and hallways. The benefit of having a model showed at just that moment. Anfi walked around there like it was his backyard. He swiftly passed the hallway and made a turn. He met the princess's servants twice on the way. He was able to quickly find a suitable place to hide. He finally got close to the princess's bedroom. The bedroom's door was not closed all the way. She must have felt safe, so she did not lock the door, Anfi thought. Anfi did not walk to the door immediately. He looked around and even up in the sky. He found a few places where he could hide before he slowly walked to the door. If anything happened, he could find a nearby place to hide, just like when he had met princess's servants before. Anfi slowly pushed the door open a slit with his finger. Luckily, he only needed to move his body a little bit to be able to see what was inside the room through the slit. He saw a woman reading a thick book on the chair. Anfi frowned after he saw her. He had seen the magic image of the princess. He knew this woman was not the princess after just one glance. But the badge she wore belonging to the royalty did not make sense. He looked through the slit again. He felt she looked familiar. Anfi had a super memory. He tried to think and remembered she was a female bodyguard who had whipped him before. Anfi was 100% sure that she was not a princess, since others did not show respect to her. Even if Black 11's information was false, or the princess disguised herself as a bodyguard, how could those soldiers dare to laugh out when he flirted with a princess? They should have fought with him for life. Anfi jumped up onto the house beam. He was wondering what that female bodyguard with a royal badge was doing there. Was she the cover for the princess? But what was the reason to have a cover for the princess? Suddenly, something flashed in his head. Black 11 got information that the princess's wagon route was in trouble a few days previously, but he was not able to find out what happened. Did the princess run away from the marriage? Chapter 114, Turning Point. Did you do it? Susanna asked. They were worried about Anfi, who was out by himself. The group was gathered in a room prepared by Clark and waiting. When Anfi had returned, they turned their curious gazes on him. No, Anfi said, shaking his head. As long as you're back safely, we can find another chance, Christian said. It's not that there wasn't a chance. It wasn't the princess inside, so I left her alone, Anfi told them. Where's Clark? In bed already, I reckon, Blavi said, yawning. You all should go to rest as well, Anfi said. Did people from Tiger of Dawa come today? They did, and looked quite angry as well. Wanted us to show them proof. They calmed down after seeing Susanna, though, Riska said. Don't know when I'll become a senior magister. Where's your ambition? Blavi joked. You should say you will one day become an archmage. Because I don't live in a fantasy world, Blavi. Alright. Everyone, let's go to our rooms, Christian said, waving his hand. We should rise earlier tomorrow. This is a critical time, and we should all be careful. Everyone stood and left the room, but Christian and Susanna stayed. Anfi sat down next to the table and began formulating his plans. Anfi, there's something I need to tell you, Christian said slowly. What is it? Everyone's been off lately. What happened? Are you guys hiding things from me? Can't you see? Anfi, you are the reason, Christian told him, his face grave and serious. Do you remember what Riska just said? He wanted to be a senior magister. Everyone has their dreams. It's not a dream. It's a hope. Riska has said the same thing many times. Dreams? Hopes? Anfi asked, smiling bitterly. I don't understand. Christian, tell me what you need to say. When we were learning with Master Saul, we were children. After everything that happened, we left to explore the world, with you. Christian smiled. We were stupid. No, Anfi, listen to me. We were stupid. We once doubted and we united against your decisions. Obviously, we were wrong. The world wasn't what we expected it would be. Even though no one said anything, after everything we've been through, we have all come to our own understanding about the world. Anfi's face grew serious. He thought he had taken enough care of his friends. He took care of them like a babysitter, and whenever they encountered danger, he tried to take care of everything himself. Like the assassination tonight. He could of course have let someone else take care of it. If the assassination had been successful, he would still receive the credit. If it failed, he wouldn't have to take the fall for it. If he treated the assassination the way he would a business transaction, he would act to benefit himself and try to avoid risks. However, was it the right thing to do? No, it was not. After listening to Christian's words, Anfi realized he had ignored his team members' change of heart. Whenever they encountered a danger or obstacle, he would tell them what they should and should not do. However, he had never told them why they should and should not do certain things. Anfi felt he needed to keep listening to Christian. This opened our eyes and increased our knowledge. We all wanted to prove that we are useful, that we aren't just children that need sheltering. Lately, though, you always tell us to stay here and only leave with Susanna. We all know we are not as powerful as Susanna and can't do as much, but you've got to let us do something. Christian, I'm sure Anfi is doing this out of goodwill, Susanna whispered. I sure he would hate to see you hurt. Anfi, I don't know how you became so skilled in fighting, and I won't ask. Think about it. Would you have this power if someone tried to clear every obstacle and danger for you when you started training? Christian asked slowly. Lately, even Riska and I have to stay here in the tavern. The others were too scared to leave. Maybe some people enjoyed this, but not us. For us, this is a precious chance to train ourselves. We don't want to waste it. Anfi sighed but didn't say anything. Do you know who we are so envious of? Von Merge. He can leave any time he wants to gather information. We know that he has a lot of connections, but he wasn't born with them, either. We can't help much, but whatever Von Merge can do, we can too. If you keep on telling us to hide, we'll never find a chance to change. 10, 20 years from now, we will still be as childish and clueless as we are now. Christian sighed and continued, Anfi, all we need is a word from you. Let us do something, even if it's small. Give us a chance to prove ourselves. Let them know that they matter. You've been so secretive, and you only talk to Susanna. Even I felt uncomfortable and useless. What must they be thinking? I've been wrong, Anfi nodded and admitted. This was one of his good traits. Whenever he realized he had done wrong, he was always quick to admit his fault and would never argue against it. No one's right or wrong here, Christian said, smiling. We all understand that you're concerned for our safety. That's all I need to say. Everyone's been practicing really hard lately to overcome their obstacles. That's not the right way to practice magic. It's too dangerous. Let's go out tomorrow, Anfi said. We can go around the city and gather some information. I'll go with you. All right, Christian said. I'll be in my room. Night. Anfi, you're not angry at him, are you? Since you're doing this because you're concerned for them. Seeing that Christian had left the room, Susanna moved over and asked Anfi. What kind of a man do you think I am? Anfi asked, amused. Christian was right. My way of doing things has not benefited everyone. If he didn't say anything, I would never realize my mistake. As long as you're fine with it, Susanna said, relieved. Susanna, you should be more like Christian. Whenever you think I'm doing something wrong, you should immediately tell me. The key to a good plan is communication. We're all friends here, and we can all come to an agreement. If we keep our thoughts to ourselves, fights are inevitable. Then I need say something, Susanna said. What is it? Why didn't you let me go and kill the princess? Do you think I'm too weak for this? You have to realize I am more powerful than you. That's not my intention, Anfi informed her. I was thinking. Oh, another thing. You should go check on that little unicorn. It hasn't seen you for a few days and is really sad. Susanna smiled and stood. I'll be going. You should go to bed soon as well. All right, Anfi said, nodding. Susanna walked over and pushed open the door. Huawei? What are you doing here? She asked in surprise. Is Anfi back? Over there, Susanna said as she moved out of the way. Huawei walked into the room and stared at Anfi. Susanna left the room and closed the door behind her, giving them space to talk. Know what you want now? Don't have much of a choice, now, do I? Huawei sighed and sat down in front of Anfi. Give me my ring. Anfi fished out Huawei's dimensional ring and handed it to him. Huawei accepted it and put it on his finger slowly. After a few moments, he sighed, and a bright ball of light appeared in his hand. So this is the secret to the anti-magic Terra? This is a piece of the will of the god of war, Hueco told him. If you can activate it, it will create a Terra around you. It can only last 30 seconds, though. How do I activate it? It's easy. It all depends on your mind power. Hueco had already told Anfi everything he knew without holding back. Anfi was already familiar with using mind power. The fights between spirits of the evil abyss depend on mind power. He was still relatively weak compared to the power spirits, but was nevertheless fairly skilled with mind power, or else he wouldn't have been able to control the fireballs with ease. Anfi slowly robbed the light with his mind power, but found the shattered will of the god of war was empty. Nothing was inside, and there was no reaction. What is it? He asked Hueco. Chapter 115, Testing. Do you think anti-magic Terra can be started at any time? It was restricted. Hueco smiled bitterly. What kind of restriction? Anfi asked. Shattered will of god of war can be started 3 times a year, Hueco answered. Only 3 times a year? How many times have you used it? Anfi continued to ask. It has already been used 3 times, Hueco said. Anfi had a half smile on his face. Do you mean this shattered will of god of war was just a waste now? How can you call it a waste? Cooling time will pass soon and you will have the anti-magic Terra in the legend. Anfi, I did not lie to you. If you still do not trust me, you can wait and see. Let the facts tell the truth, Hueco hurried to explain. I do not have time to wait, Anfi said, shaking his head. Hueco was startled for a second, and he felt his heart drop. He did take out Shattered Will of God of War from his dimension ring, which was the secret to operating anti-magic Terra. Before he decided to tell Anfi about the secret, he had given it a lot of thought. He wondered how Anfi would treat him. If Anfi did not trust him, he would end up in a very dangerous situation. The problem was he could not release anti-magic Terra to prove himself. The explanation did not matter to someone like Anfi, who was cold-hearted and only believed in facts instead of a person's explanation. Anfi, there is a secret that my ancestor died for in my dimensional ring. I think these secrets are more precious than anti-magic Terra. As long as you have my dimensional ring, I would not run away. Hueco passed his dimensional ring to Anfi. He was giving it his last try. He even threw out the secret that his ancestors tried to protect with their lives. Of course, no matter what would happen later, he would not give out the rest of the secrets. He needed to get Anfi's interest first. As long as he had value to Anfi, Anfi would not want to kill him. He could think about ways to escape later. Dimensional ring? Anfi took over the dimensional ring. He took a look at it with a smile and tossed it back to Hueco. This is your stuff. Huh? Hueco hurried to catch the dimensional ring. He stared at Anfi. You did not look like you were lying to me. Anfi played with the Shattered Will of God of War. I have promised you that you will have your freedom if you can tell us the secret of anti-magic Terra. By then, you can choose to leave or to be our friend. Are you serious? Hueco asked. It does not look like there is any need to lie to you, does it? Anfi asked. I got it. Hueco put the dimensional ring on his finger seriously. The difference in his manner before and after was huge. He looked excited. Then, I choose to stay. Aren't you afraid of me asking about your secrets? Anfi smiled. If you really want to do it, you would not easily give my ring back, Hueco said. Good. Since we are friends now, I have to let you know that I was not proud of taking away your stuff, but as you can see, I was not affected in the anti-magic Terra. I really need it, but it would not be that useful for you. If archmages and master swordsmen are also affected by anti-magic Terra, I could easily kill very powerful men. When I saw Susanna's combat power was affected in Orc's village, I decided to get it no matter what it would cost me, Anfi said. I know, Hueco nodded with a smile. Anfi, there is a question I have always wanted to ask. Why were your martial art skills not affected? Did you practice the skills of gods? Hueco asked. I did not mean to know your secrets. You are trying to ask about mine. Anfi had a weird smile on his face. Sorry, I did not mean it. Hueco shook his hand immediately. I was just curious. You are one of us from today. You need think about what you can do for us. Anfi switched topics. Alright. You can go back and take some rest. If there is anything you want to talk about, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Hueco nodded. He stood up and walked outside. He stopped at the door. Anfi, aren't you scared? When the anti-magic Terra is known by others, maybe the whole world would be our enemy. There is no need to get scared. Anfi smiled, paused, then said, I know it is risky to do so. However, things will come sooner or later. We need to make a decision for ourselves. In a faraway city in Maho Empire, there were 2 people talking about the same thing as Anfi and Hueco were. Anti-magic Terra? Is it really an anti-magic Terra? Yolan asked in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Black 11 and Robert both have sent the same information back. The second important person in Glory mercenary group was Chanteler. He turned into a regular old man in the anti-magic Terra. There was not even a struggle before he was killed by Anfi, the Grey Shadow said. What do you think? Yolan asked. Your Majesty, I think we should immediately arrest the guy named Hueco and gain control of him, the Grey Shadow said. Yolan did not say anything. He slowly closed his eyes in thought. That Grey Shadow did not say anything either. He kept quiet. The hall became unusually quiet. After quite a while, Yolan opened his eyes. Ask Black 11 and Robert to pass my order that anything related to anti-magic Terra should stop. Ask them not to tell anyone about the anti-magic Terra. If it gets leaked out, they will receive the harshest punishment. Your Majesty, how about Hueco? The Grey Shadow asked. You don't have to worry about him. Let him do his own thing, Yolan said. Your Majesty? The Grey Shadow could not help raising his voice. With your protection and so many royal followers, I do not think my safety is under any threat. Taking control of Hueco would do nothing good to us. Getting the secret of the anti-magic Terra? Ha ha ha. If things are getting that bad, I do not think you guys can protect me. It means that Maho Empire is coming to its end. What could an anti-magic Terra do? Yolan said. The Grey Shadow was startled, not knowing how to respond to Yolan. Do you know about Anfi's plan? What do you think of Anfi? Yolan asked. Intelligent, determined, and mature. He is good. Do you think it is necessary for him to tell Robert the secret of anti-magic Terra? Yolan asked. No, not necessary, the Grey Shadow answered. Then why would he tell him the secret? Yolan asked. The Grey Shadow thought for a while about the possibility that Anfi may feel it necessary to tell Robert the secret of anti-magic Terra. He smiled bitterly and decided not tell his real thoughts. Maybe he has a big mouth. I remember you said Anfi is very mature. Yolan smiled. Your Majesty, everyone would make mistakes, the Grey Shadow said, smiling in return. I do not think so. Yolan squinted his eyes. I think Anfi is testing me. He knows what kind of person I am. He wants to know if I am worth him working for me. What? The Grey Shadow asked in surprise. Okay, my old friend. We have experienced so much together. I do not think you could not understand Anfi's little trick, Yolan laughed. Your Majesty, I could not hide anything from you, the Grey Shadow said, smiling bitterly. I adore Anfi more now. He killed Chanteler really fast. It showed his martial arts skills were not affected in the anti-magic Terra, Yolan said. I think so too, the Grey Shadow said. Then we will give him what he wants. Anti-magic Terra is the most helpful for him. If it were me, I probably would have no way to release the anti-magic Terra with my whole being. Yes, Your Majesty, the Grey Shadow said. Oh, where is Robert now? Yolan asked. I have asked him to come back without anyone noticing, the Grey Shadow said. Young people tend to do things without caution. When Tiger of Dawa mercenary group had total control of Blackwater City, he would start doing investigation of these things. The patrol in Blackwater City and the bodyguards of Chanteler had seen that Robert had contacted Chanteler. Robert's identity must have exposed. Old man, you did well and in good time, Yolan said. Your Majesty, do we need remind of Anfi and let him know we noticed Robert's flaw, the Grey Shadow said. I hope it would not hurt his pride. Yolan nodded with a smile. It feels good to be young. Only young people have time to make mistakes and correct them. I understand, Your Majesty, the Grey Shadow said. Anything new on Brufit's side? Yolan asked. He has been very active, the Grey Shadow sneered. He seemed to describe a clown. He has thought himself a palace chief mage and had a better and better relationship with the big prince. Did Wester do anything to make Brufit suspicious? Yolan asked. The prince has done a good job on it, the Grey Shadow said. I do not like some parts of Wester, Yolan suddenly sighed. The Grey Shadow shut his mouth. He never hesitated to offer his opinions on state affairs, but he had been quiet on Yolan's family issues. Wester is a little too cunning, Yolan said, shaking his head. The most important trait for a king is to have a great personality. Being cunning would keep others away from him. The look on the Grey Shadow's face was strange. He was thinking to himself, it seemed cunning to pretend to be dead to allure Dark Moon Magic Legion of Elysian Empire to the Jedi. Obviously Yolan was considering who would inherit his throne. The Grey Shadow did not want to offer his opinion on this issue. Let's wait for a few years to see. It's too early to talk about it now. Yolan heaved a sigh. It had been a pain for any king to think about who would be his successor. If 3 of his sons fell in the water and were about to drown while he was only able to save one of them, whom would he save? 2 different questions, But the answer seemed to be the same. Chapter 116, Caravan Daylight arrived at last. The situation in Blackwater City had calmed down significantly. People returned to their normal daily routines. Merchants returned to tending their businesses, and mercenaries returned to completing their missions. Normal people's lives were not directly impacted by the night's events, except for the fact that the place Glory Mercenary Group's camp once stood was now a flat land. Blackwater City was unchanged. This was a show of Morita and Horchbani's power. As he was observing the situation, Anfi couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew his own limits very well. He could cause chaos in the city, but it wasn't guaranteed that he would benefit from this chaos. He might even lead all his companions to their doom. He had too little to offer, and didn't even qualify for sitting at the gambling table. Judging from the current situation, the biggest winner would be Morita, not him. Anfi didn't know, and neither did Yolan, that envoys from the Lysan Empire and Shansa Empire had already met. Because of the news from Blackwater City, the envoys had a disagreement. The treaties they discussed before were worthless because of this argument as well. Elyson and Shansa wanted to split Maho Empire equally, so their strength would grow at a similar rate and maintain a balance. After what happened in Blackwater, however, they had to reconsider their empire's futures. After they divided Maho Empire, whoever controlled the country of mercenaries would be the master of the land. After 3 days of absolute silence, Elyson Empire reacted. They claimed that Anthony's wife had fallen ill and sent out a team to take care of her. This team's combined power was higher than the team Shansa sent out to escort the princess. At the head of the team was Archmage Mike, and it consisted of 8 senior swordsmen and 4,000 experienced soldiers. However, it was questionable whether they could reach White Mountain City successfully. Geographically, Blackwater City was closer to Elyson Empire and White Mountain City was closer to Shansa. Like Shansa's team must pass White Mountain City, Elyson's team must pass the city that had just become ensnarled in the hands of Shansa Empire and Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group. Morta and Hochbini would never let them through easily. Thinking from the other's point of view, Shansa was worried that Anthony would do something as they passed, which was why their team was so large. After Yolanth learned about this, he sent a message to Blackwater and gave Anfi the title of Baron. Anfi didn't care about the noble title. He observed the situation for a few more days, and discovered that the city had approached the point where it had become more tense inside the city than outside. He knew that Morta and Horchbini meant to control the entire city. Being strangers to the city, Anfi knew they would draw attention very soon. Anfi spoke with Black 11 and decided to temporarily leave the city. What surprised him was that Black 11 handed his work in the city off to another man and decided to leave with them. This meant that he was very interested in his team, which meant the higher-ups were, too. The group left the city very easily with credentials provided by Black 11. They had received a new name as well, Alibaba Mercenary. The group wasn't sure who or what Alibaba was, but they trusted Anfi and therefore did not argue against the name. The road between the two cities was not in the best condition. Even though 20 years had been spent fixing it, an era like this was still lacking technologically. As Anfi sat in the cart, his body shook with the rhythm of the carriage. The young unicorn sat by his feet, its silver head raised and light blue eyes scanning its surroundings. It didn't appear sad at all, and if it could waggle its tail like a dog, it would look like a little pug. Susanna, Nia, and Shally sat in the same carriage, but not because Anfi had planned it that way. Both Susanna and Nia had requested to sit with him, since the road was long and playing with a unicorn was a way to pass the time. The road was full of carriages heading to White Mountain City, and only a few headed towards Blackwater City. Clearly people were still unsure what Morta's next step would be. Whether they were merchants or mercenaries making their livings completing missions or hunting for crystals, everyone wanted to live in a relatively peaceful place. Some caravans traveled fast, some slow. Anfi wanted to let his friends relax a bit, and so their carriages traveled the slowest. In the end, only one merchant's caravan from Grus Principality remained close to their carriages. The two caravans had gotten familiar with each other after a few days of traveling. After they had set up camp for the night, Anfi left his own camp and headed towards the camp of the merchants. After learning that the merchants were from Grus Principality, Susanna became visibly upset, and often appeared to be in a daze. Whenever Anfi tried to talk to her, it would take him several tries to gain her attention. He would lose her attention again after a few sentences. Anfi felt that he needed to learn more about the principality. One day they would go there and help Susanna take back what was hers. It was a slave owner's caravan. When Anfi walked into the camp, the merchants were unloading their merchandise. The ones what were cramped into smaller carts were women over the age of 30. The girls and children's treatment was better, since they would sold for a better price. Anfi had always associated slaves with inhumane treatment and torture. After seeing them in person, he realized that it wasn't entirely true. The older women were treated terribly, But the younger girls all had colorful clothing. There were 4 artists in the caravan to apply their makeup, and 2 teachers to teach them how to act properly. The girls must learn how to walk like ladies of noble birth. Whoever failed to do so would be punished. Not whipping, of course. If the punishment left a mark on the slave, there would be a price to pay. There were 2 senior mages there as well who were responsible for bathing and cleaning the women. The slaves all appeared healthy and radiant, but it wasn't hard to ignore the confusion and deep-rooted fear in their eyes. They knew that even though they were dressed up beautifully, they were still cargo and not people. Christian looked at the caravan with disgust. He hated business like this, but he knew that as long as there was war, there would be slaves. Males would become workers, working the dirtiest and most dangerous jobs. The females could make up some debts. Wars cost money, and those in power would not miss any chance to pay their debts. It didn't matter what his ideas were, Christian could declare war on the entire continent, but he could not destroy the current system just by himself. Smarter men would try to ignore everything, while the kind ones would try to help the unfortunate. For the entire world, however, it wasn't worth much. My lord. Can't believe you found time to come around here. The leader of the caravan, Ahab, walked over and said with a smile. Thought I would walk around to pass the time, Anfi said. Interested in picking one up? Ahab winked at him. Be at rest, my lord. I won't charge you extra. We're all friends here, and I don't do that to friends. Anfi's eyes swept over the slaves, and he shook his head. They're too average, he said. Not interested. It was an excuse. Even if he was interested, he wouldn't try to purchase any of them. Surely his companions would react badly. Especially Nia and Susanna. Who knows how they would react? His words made Ahab slightly upset. Come this way, my lord, he said. Anfi walked with Ahab to a lavishly decorated carriage. Ahab yanked on the fabric that covered the carriage and pulled it off. How about them? He asked proudly. There were only 4 women in the cart. It seemed like their treatment was even better than the young girls. They all had light green hair with tall nose bridges and pointy ears. Even their proud and distant expressions were the same. Elves? What do you say, my lord? Anfi glanced at the women's wrists. They all wore expensive anti-magic bracelets. Clearly they could all fight. I don't like elves. They all look the same and it's not interesting enough. They certainly are not all the same. Look at her eyes. Their expressions are all the same. Ahab sighed. If it had been anyone else, he would think they were bluffing, and only saying they weren't interested because they could afford the price. He was speaking with someone who had 2 junior magisters as companions, and he knew Anfi could afford it. I have another one, Ahab said. Way better than the elves, I assure you, but I must warn you. She is insane. Insane? Chapter 117, Evil. Yes, Ahab said with sympathy. Do you mean her temper is still hot or? Ahab shook his head. She has some mental problems. She said she was Shansa Empire's princess and claimed to sentence me to death. It was ridiculous. Anfi had always been calm, but he could not help being shocked at that moment. Ahab was squinting his eyes, feeling sorry for that nut. He did not see Anfi's look, otherwise he would have been able to tell something from it. Christian had been following after Anfi. He did not know the whole story. Seeing Anfi zoning out, he secretly touched Anfi's arm. Anfi snapped out of it. Where did you meet that nut? We bought those girls from Shansa Empire's military. Ahab's eyes shone. Anfi could tell Ahab was lying with just one glance. With the information he had, the princess of Shansa Empire must have fled and crossed Ahab's business route. Ahab must have seen a lonely, beautiful girl in the deserted prairie and wanted to catch her. He would be happy no matter whether he sold her or kept her for himself. My bro, I remember you said you have tried to sell female slaves in Blackwater City for 2 days. Didn't anyone want to buy that nut? Anfi smiled. Master Anfi, you must be kidding. The 3rd oldest son of Sadie and Tiger of Tawa mercenary group is getting married to the princess of Shansa Empire. The princess is in Blackwater City now. I could not let that nut get on the stage. She would yell that she was the princess of Shansa Empire on the stage. If Tiger of Tawa mercenaries heard about it, they would stop my business. I am just a merchant. I do not dare to offend them, Ahab said, smiling. Anfi did not know whether he should laugh or cry. After the wagon route noticed the princess had fled, they must have searched for her everywhere. After they failed to find her, they must have replaced the princess with another girl to cover it. The upper class in Tiger of Tawa mercenary group must have known about it, since Sadie acted very weirdly. If Anfi calculated right, Ahab's merchant caravan must have reached Blackwater City a day earlier than the princess's caravan. The princess's wagons had been searching everywhere without knowing their princess was in Ahab's merchant caravan. The upper class in Tiger of Tawa mercenary group would never think their princess had become a slave. Failing to see the princess by a narrow chance made a huge difference. It must be a joke played by God. Did you say that nut was a lot better than elves? Anfi squinted his eyes to leer at the nut. Only squinting his eyes could accentuate his dirty mind. Of course. Ahab nodded. What do you think, Master Anfi? Are you interested in her? Let me take a look first. Anfi smiled. A few elves were sitting in a fancy wagon while the poor nut, covered by a canvas, stood in a cage which was only big enough for a person to stand up in. When Ahab took the canvas off her, a pretty girl appeared in front of Anfi. Suddenly, Anfi did not have the words to describe this girl. Stunning? But she was not like a vulgar rose, rather an angel. Beautiful? A little subjective. The word beautiful was not enough to describe the girl in front of him. Pretty? She had a young girl's appearance to her. She gave out a different and indescribable feeling. She also looked energetic. She had a full forehead and a pair of bright and innocent eyes. This kind of eyes made men have the desire to win her heart over. Her nose pointed slightly upwards, which made her look naughty. Her lips were small and pink, a natural pink color, not flower juice dyed redness. They looked so alluring. She was not extremely beautiful if just judging by her face, but she gave people a unspeakable feeling. Even calm as Anfi was, his eyes were brightened up for a second when he saw her. The princess squinted her eyes when the bright light suddenly hit her, and then she looked into the distance. It looked like she did not even see Anfi and the others. Her bun was messy, and she only wore a light blue denim dress which only country girls wore. She did not wear any shoes. Her toes and lower legs were fair and silky, but they were trembling. Anfi knew it was because she had stood in the cage for a long time. Her bones were reaching to their limits to support her weight. Anfi glanced at Ahab and wondered if the denim dress made Ahab neglect other things on this girl, or Ahab wanted a good price for this beautiful girl, or even Ahab was drowning in her beauty. Ahab neglected something he should not have neglected. Her silky skin alone should be enough to prove she was not a country girl. Master Anfi, do you like her? Ahab waved his hand. A bodyguard walked over with a bucket of water. Ahab took over the bucket and poured it on the girl. He laughed obnoxiously, you can see it more clearly this way. Water had wet the girl's body. The denim dress stuck tightly to her skin. 2 black spots showed on her chest. Her breasts, crotch, and even her butt showed clearly in front of everyone. Anfi looked first at her face instead of at her body. It was weird that she did not scream, get angry, or get scared. That girl still stood there quietly, looking far away. How is it? Very clear, right? Ahab obnoxiously smiled. He reached his hand out and touched her and squeezed her butt cheeks hard. That girl did not move her body to fight him. She looked down at Ahab and said, you, ugly pig. I have told you that someday you will pay for what you have done to me. The reason she could talk so calmly under such conditions was unknown. Maybe it was because she had given up fighting or was angry to the point she did not care about anything. Pay what, tell me, Ahab laughed weirdly. He even touched her breasts and rubbed her nipples with his fingers. In fact, only Ahab himself knew he felt uneasy every time when this girl talked to him in a calm voice. He had to act more relentlessly to give himself confidence. He had decided he would take her to his bed tonight if Anfi did not want to buy her. After sleeping with her for a couple of nights, he would bury her somewhere. He did not want to have those uneasy feelings anymore. The girl seemed to sense his uneasiness. She knew fighting and struggling only could make him feel proud of what he had done. She stayed still. She held on to the metal cage so tight that her knuckles had turned white. How much is she? I will buy her. Anfi did not want this obnoxious drama to continue. He had made a quick decision to buy her. If that woman is a beautiful flower, then Ahab actually was just a pig trying to ruin the flower. He looked so disgusting. Ha ha ha, Master Anfi, I knew you would buy her once you see her. Ahab rubbed his hands with excitement. I do not make much from you. Okay. 200 gold coins. I bought her for 190 gold coins. She's been drinking and eating for the past few days. She cost me pretty a lot. That girl did not even bother to tell Anfi about Ahab's lie. No one would believe what she said under these circumstances. She could only keep quiet. Deal. Let her out, Anfi said, smiling. Sure, sure. Ahab was so happy. He nodded and few bodyguards walked up and pulled the woman out of the cage. Of course, those guys took the opportunity to touch her all over. Master Anfi, she is yours now. Ahab smiled. He reached his hand out and grabbed her butt again. He was worried when he could not sell her. Once she was sold, Ahab did not want to let her go. What kind of person was he? The girl suddenly turned around and punched Ahab in the eye. Ahab never thought a woman who never showed any violence would attack him. He was just a businessman and could not take such a punch. He immediately put his hand over his eye and screamed. His bodyguards got mad. One of them grabbed the girl's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Anfi sneered. Christian stepped next to Anfi. He had seen too much up to that point and would not mind showing off what he could do. "Wait!" Ahab yelled immediately. Ahab knew the rules of purchase. Once Anfi agreed to buy the female slave, they did not have any right to hit her. 210 gold coins. "Bro, those 10 extra gold coins are for you to see doctors," Anfi said calmly. Ahab was shocked for a second. He looked regretful. When he asked for 200 for the girl, he had been prepared to accept Anfi's bargaining. Who would think Anfi did not care about the price? He had figured Anfi had money, but did not think he would have that much money. If being hit on the eye could make him 10 gold coins, geez, he wished that nut could have hit him more. "Where is Isis?" the girl suddenly asked. "Who is Isis?" Anfi was shocked by her question. "Master Anfi, Isis is her companion," Ahab answered quietly. His hand was still covering his eye. Obviously, the punch was pretty hard. "Where is she?" Anfi asked. "Since I already bought her, I do not mind buying another one." "She is at..." Ahab hesitated a bit and said, "She is with mercenaries." Chapter 118, Power of Money. Christian closed his eyes slowly. He thought he had already seen some of the ugliest things in the caravan camp, but now he knew he was wrong. Anfi, on the other hand, was not affected. He already knew what to expect when he saw a mercenary walking out of the tent pulling his pants up and wearing a satisfied expression on his face. A repulsive scene was revealed. A woman was on the ground, her arms fell next to her body. Her wrists were slashed. Her legs were wide apart, and there were large wounds on the inside of her knees. Anfi narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with human anatomy and knew that whoever did this to the woman was very cruel. The woman must have been powerful enough to be a threat, but the mercenaries didn't want to use any anti-magic bracelets and instead resorted to the most primal and painful way to weaken her. The woman must have been beautiful once, but an ugly scar on the right side of her face had destroyed her beauty. Perhaps that was why Ahab abandoned her to this fate. A mercenary was thrusting into the woman and looked like he was about to reach the peak of happiness. He was completely unaware of the new parties in the tent. The princess suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. She jumped forward and leaped onto the mercenary, beating him with her fists, trying to get him away from her friend. The mercenary shoved her aside and the princess fell to the ground. She was only a junior mage, and not in the best physical shape. She was no match for a mercenary. "Christian, get him away from her," Anfi instructed. Christian hesitated. If he could unleash his full power, he would not hesitate in doing so. He was fully capable of killing the mercenary in the blink of an eye. However, his mind was telling him to hold back. His was a newly found mercenary group, the other was an established merchant's caravan. Both sides exist legally. If he killed someone, his group would attract attention and could become wanted criminals. Christian released a wind blade that hit the mercenary on the leg. The mercenary screamed. He jumped up and grabbed his long sword. Mercenaries were very aware of their surroundings. A few moments after the mercenary screamed, a group of mercenaries already surrounded the tent. Don't worry, Ahab explained hurriedly. "We're all friends. No enemies here." The leader of the mercenaries was a man with a thick beard. He looked at his wounded companion, then turned his gaze to Anfi and Christian. He narrowed his eyes in malice, but did not act. The two parties had been traveling alongside each other for a few days and had some understanding of each other's power. The mercenaries didn't know about Susanna, or else they wouldn't have done anything, even if Christian had killed the man. They would keep their anger to themselves until they reached White Mountain City. The mercenaries knew there were mages in Alibaba mercenary group, with 2 of them being junior magisters. They were worried about the consequences. "Make him shut up. I'll give you 40 coins for him," Anfi said. He turned to Isis, and said, "I'll give you 50 for her. That's 300 in total. Satisfied?" Of course, Ahab said. He never expected the 2 women he had found to be so valuable. Normally, even if he had sold all his slaves, he still wouldn't make 300 gold coins. The bearded mercenary nodded and looked happy. He kicked the wailing mercenary and said, "Shut it." Money was undeniably powerful. It could buy obedience, friendship, and power. It could also turn foes into friends in seconds. "My lord," Ahab said, smiling. "You know that the journey is tiring and they can't touch the other ones I have. The older ones aren't as much fun, so..." "Yes, my lord," the bearded mercenary said. "That woman injured a few of our men. All they wanted to do was to have a little fun." "I understand," Anfi said, smiling. "We're all men, aren't we?" Christian was angry, but when he saw Anfi's smile, he felt relief. He knew that whenever Anfi smiled, it was a prelude to murder. Ahab and the mercenaries laughed. They thought that Anfi was a good man. He didn't hesitate when making a move, and was very understanding. The princess looked as if she couldn't understand what they were saying. She moved over to her friend and cradled the woman in her arms. Tears rolled down her face and fell onto the woman. Isis kept staring at the ceiling of the tent. "Send someone to take her to my carriage. You come with me to get the money." "Of course," Ahab replied. The princess held Isis tightly in her arms and would not let go. The mercenaries didn't want to shove her aside, so they found a stretcher and carried both women with them. Ahab and the bearded mercenary followed Anfi closely. Riska was organizing their camps. Seeing that Anfi and Christian had returned with men he did not know, he walked over and looked at him curiously. "Riska, go find our money chest with Feller." "What?" Christian looked at Riska and nodded. The latter hurried off to go find Feller. Susanna was talking with Nia inside the carriage. She heard his voice and asked, "Anfi, what's wrong?" She reached out to pull the curtain back. "Stay inside," Anfi said loudly. Susanna's hand, which was already out of the carriage, froze and quickly disappeared again. It was just a glance, but Ahab and the mercenary could tell the hand looked very small and soft, very similar to the princess's. A woman with hands like that shouldn't be too ugly. "You!" Nia called out, angered by Anfi's attitude. She didn't say anything else after that, clearly stopped by Susanna. "Be quiet. Can't you tell?" "My lord is angry," Susanna said softly. "What lord?" Nia said, but she fell silent again. Ahab and the mercenary glanced at each other. They now knew that there was another woman in the carriage, and that Anfi must have been a noble who thought it would be fun to be a mercenary. Anfi had always admired Susanna. Seeing that she cooperated with him so seamlessly, he thought even more highly of her. Anfi glanced at Ahab and knew that they did not notice whether anything was off. Riska and Feller returned. Riska stopped the levitation spell, and the chest fell to the group. It was apparent that the chest was very heavy. Anfi opened the chest. Light bounced off of the gold coins inside and shone brilliantly, coating everything around it in a soft gold. Anfi didn't care for it, but people Ahab brought with him all stood there, stunned. The chest was full of coins. For people like Ahab, there was nothing more beautiful than that. "Feller, get me 300 coins, Anfi said. Feller walked over and counted 300 exactly. He put them all in a pouch and handed the heavy bag to Anfi. When Feller was counting the coins, the people accompanying Ahab all stood there, staring. Their bodies were shaking, and if the gold coins were edible, they would have devoured them. 300 coins, Anfi said, raising his voice. "You want to count it?" Ahab turned around and looked as if he had just woken from a pleasant dream. He took the heavy pouch, a muscle on his face twitching slightly. "Count it," Anfi said, smiling. No need for that," Ahab said, smiling awkwardly. "If there are any other good ones, save them for me, eh?" Of course. "All right," Anfi said, waving his hands. "We're done, then. We'll be on our way," Ahab said. He elbowed the mercenary, who mumbled something and nodded. Chapter 119, Smart Enough to Be Omniscient. "Anfi, what are you doing this for?" Christian asked quietly while watching Ahab and his merchant fleet hurrying away. "Nothing. I just wanted to find a legal opportunity to kill someone," Anfi sneered. The money Anfi paid to Ahab gave him the opportunity to kill a person. Susanna had not shown up yet. With only 2 junior magisters at the scene, they were not able to have control of the situation, especially when it was getting dark. As everyone knew, mages' fighting abilities would get affected at night, which would give Ahab a lot courage to fight them. They may not dare. Christian had already known what Anfi would do. "You take a close look at how they walk." "What can you tell?" Anfi said with a pregnant pause. Christian stared with his eyes wide, watching Ahab walking into the dark. He could not tell anything. Maybe. Nothing special. They walked away fast. There was a smile on Anfi's face. Why did they hurry away? Did they hurry to hide those 300 gold coins or rush to plan something big? Christian tried to recall, and remembered that the speed of Ahab and his merchant fleets coming and going was quite different. The way they hurried away looked more like they were trotting. Christian heaved a sigh and looked at Anfi with admiration. "Anfi, I really do not know how to describe you in words. I think most people are not as good as you. Are you trying to say no one is as good as me?" Anfi smiled. "Did you forget what you have promised me?" Christian curled his lips. Anfi and Christian had been honest with each other. Christian had said clearly that he had some secrets that he could not tell Anfi. Anfi seemed okay with it. He never went after Christian for that reason. He only secretly tried to guess what Christian's secrets were as if he was playing a guessing game. In fact, Anfi could already guess what Christian's secrets were. As he walked with Christian on the street, a wagon passed by them. A guy with a pair of bright and sophisticated eyes looked at them with a warm smile. Anfi knew he was an outsider in this magic world, and there was no way he would know that guy. Who was he smiling at? This was an easy question. By then Christian was quite shocked to see that guy and said without conscious thinking, "Why did he come?" After Anfi persisted in asking, Christian told Anfi that the guy's name was Barry, the commander of Roaring Dead Legion, the most powerful legion in the Empire. He was also a famous master swordsman. Christian asked Anfi to keep the secret for him. He told Anfi that Barry secretly going back to Saint City must have something to do with military secrets. It showed Christian that the guy must have a special identity. It was totally different wording when Christian said he's back and the commander is back. Even spoiled Nia called Ernest with a respectful title Mr. or Uncle. What did the he out of Christian's mouth mean? Anfi was so smart that he could even be called omniscient. If Christian knew what Anfi was thinking, he would have called Anfi omniscient. He did not think Anfi could tell so much from just one word. In fact, thinking about it more deeply, it was not that hard to guess the way Anfi did. If Anfi could tell Ahab and his merchant fleet were anxious and acted on impulse from their trots, of course he could guess Christian's secrets, even though they were unspoken. Christian was quiet in thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Anfi, it was not like you. What is not like me? Anfi was confused for a second. If it were me, Blobby, or Riska seeing that scene, we probably would have fought with them, but you. Christian said. What about me? Anfi asked. You would never have gotten mad over 2 women. You are calm, way too calm. A few days ago, you proposed to assassinate the princess of Shansa Empire and ruin their political marriage. I was not so sure about your plan, but since it was good for the country, I did not say anything against it. Now you got mad over 2 women. Did these happen because of tears of stars? Christian said slowly. I would not get mad over 2 women, but I would do anything for hundreds of women, Anfi said. Bullshit. Christian rolled his eyes at Anfi. Haha, Christian. Think about what Ahab said. Where did he buy those female slaves? Anfi asked. From Shansa Empire's military. Shansa Empire? Weren't they all supposed to be in this battle anyway? Christian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Definitely, Anfi smiled. Are you sure you want to take risks for them? Christian emphasized every word he asked. You are wrong. It is not taking a risk. It is assassination. Anfi strategically avoided Christian's question. With the desire to be part of this magic world and become a powerful man, there were 3 necessities: capability, political power, and fame. Ahab had more than 80 slaves. If all the female slaves were saved, they would go back to their hometowns with gratitude towards Anfi when the war ended. There would be no doubt that they would tell others about Anfi's good deeds. Word would get around, and then Anfi would acquire some fame in those areas. Assassins needed both bright and dark lives and many more different identities. It was not contradictory with the need for the assassin to keep his real identity secret. The fact that Anfi stirred up trouble between Tiger of Tawa and Glory mercenary groups needed to be kept secret, otherwise Anfi could be subject to brutal revenge. This story could be told in another book. When one mercenary group violently attacked another one, the latter group had the right to fight back and was allowed to take over anything in the attacking group if the latter group won. This rule between mercenary groups was key for Anfi in making his plans. Anfi could take advantage of this rule to avoid some risks. This rule was originally made to punish those outlaws. If Anfi initiated the fight and let anyone run away, Alibaba mercenary group would suffer from being on the wanted list. Even if Anfi could kill everyone in a merchant fleet and a mercenary group disappearing would be a big news as well. The country of mercenaries valued catching gangs above all else, but they had no authority or ability to control whatever shitty things happened in the forest of death and wild prairie. They did care about the safety of the merchant fleets. Right then it was Tiger of Tawa mercenary group's turn to be in power. Hotchpenny in the Tiger of Tawa mercenary group hated those gangs to the core. Even though she was busy with many other things in Blackwater City, she still spared time to investigate those gangs. Anfi did not lead a merchant fleet in a quiet way. It was not hard to find something fishy about his merchant fleet after the investigation. If the other party attacked Anfi's merchant fleet first, the whole thing would be flipped. Anfi could wipe the other party out and legally take over everything that belonged to the other party. Anfi should be fine as long as he could give some unimportant people in that party to the mercenary union. In this magic world, if a person's level rose above swordsman and magister, he could have some ability to defend himself in court. Those unimportant people he sent to the mercenary union would be very easy to deal with. A horror magic would scare them to death, and they would open up and explain the whole thing from beginning to end. What are you talking about? What slaughter? Susanna asked in low voice. Nia and Susanna had walked out of the wagon. Nia had the little guy in her arms. If Ahab saw the little unicorn, he could have passed out. Luckily, he did not have the chance to see it. You will know it soon. Anfi smiled. Oh, right, there are 2 more women in our mercenary group. Women? Nia frowned. 2 poor women. You can ask Christian about any details. He can tell you a vivid story about it, Anfi said. Vivid? Christian did not know whether he should cry or laugh. How could he tell this kind of story vividly? He would be dead if Nia misunderstood him. Feller trotted over and said, Anfi, I have settled those 2 women in the east side tent. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Feller did not know the story of those 2 women. He was not sure whether he should be aware of them, watch them, or treat them as friends. Just be careful. Don't let them escape. Also, ask Blavi and Riska to come. I need talk to them. Anfi smiled. The possibility they could escape would be slim. He kept them in the tent just in case they wanted to escape. Isis had become crippled. The tendons on her knees were cut off. Walking had become a luxury to her. Seeing how the princess acted after she was bought by Anfi, she should not escape without Isis. I got it. Feller nodded. Feller, what do they look like? Are they pretty? Nia asked loudly. Well, compared with the 2 of you, they are far less beautiful. Just regular girls, Feller said. He sounded pretty assuring. He totally forgot he had gasped when he had seen the princess for the first time. Oh, I see. Nia nodded. When she just turned around, she saw Christian trying to run away from the group. She called out immediately, Hey, Christian, stop. You have to tell us the story. Why did Anfi say they were poor women? Tell us. Christian stood there helplessly. He heaved a long sigh. Anfi smiled. He took the little guy from Nia and went back to the wagon by himself. He had to admit Christian was a gentleman. Anfi wondered maliciously how a gentleman would not be able to tell a dirty story. It was getting dark. Christian, Susanna, Riska and Blavi ducked out of the wagon and then Anfi started to plan a battle. Although there was no doubt that they would win this battle, Anfi still wanted to be extremely careful about the safety of Nia and others. Anfi leaned against the wall of the wagon and lifted the curtain to look out through a slit. There were more than 10 little fireballs hovering above his palm. Those fireballs suddenly disappeared and then circled around Anfi with gusts. Maybe it was because of the unicorn blood or Anfi's strong telepathy, or even Anfi's hard work and practice, the number of fireballs he was able to control had gone up dramatically. After he was able to control over 200 fireballs, Anfi was trying to release another series of magic. These attempts had allowed him achieve more success. Chapter 120, Fighting Practice. Through a crack in the curtains, Anfi spotted a shadow walking towards his carriage. It was dark outside, but he still recognized who was walking over. The wind blades around him disappeared. The shadow stopped outside of the carriage, then pulled the curtains aside abruptly and jumped into the carriage, as if she couldn't do it unless she did it quickly. Anfi looked at her. He was still leaning against the wall of the carriage, expressionless. The princess seemed very nervous. She weaved her fingers together, then she placed her hands next to her legs. Her eyes were shifting and she clearly didn't want to make eye contact with him. Anfi was very attentive to details. He observed all her body language and came to his own conclusion. He kept his expression cold. In situations such as this, it was better to remain silent than to talk. It didn't matter what she was going to say or do. The silence alone would be enough to make her nervous. The princess's hands were shaking. If Anfi had talked, even if it was a greeting or question as a master, she could use it as an opportunity for communication. Now, however, the silence was making her uncertain. The princess couldn't bear the dreadful silence anymore. She reached for her dress strings. It took her a long time to undo the strings, even though it should have been easy to untie. She then lifted her dress softly. Inside was her white underclothes. It was still wet from when she was drenched by Ahab. It clung to her body tightly, accentuating her body's curves. Sometimes, scantily clothed women were more tempting than naked women. The princess's curves, bright skin, full breasts, and sad, fearful eyes were enough to arouse most men. Anfi, however, was not most men. He did not notice the princess's body. Instead he focused on her feet. She had 2 wounds there. The blood was still drying, and it looked like scratch wounds. She may look good with no shoes, but they were still in the wilderness and not a palace. There were many things that could scratch a princess's feet. When the princess was trying to take off her underclothes, Anfi said quietly, "Do you want me to avenge you?" The princess hesitated, then she ripped her underclothes off to prove her determination. She moved closer to Anfi. Perhaps it was because she was inexperienced, she carefully avoided touching any place that may carry a sexual subtext, and only leaned against Anfi's shoulder. Anfi sighed. His camp had seemed calm, but was in fact very heavily guarded. He didn't know how many people saw the princess going to his carriage. He didn't want any rumors circulating among the group. "You don't have to do this," he told the princess. "Ahab won't live to see the morning sun." The princess froze. She looked at Anfi, trying to process his words. "Anfi, "They're coming," Christian called, knocking on the carriage wall. Anfi was thankful that it was Christian who came to warn him. Santa probably would have lifted the curtains without knocking. "If you don't want your body being seen, I suggest you put on some clothes," Anfi told the princess. She lifted her head and looked at Anfi, her eyes filled with confusion. In the past, she had seen many men staring at her or looking at her. She was very confident in herself. Before she came, she had already prepared herself for every possible outcome, including the worst ones, like if Anfi had taken advantage of her but would not do as he had promised. Now she realized he was not interested in her. He didn't even try to touch her. He didn't look at her as a woman. Anfi narrowed his eyes. He could already see suspicious movements through a crack in the curtains. The princess grabbed her clothes and kept her head low. This trip did not accomplish anything. She had just taken her clothes off, and now she had to dress herself again, and they did not even do anything. In the past, Alibaba mercenary group didn't need any sentinels. As long as there were fires, Eye of the Sky could see everything. The vigils were responsible for patrolling the campsite with the magic. It was another form of training. Ahab didn't know that, though. He had once told Anfi that it would be safer to have sentinels. Even if they did not run into bandits, sentinels could protect them against magic beasts. Anfi only smiled and did not explain anything. For Ahab, this was proof that Anfi and his friends were inexperienced and ignorant of the rules of the forest. Levels didn't necessarily equal power. An experienced junior magister could easily defeat a new junior magister. The strength of the magic depended on releasing the right magic at the right time, not how powerful the spell was. Back at Saul's mansion, Christian did not release powerful magic. He released a lightning arc that effectively ended the fight. Ahab didn't know what they had been through. He was very careful when he was making the decisions and considered every possible outcome. When he really acted, the attack turned out sloppy. Ahab clearly did not consider the possibility of an ambush. He was right, though, since Anfi did not prepare an ambush. When the caravan's guards and mercenaries surrounded the carriage, the curtains were ripped off. Anfi climbed out of the carriage and stood on the front of the carriage. The mercenaries and guards all froze. "Ahab, you've gone too far," Anfi called loudly. He could easily see Ahab's swollen figure in the dark. Ahab must worry that his men would try to steal the gold, and chose to come with his men to prevent that. Ahab froze as well. However, he was too worried about the money to hear the sarcasm in Anfi's voice. He thought that Anfi was only questioning why he was doing this. It was too late to pull back, and Ahab didn't care for friendships. "Attack!" he called as a reply to Anfi. Two guards dashed forward and lurched towards Anfi. The dark red combat power around them proved that they were senior swordsmen. Anfi waved his hands. Several small fireballs appeared in the air. Hundreds of fireballs surrounded Anfi, hiding his body and illuminating the space around him. The swordsmen weren't afraid of the fireballs. The two jumped upwards with their combat power to attack Anfi. When they were a few feet away from him, the fireballs disappeared. In Anfi's right hand was a burning longsword. On his left arm was a large, burning shield. Anfi reached forward, the longsword pierced his enemy's combat power easily. He flicked his wrist and threw the man's body back. Then he took a step to the side to avoid the attack from the other man. He swung his left arm, and hit the man in the face with the shield. The swordsman was thrown back before he could even make a noise. When he landed on the ground, his face was black and his clothes were aflame, a paladin. Someone called, terrified. Anfi's attack shocked the mercenaries, and a blinding flash of sword radiance made the mercenaries realize how hopeless the situation was. Susanna's entire body was hidden in bright combat power, and her combat power cut mercenaries in half before her swords even reached her enemies. The mercenaries did not know what to do. They did not have any swordsmen or mages. Any logical person would know a single senior swordsman could kill all the mercenaries there. The guards and mercenaries scrambled away from the fight. Waves of strong magical surges reached the felt. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Riska's team had begun its attacks. "Everyone. This is an ambush. Take him. That's the only way we can live," Ahab called to his men. His voice calmed many of the despairing mercenaries and guards. They dashed towards Anfi together. Wind blades fell onto the enemies. Santa and Zubin led half a dozen people and appeared above them. This team included Feller as well, at Anfi's request. Ahab did not have any powerful men working for him, so his men wouldn't be much of a threat. Even if there wouldn't be any one-on-one fighting, Anfi knew it would be good practice for his friends. Except for Blavi and the few that were protecting Nia and Shelley, everyone must join the fight. Chapter 121, a big victory. Just as Anfi had estimated, this was undoubtedly a slaughter. The great flame sword in Anfi's hand had created a flaming swirl in the battlefield. Where the flaming swirl moved to, people close to it were killed. Susanna was more like a harvesting machine, passing through people horizontally and vertically. Where her sword passed, there had been a smog of blood appearing in the air. Santa, Zubin and others were still releasing their magic. Although mages and swordsmen were on the same level, the ways they fought were quite different. If mages got the chance to fly in the air, swordsmen would be at a disadvantage and could only passively defend themselves without any chance to fight back. This was because the swordsmen could only fight back with sword radiance. Once the mages were in the sky, the swordsmen would have no chance to release their sword radiance. And vice versa, mages' shields and defensive magic arrays were quite weak. If they were attacked by bad-intentioned swordsmen at a short distance, the result would be disastrous. The battle between swordsmen and mages on this level was not so fun to watch. The key to the victory lay on which party was the offensive one. However, the fatalities were far more than in the battles at the senior level. Senior-level fighters usually could decide the winner and survivor quickly. If Zubin, Santa and others were suddenly attacked by a group of swordsmen, their fatality would be no better than the swordsmen who were losing right now. Windblade could be countered by combat power. Big fireballs were a challenge though. When the heat waves swiped through people, they would not necessarily die, but definitely be burnt to some degree. If Christian and Risk had joined the Legion, or if a meteor appeared in the sky, they would die without even any chance to counter it. The powers could be quite different even when the same magic was released by mages and magisters. A mercenary ran towards Anfi like a crazy monster. Few windblades were slayed on him, but all were countered by his combat power. The last slay of the windblade got him and cut deep into his skin. The windblade turned into moving elements and disappeared in the air. The reason that mercenary was hit by a windblade at the end because it was released by Christian. The bloody battle was quickly approaching the end. There weren't many people in a merchant caravan and a small-sized mercenary group. More than half their number had been fatally injured. Christian and others had stopped to watch how Anfi and Susanna did on the battlefield. Everyone felt Susanna's sword skills had gotten a little better than before, and her attitude changed a little as well. Once she was in a state of fighting, she became cold and treated people's lives like bugs. Seeing people dying one after another in front of her, she neither slowed down nor showed any sympathy on her face. She had plus undetectable calmness in her. Anfi's sword skills made watchers feel they were enjoying a show. If looking at their faces, Susanna was undoubtedly more beautiful and enjoyable than Anfi. Girly-looking Susanna looked adorable. Anfi was not a bad-looking guy, but he was not comparable with Susanna in terms of looks. If looking at their sword skills, Susanna was skilled with a strong killer vibe, while Anfi had dance-like moves to it. After watching the two of them on the battlefield, everyone felt they had illusion that Anfi did not kill those mercenaries and bodyguards. Instead, they were rushing to Anfi's sword one after another one. The reason for that illusion was Anfi's foot movement. Regular swordsmen's forward, diagonal and side moves were only to help them speed up their offensive attacking or to dodge the opponent's attacks. Anfi's foot movements were systematic on their own. To Anfi, every foot move was an attack itself. Even if he held a sword in his hand still at an angle, with the foot movements, he still could kill his opponent one after another. Anfi's sophisticated sword skills added more effects to his performance. It was more than just a simple calculation of 1 + 1 = 2. It was unknown when the Shansa Empire's princess had come out of the wagon. She hid in a far corner with a person in her arms. She focused on the battlefield from a distance. Isis did not have that numb face anymore. Instead, she had a smile on her face under the moonlight. When the gang only had just over 20 people left, they could not take the terrifying feeling anymore and started to run away in all directions. Christian slowly landed in front of Anfi and gave him a questioning look. Anfi nodded at him and then Christian waved. Riska and his fellows chased after those people in the gang. Great Flame Sword and Flame Shield turned into elements and disappeared. Anfi walked over 10 steps to the side. He smiled. Bro, get up, I know you are not hurt. No one answered. There were dead bodies everywhere whose blood had gathered and merged into streams. Anfi kicked on the waist of a dead body. That dead body sprang up like he was just hit by lightning. Master Anfi, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Looking at the chubby body, who else could he be? He was Ahab, with blood on his face and body. Anfi knew he was not hurt at all and had been lying on the floor for quite a while. He suffered while people stepping over him without making any sound. His willpower was plausible. I will decide whether to kill you, Anfi said, smiling. Master Anfi, it was not my fault. Ahab knelt on the ground. It was that guy. He made me do it. Master Anfi, please forgive me. I can give you all I have. Why did I hear you said fight before? Anfi obviously was playing with him. That guy had a knife to my back. I had to give that order. Ahad had already had regretful tears in his eyes. Master Anfi, we are friends. Can you forgive me this time? Is this how you treat your friends? Did you say the guy who had a knife to your back was a commander of a mercenary group? So, after he laid down among the dead bodies, you laid down as well. You are of the same batch. Tell me what happened. You motherfucker. A guy yelled in anger. The guy with thick sideburns sat up in the blood. Of course, he was not cursing at Anfi. He was cursing at Ahab. Ahab, you motherfucker. My people all died because of you. You are still lying. The big guy suddenly stood up and threw himself at Ahab. Ahab was just a muggle, so he fell on the floor before he could make any defensive moves. That big guy was smart. He knew Anfi had not killed both of them because they still had value to him. He punched Ahab hard, but did not mean to kill him. Even though Ahab had not died from the punch, his head swollen like a pig head in a blink of eyes. Enough. Tell me whose idea it was? Anfi asked calmly. It's his, master, the big guy with thick sideburns yelled. It's him. Ahab's yell sounded a lot weaker. It sounded as if he was dying. It does not matter whose idea it was. I do not care. Anfi pointed with his finger. Did you see over there? I will have them decide whether you will live or die. If they do not want to kill you, I will let you go. The big guy lifted his head and looked into the distance. His bloody face twitched. He recognized those two people. He knew what he had done to them. He cut off Isis's tendon. He was also the first guy who raped her. How could that woman forgive him? If he had known what his situation would be like, he would have treated Isis like she was his family. Unfortunately, there were not so many ifs in the world. There was no point to think of ifs. If the princess of Shansa Empire did not flee, if Isis did not run away with the princess, all of these events would not have happened. That big guy had no position to think about ifs. The big guy with sideburns suddenly jumped up and ran towards Christian. He did not dare to fight with Susanna and Anfi. Compared with Susanna and Anfi, Christian looked easy to pick a fight with. Susanna quickly put her hand on the sword shaft, and then she relaxed because she saw Anfi stepping forward and kicking that guy with his left leg super fast like a tornado swept through. That big guy with sideburns got hit on his face while his body continued to move forward by momentum. His legs swung in the air and he fell on his back hard. His face was bloody, but this time it was quite different than when he was faking it before among the dead bodies. Magic World had its own systematic sword skills, but there was no martial art skills that focused on legs. Anfi's kick was fast and brilliant. Susanna's eyes brightened up and then she looked down to think about something. Huawei, Anfi called. Coming. Huawei ran over from a distance. Take them to those two girls. Do what they say. If those two girls do not know what to do with them, give them a hand. Anfi pointed in the direction of the princess with his chin. Women tend to more sympathetic. Huawei curled his lips. If those two girls wanted them to leave, should we really let them go? Huawei had just officially joined the Legion, but he already had thought for the Legion. Letting these two guys go would bring trouble for the Legion. It would not only bring revenge to the Legion, but also cause troubles in the courts. If he could make a decision, Ahab and the big guy were already dead. If those girls let them go, wouldn't you know what to do? Anfi smiled. Master Anfi, please forgive me, Ahab said. The big guy had already passed out, but Ahab was still sober. Ahab screamed when he heard what the conversation between Anfi and Huawei. I will give you all those female slaves. Please forgive me. Shut up. Huawei stepped forward and gave him a kick. Those female slaves would be ours anyway according to the rules. How dare you say you are giving us the female slaves? You are such an idiot. Anfi, those female slaves? Christian asked. Take a few people with you and control those mercenaries. You do not have to do anything to those female slaves. I got it. Christian nodded. Chapter 122, Desire. The aftermath of the battle was all taken care of. However, since many people were unable to sleep because of the excitement of the battle, they were all gathered in small groups chatting. Because of ingrained stereotypes, a lot of people did not consider killing orcs to be a form of murder. For most in the Legion, this battle had been their first time killing humans and was very memorable. Susanna and Anfi were strolling around. They kept a healthy distance between them. Not far enough to seem like they were newly acquainted with each other, but not close enough to appear intimate, either. There was no love blooming between the two. Susanna enjoyed talking with Anfi. If she had to share her secret with someone, it would be him. This was because Anfi was mature, witty, and careful. Whenever she heard his voice or saw his face, she would feel calm. Anfi, you should begin practicing intermediate magic, Susanna said. Paladins do not pose a real threat to the best and the most powerful, but for a normal mage they are very hard to deal with. Imagine, a paladin with magic would be very terrifying to mages. I know. I need a good foundation before continuing on. Judging from your surges today, You are completely capable of practicing intermediate magic, Susanna said. We should congratulate you. You are a mage now. Your growth is incredible. It's not a surprise. Anyone would grow as fast as I if they had drunk unicorn blood. You drank the blood? Feller gave it to you, didn't he? Christian will be hearing about this. You wouldn't. Anfi said, realizing his mistake. You're the one that betrayed our trust. I didn't get any benefits from this. It's your fault for trying to drink the blood without telling us. Betraying? Anfi asked, shaking his head. If I let you in on this, aren't we then friends with benefits? He suddenly remembered another meaning to the phrase friends with benefits. He coughed to hide the awkwardness. Susanna wasn't as sensitive as Anfi. She smiled and said, actually, I think Christian already knew. Really? Anfi asked, surprised. He thought drinking the unicorn blood wasn't a big deal. If he wasn't there to help them, this team would have never made it this far. However, if people found out, it could damage the unity. Christian treated the blood like it was his child, Susanna said, and he had to measure it every day. I usually went and helped them. Whenever he wanted to go over the inventory, Feller got nervous and tried to find an excuse to keep Christian away. Feller is a good person, and wouldn't try to take what isn't his. The story explains itself. So I'm not a good person? Anfi asked, smiling. It seems like you already knew before hearing about this from me. I took an educated guess. Christian must have figured it out as well. After a while, he stopped trying to measure the unicorn blood. I figured that made Feller sleep better at night. Anfi sighed and shook his head. It's not that big of a deal. Everyone knew that without you, they wouldn't still be alive today. Alright, Anfi said, feeling awkward. Let's forget about this matter. Anfi's eyes fell on a nearby wooden post, where the bodies of Ahab and a bearded mercenary were hung. The bodies were mangled, and both clearly had been in great pain before they died. This was done under the order of the princess and Isis, and Hueco was the executioner. Women were much more terrifying than men when they wanted revenge. The two women were still unsatisfied, but Hueco could not carry on, and ended the men's lives and their suffering. Looking at the bodies, Anfi suddenly remembered something. He turned to Susanna and said, Susanna, there's nothing wrong with your combat power, is there? No, why? I thought it felt strange when you were fighting. You felt murderous. That's not a good thing. Susanna hesitated, then said softly, my combat power isn't like normal combat powers. It's difficult to explain. You wouldn't understand. How do you know? You didn't tell me anything about it. Susanna shook her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted someone. She turned to take a good look and called out, Anfi, look. What is she doing? Anfi turned and found a shadow crouching next to a tent. Isis held a dagger between her wrists and was kneeling on the ground. She tried to stab herself in the neck with the dagger. It was difficult, and she missed 2 times, but she continued stubbornly. Under the moonlight, it was easy to see the blood dripping down from her neck. She gasped in pain, but continued on with her movements. She was very determined. Susanna was going to run over to stop her, but she was stopped by Anfi, who shook his head slowly. Susanna stood there, and tears began streaming out of her eyes. Just then, Isis's cries of pain alerted those who were still awake. Christian and Blavi were among those who ran out of their tents to check on the situation. The dagger between Isis's wrists flashed a cold, silvery light. She fell forward stiffly, and fell onto the dagger. Her body tensed, then slowly relaxed. Everyone knew what had happened to Isis, but watching her killing herself was too much for them to handle. Someone cried out in shock, some covered their mouths with their hands. All eyes were focused on Isis. Why didn't you try to help her? Nia asked angrily. You can save her today, but tomorrow? Do you think you could save her every time? Anfi asked coldly. Nia, don't blame him, Susanna said, wiping her tears away. You don't know what she had been through. It would be hard for anyone to continue on living after that. If she wanted to live, she could use time to ease the pain of what had happened to her. No one would purposely try to remind her of her past. Even if she did not want to stay with us, she could find a place where no one knew her and her past and live there. If she had lost all will to live, why force her to continue on with us? Nia turned her head away. Even though she hadn't known Isis for long, she knew Isis had gone through hell. Her untimely and unfortunate end had touched everyone present. Making a decision like this had a lot to do with Anfi's personality. If Isis had wanted to live, he wouldn't treat her any differently. If Isis had wanted to die, he wouldn't try to stop her, either. If there was someone who had grown up without any darkness or hardship present, they might try to talk to Isis and stop her from killing herself. However, Anfi could not. He was under a lot of stress, and he did not have the time or the energy to deal with someone he barely knew. He could only watch and let Isis make her own choice. Anfi walked over slowly. Isis was still breathing softly. He could tell from her eyes that she had conflicting emotions. However, he knew there was no hesitance or regret. Anfi peeked into the tent. The princess was still asleep. She had spent days in a cage, and that night she had witnessed a battle. In the end, she had punished the prisoners to avenge herself and her friend. She must be physically and mentally exhausted. She didn't know her friend had already ended her life. For her, it may be a good thing. Witnessing something like that would break her. Christian, bury her, Anfi ordered. Poor woman, Christian said, shaking his head and sighing. Poor? Anfi asked. Remember the girls in Lagan City? Yes. Remember. This is a world of survival of the fittest. Don't show your weakness, or else one day this may be your end. Everyone was quiet, trying to understand Anfi's words. After everything that had happened, everyone had their own understanding of power and survival. This tragedy was additional proof that they must remain powerful. They had remained alive up until that point because of Anfi and Susanna. What if they found themselves alone one day? With the woman still lying on the ground, dying, everyone felt an acute desire for power. What happened in Lagan City? Susanna asked. Let Nia tell you. Chapter 123, Furtive, you are free now. The words he said before did not matter, the last sentence was the most important. It needed to be said by Anfi. The female slaves stood shocked for a second before they cheered. Some of them cried out of happiness, some hugged and jumped up and down. The youngest girls did not understand what freedom meant, but seeing their sisters and aunties so happy made them happy as well. Anfi jumped off the wagon and walked to the 4 elves. Those elves looked excited. They looked at Anfi. Christian, take the anti-magic bracelets off them, Anfi said calmly. From Anfi's point of view, elves were proud and stubborn. They were not easy to get along with. However, they were better than most human beings. There were many people who did bad things to the people who used to offer them help, but very few elves did those terrible things. Taking a deeper look into it, maybe this was the reason the culture of elves was getting weaker. They were too pure for this magic world, while the world was too much for them. Elves either had to adapt to this world or be destroyed, which was a difficult choice the world had given them. Unluckily, elves had proudly chosen the latter rather than being influenced in a bad way by the world. Their decision could not simply be judged by right or wrong. Thank you. The elves bowed to Anfi. You are welcome. Anfi simply waved. He turned around and walked away. Those elves stood still, shocked. Most human beings were interested in the world of elves or elves themselves. Anfi could have taken the opportunity to talk to them. Anfi walked away, which made the elves wonder. Anfi's idea about the elves was simple. These elves who ended up as slaves probably had unimportant roles in the world of elves. In other words, their power levels were average at most. Anfi was not interested in knowing them. After they reached White Mountain City, he would send these elves to Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group in the name of Alibaba Mercenary Group. By doing so, Anfi could gain the friendship of both Hotchbini and the elves. Besides helping Anfi winning over friendship, they were not useful. Anfi had been dealing with many chores the whole day. Ahab's merchant caravan was just a low-level one, but there were all kinds of items in it. It already took a day to write down everything in the inventory. Anfi decided to camp where they were and take a day's break. When everybody was busy doing things, Anfi held little Shelly's hand secretively and walked with her out of the station. They submerged themselves in the grass and disappeared. Susanna saw them from a distance. She just smiled, shaking her head. She did not think it was a big deal. If it had happened in modern times, seeing so much news about perverts, she would surely have followed them. Anfi's furtive moves were suspicious, but Susanna did not worry about it at all. Anfi looked around and listened to their surroundings to see if anyone was around them before asking Shelly in low voice, Shelly, would you listen to me? Yes. Shelly nodded seriously. My sister told me to listen to you. Would you listen to anything I tell you? Anfi asked. Shelly thought about it and nodded, yes. Shelly was even purer than any elf. She did not have any idea that Anfi could do anything bad to her. Anfi's furtive look did not make him look like a good person. Good. Anfi smiled. He looked up and listened to the surroundings again. He thought for a while and finally made a decision. Shelly, are you ready? Ready for what? Shelly asked in surprise. Anfi whispered to Shelly to her ear. Huh? I don't want to do it, Shelly said. Yes, you will do it, Anfi said. No, Anfi, Shelly said. You will do it. Are you listening to me? What Anfi said was a typical conversation between a predator and victim. No one could imagine this kind of conversation could happen here. I am afraid. Shelly said. What are you afraid of? Just try it, just once, Anfi said. Luckily, Susanna did not follow them. If she had heard the conversation, she probably would not have been able to keep from jumping out to ask Anfi what he was doing to Shelly. Anfi? Shelly pouted. Did you just say you would listen to me and do anything I ask you to do? Anfi asked. But, Shelly said. Why are you talking so much? Just listen to me. Anfi was upset. If I hurt you, my sister would blame me, Shelly said. Are you kidding me? Do you really think you can hurt me? Anfi had to dare Shelly. Little kids were easy to comfort. Shelly frowned and looked like a little soldier. Okay. If I hurt you, you are not allowed to tell on me to my sister. Of course, I would not tell on you. I, Anfi, am not that kind of person, Anfi said. You promise? Shelly was still not so sure about it. Come on, hurry up. Anfi felt helpless. If he had not wanted to be a joke for others, he would not have found Shelly to do it with him. This little girl talked too much. Are you ready? I am firing now, Shelly said seriously. Yes, Anfi said. My greatest fire god. Little Shelly started to chant with sincerity. Anfi secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It was just a little fireball. She did not have to ask for fire god, did she? Luckily, he knew, if others saw Shelly looking so sincere, they probably would think she was releasing magic. After she finished her chanting, a little fireball appeared in Shelly's hand. She shot at Anfi. Anfi focused and tried to communicate with the fire elements that he could sense. This was a new idea he had yesterday. If the fire elements he called out would not hurt him, then maybe he could try to communicate with others' fire elements. Of course, he was not so sure it would work. Otherwise he would not have asked Shelly to shoot the fireball. As Anfi felt he was communicating with the fire elements with his telepathy, the little fireball hit Anfi's face. With a puffing sound, the little fireball turned into countless sparks and disappeared. Anfi felt warm on his face without any burning pain. He had done it. Immediately, Anfi realized a serious problem. This little girl aimed at his face. What would happen if he had not made it? You, Shelly. Anfi could only heave a long sigh. He could not do anything to little Shelly. Shelly was startled for a while before she ran to Anfi. She tugged on his shirt to ask Anfi to lower himself. She touched his face with her little cold hands. Anfi, your face got a thick layer of skin. It was Anfi's turn to feel shocked. From Shelly's point of view, without a magic shield and combat power, the only way Anfi could counter the fireball was because he got thicker skin even than a magic armor. Anfi was speechless about the way Shelly thought. Shelly's comments did not sound so nice. Anfi, can we play again? Shelly screamed in excitement. We should go back now. Maybe we can play next time. Anfi was just trying to test whether his idea would work. He had completed the task, so he wanted to go back and give it a little bit more thought. I want to play again. Shelly twisted her body to whine to Anfi. Next time, Anfi said. I want to play again, Shelly whined a second time. Their conversation right then, as before, could easily make people think something else was going on. However, Anfi and Shelly did not feel there was anything wrong with their conversation. Shelly had no idea, and the other did not realize. Okay. Anfi nodded. He showed a serious face and said, not on the face, okay? Yes, I know, Shelly said. Okay, shoot. Anfi started to focus with his telepathy. It would be good for Anfi to test his new idea a couple of times more. He tried to control the fireballs Shelly fired at him as quickly as possible. If he could get control of the fireballs at the moment Shelly shot them out, then he could easily beat any mages at the same level when his magic skills reached a certain level. Great fire god. Shelly looked even more sincere. She wished she could improve the power of her little fireballs with more sincere chanting. 1, 2, 3. Anfi continued to have few feelings. They did not leave the forest for a long time. When they walked to the station, Shelly was so exhausted that she could not even walk. Her magic ability was low to begin with, and she had been trying hard to hit Anfi. She not only emptied her magic, but also physically exhausted herself. Anfi walked into the station with Shelly in his arms. Shelly had sweat all over her face. Her face was a little pale, with her eyes half closed. If any dark person saw this scene, Anfi would have a hard time explaining what happened between Anfi and Shelly. Susanna and Von Merd were talking when Anfi walked in. They hurried over. Anfi, where did you go? What happened to Shelly? Anfi, what did you do? Von Merd asked in surprise. I did not do anything. We were practicing magic, Anfi answered calmly. Anfi had not done anything wrong, so he was not afraid of being questioned. But Von Merd looked at Shelly in surprise and thought to himself, look at poor Shelly. How could Anfi say they did not do anything? Sis, it was fun. Shelly opened her eyes and barely had strength to smile. What did you play? Susanna asked in curiosity. Anfi suddenly coughed. He did not want anyone to know his combat power. Shally realized as well. This is a secret between me and Anfi. I am not telling anyone, Shally answered proudly. She was proud to be able to share a secret with Anfi. Chapter 124, Chance Encounter. 2 days later, Anfi and a group arrived at White Mountain City. Geographically, White Mountain City was as important as Blackwater City. However, the latter was much older, and much larger. Both cities, however, had tattered city walls. It seemed like none of the mercenary groups cared much about fixing the walls. In order to get a better view of the city, Anfi decided to ride on a horse instead of staying inside the carriage. The atmosphere around the city was tense. There were around 30 officers inspecting passing carriages and people. Tiger of Tawa mercenary group ruled Blackwater City, and that was where the group's base was located. It was easy for them to control Blackwater City, but White Mountain City was another matter. Anfi knew that the inspectors would be a great advantage to whoever controlled them. He observed them carefully, trying to find something useful. A black carriage came out of the gate. Suddenly Anfi felt someone's gaze on him. He was very sensitive to people gazing at him. Even if someone was observing him in secret, he could still tell. Anfi looked around to find the source, but then the pressure suddenly disappeared, and he could only see the slight swaying of a carriage's curtains. Anfi narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the front. When the carriage was a few feet away from him, his horse suddenly whined loudly and dashed towards the carriage. The driver reacted quickly. He called out loudly and pulled on his horses. Anfi's horse ran into the carriage's horses, causing a commotion among them. When his horse fell to the ground, he was already standing on the road, unharmed. It took the driver a while to calm his horses down. He turned and yelled, "Do you even know how to ride? Did you want to die? Do you know how to drive? Do you want to kill me?" Anfi called back. He took a step forward and grabbed the carriage driver's shirt. It seemed like he was ready for a fight. A blood vessel was pulsing violet on the driver's neck. He had never met anyone as unreasonable as the man in front of him. If it wasn't for Anfi's horse, none of this would have happened. The driver raised his whip and was going to strike him. The inspectors glanced their way but did not intervene. They were mercenaries, and conflicts like that were nothing new to them. They all had tempers. If they tried to resolve every conflict, there would be no time for anything else. As long as no one was hurt, they wouldn't do anything about it. "I apologize," a soft voice said. A pale, plump hand pulled the curtains open. A young woman in her mid-20s stepped out of the carriage. "Sir, it is our fault." The driver's hand fell to his side. He stared at the woman in shock. It seemed like he could not understand why his master was apologizing. Anfi snorted and pushed the driver. The driver was staring, and almost fell over the other side of the carriage. He stared at Anfi angrily and was about to lunge at him. The woman coughed softly. The driver's body froze, and he sat back into his seat. He was still staring at Anfi, enraged. "Are you hurt?" the woman asked softly. "No, but I am spooked," Anfi said. "Didn't you see? I almost fell into the horses." "That is not the way a gentleman talks to a lady, sir." Anfi hesitated. The woman was dressed lavishly. Her face was covered with makeup, but her eyes and lips were not made up. Her black dress showed half of her chest and a slight cleavage. Dresses like this left things to the imagination. If she showed more skin, she could be called immoral, and if she covered up more skin she could be called a prude. Anfi's eyes landed on her chest and darted away. "So sorry," he said, blushing. "I was too loud." "It is all right," the woman said. She fished out 2 silver coins and handed them to him. "Sir, why don't you take this money and go buy a drink or two?" "No, no," he said, "that won't be necessary." "Do please take it," the woman said. She took his hand and placed the coins on his palm. Her fingers purposely brushed against his palm. Anfi blushed and took the coins. Von Merge was worried that something was wrong and ran over, calling Anfi's name. The horse hobbled after Von Merge. "Sorry for the distraction, ma'am," Anfi said. "Don't worry about it," the woman said. "I hope we meet again." Of course," Anfi nodded. Anfi smiled as he watched the carriage drive away. He walked to the carriage in which Black 11 was riding. "What happened?" Black 11 asked. "Did you see that carriage?" "Yes. You should have people in White Mountain City. Look for that carriage's owner." "All right," Black 11 said, nodding. "What happened?" "Someone was watching me," Anfi said. "For people here, I am just a normal stranger. Plus, I'm not as handsome as Christian." There was no reason for anyone to be staring. "Just that?" Black 11 asked. "Are you a little too sensitive? You may not be as handsome as Christian, but you aren't bad looking, either." "I didn't know you know how to make a joke," Anfi said softly. I caused a commotion on purpose just then. I was hoping whoever was in the carriage would come out and see what had happened. Didn't you? No. There was someone else in there, Anfi said. Don't you think it's weird? I caused everything on purpose, but they were trying to resolve the matter without a huge conflict. She gave me 2 silver coins. If someone provoked me like that, I would beat them up for sure. I have nothing to hide. I am not afraid of anyone. When you put it like that, it does seems weird, Black 11 admitted. There's a saying where I come from, when you treat someone nicely when you don't have to, you must have something you want. When you're trying to stay low when you should not, you have a reason to do so, Anfi shrugged and told Black 11. Your men had nothing better to do anyway. If it was because I was too suspicious, so be it. Better safe than sorry, eh? I'm afraid even the Lord General isn't as paranoid as you, Black 11 said, shaking his head. In the carriage driving the other way, another conversation was taking place. Eddie, you're so careful lately. Did a village boy like that scare you? Village boy? The blonde youth said coldly. If you had forgotten, that was Anfi. So? Don't forget. He was the one who killed Black Ghost. Don't underestimate him, Eddie said, frowning. I think we might have made a mistake. What is it? The woman asked. Eddie frowned and thought about the encounter. Our attitude, Eddie said, sighing. A long time ago, I met him once. At Taman Commercial Union. He was with Saul and Ernest then. There was no way he would have recognized me. I should have confronted him. You told me to keep him away. I know. It was my fault. I never thought he would be in White Mountain City. I subconsciously wanted to avoid conflict with him and raise alarms. I've made a mistake. Eddie shook his head and smiled bitterly. You're saying he was provoking us? The woman asked, smiling. Eddie, you're thinking too much. He's not an easily embarrassed boy. You're thinking too little, Eddie said. Don't forget, he had Nia with him, and Nia was famous for her beauty. Eddie, what are you trying to say? The smile on the woman's face disappeared. She looked at Eddie coldly. Eddie's words were too blunt. Nia was famously beautiful, meaning that if Anfi were interested in women, he would choose Nia and not the woman. Sorry, Eddie said. He smiled bitterly. I'm disturbed. If my words offend you, I apologize. Eddie, even if my lord had ordered me to work with you, you have to remember your place. The apology clearly did not satisfy the woman. Women hate being compared to other women, and Eddie's words clearly injured the woman's pride. She stared at Eddie coldly. Chapter 125, Hero. Excuse me, who are you looking for? A few mercenaries dressed as swordsmen stopped Anfi. 2 mages nervously stared at Anfi behind the mercenaries. The air seemed tense. I am here for Hachpani. Could you let her know I am here? Anfi asked, smiling. I am sorry. Miss Hachpani is not in White Mountain City right now. Can you come by some other time? A swordsman answered politely. Sorry. Anfi hesitated for a second. Can you take a message for me? I am the commander of Alibaba Mercenary Group. Something happened on my way to White Mountain City, and I saved a group of female slaves. I personally have so much sympathy towards them. I hope I can find them a safe place. Those swordsmen looked at each other and felt Anfi was ridiculous. If this had happened in previous times, they would immediately have accepted this group of female slaves and sold them for money after Anfi left. They would make a profit by doing so. However, this was not a good time, since Glory Mercenary Group had suffered a big loss. Anthony still had not shown up. After receiving the order to withdraw, Tiger of Dawa mercenaries had been worried all day long. They did not dare to sleep, not to mention accepting female slaves. I am sorry. We cannot help you, a swordsman said slowly. I have found a place for the female slaves. Only there are a few elves, and I do not know where I can send them to. I heard Miss Hachpani had saved a lot of elves. I am bringing them here in hopes that Miss Hachpani could take care of them. Anfi waved. Christian lifted up the wagon curtain, and a few elves ducked out of the wagon. Looking at the sign for Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group, they looked excited. Miss Hachpani had claimed that Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group would be a home for homeless elves. Once elves stepped through the gate of the Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group, they would receive the protection of Tiger of Dawa. Anyone hurting elves would be seen as picking a fight with Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group. The swordsmen were shocked for a second, bowed to Anfi, and said, "Thank you so much. You are welcome. It's our honor." Without knowing when it had happened, Anfi had become a hero. He even talked like a hero. "Please take this." An intermediate swordsman passed something to Anfi. "No matter when you need help, you can take it to Tiger of Dawa Mercenary Group. We would never turn you down after this. This is." Anfi took that item. It was a small badge. It was green in the front with a flying elf with wings open. In the back it was white silver with the name of Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. Sir, right now is not a good time, so we are not going to invite you to come in case anything happens to you, the intermediate swordsman said, smiling. It is our honor to have you visit us at this sensitive time. You know, we have not had guests for a while. I am from Blackwater City. I know what has happened, Anfi said. I am just sending these poor elves home. I think Master Anthony would not blame me for sending just a few elves home. The intermediate swordsman saw Anfi was neither arrogant nor too humble about himself. He was sentimental. He smiled and said, Is your mercenary group called Alibaba Mercenary Group? Under your leadership, I believe you will make a good name for the Alibaba Mercenary Group in the not-too-distant future. Thank you for your compliments. I am not going to forget you. Goodbye. Anfi smiled. Bye. The intermediate swordsman gave Anfi a long look before he waved at the mercenaries to close the gate. Before Anfi got back to his own wagon, the door of Tiger of Tawa of Mercenary Group had already closed. Compared with other places, White Mountain City looked like a ghost town. The stores on the streets were closed. There were no pedestrians on the street either. Obviously, they were afraid they would get dragged into bad situations. No wonder you are a student of Master Saul. You have money. If it were me, I would sell those elves. Black 11 gave a fake smile. They would not sell for much. Anfi looked at the little badge in his hand with a smile. We broke the ice in the relationship with Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. If anything happens later, we can look to them for help. Black 11 was so speechless that he could only heave a sigh. Glory and Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Groups had become enemies, with Anfi planning everything behind the scenes. Now he tried to get connected with Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. It just felt weird. Black 11's memory was not bad. He still remembered that Anfi had planned to use the secret of Yolan's fake death to get connected with Anthony after the war started and the secrets about the war had lost their value. He was setting them up one moment and wanting to be friends with them the next. Black 11 saw the gray shadow on Anfi. They were so much alike. Do you have any safe places? Anfi asked with a smile. Yes, we can go to my hotel, Black 11 said. A hotel again? Can we find somewhere else? Anfi asked. Is there any other place would not send out an alarm when a group of people came in? The hotel is the only safe place. It fits your identity the best, Black 11 said. Don't tell me all of your hotels are the same, Anfi said. They are similar. Not only are my hotels all similar, all the mid-level hotels in Blackwater City and White Mountain City are all similar, Black 11 said. Boring. Anfi shook his head. Anfi had been nervous since he had stirred things up in Blackwater City. After being so stressed, he needed to relax a little bit. Alternating his status of being stressed and relaxed was a way to keep him going. It is a boring world anyway. If you are a traveling poet looking for inspiration, I could find you a nice place, but you are just a mercenary, Black 11 said. Never mind, never mind. I can stay anywhere, Anfi said bitterly. Maybe Black 11 was against Anfi on purpose, because the Tuna Hotel they stayed in was even smaller than the one in Blackwater City. Tuna Hotel was a 2-story building. Anfi and his mercenary group took the whole upper floor, while 7 or 8 female slaves stayed in one room downstairs. The female slaves did not complain about their room being too small. They were happy enough, since they were no longer treated as sex slaves. In addition, Anfi had promised them they could go back to their hometowns. They had no position to complain. The hotel was small, but those women were happy to clean up their room. They not only cleaned the first floor, but did an even better job cleaning the upper floor. The outside of the hotel still looked like before, but inside was super tidy and clean. Anfi had asked Christian to take the captives to report to the mercenary union about being attacked. Christian also needed to handle some paperwork. Anfi just spread himself on the bed, enjoying his free time. 2 girls kneeled on the floor to clean it. They looked up to peek at Anfi once in a while and then looked down with a shy smile. They would not understand Anfi with the knowledge they had. They only knew Anfi saved them and killed all the bad guys in justice. Anfi had been very nice to them for the past few days. He never asked them to do anything. They did cleaning on their own. In their view, Anfi was a hero. He possessed the qualities of humility, honesty, sympathy, bravery, justice, honor and many other positive traits. Anfi never used his authority to order them to do anything. It showed he was humble. Anfi did not bully them or sell them for money. He gave them freedom. It was honesty and sympathy. They heard that Anfi was a paladin. When his legion was attacked by the gang, he was on the frontier. It was heroic and self-sacrificing. Anfi was not greedy about elves' beauty and sent them back to Tiger of Tawa Mercenary Group. They could prove Anfi was a man with many good qualities with the many helpful and courageous things Anfi did. In general, Those girls thought Anfi was a perfect guy. More important, he was still single. It was fortunate those female slaves did not connect with Susanna and Nia well, otherwise Nia and Susanna would faint if they told Susanna and Nia what they thought about Anfi. This nice atmosphere in Anfi's room was ruined the moment Black 11 stepped in. He called out, "Anfi." Anfi sprang up from the bed. Seeing Black 11's serious face, Anfi realized something had happened. He stood up and walked out of his room. When he passed the two girls on the way, Anfi said in low voice, "Everyone must be tired after walking the whole day. You girls can go to rest. You can continue your cleaning tomorrow." "Yes, master." The two girls answered quietly, but they scrubbed the floor even harder. They looked like they were in competition to see who could make the floor cleaner. They felt happy inside after they heard what Anfi said to them. This tuna hotel had a large backyard. Through the backyard was an access to a blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths were engaged in their work. No one even looked up to notice Anfi and Black 11. When they walked out of the store, there was a street and a fabric store on the other side of the street. Black 11 walked in front of Anfi into the fabric store. "Are they all your people?" Anfi asked in surprise. Chapter 126, Nothing can remain a secret forever. Yes, doing things like this would make it so much easier, Black 11 said. The clothes shop had a moderately sized backyard. After they crossed through the door, Black 11 stopped and turned to the stable to the right. A burly man was already waiting there. 3 horses were in the stable. Under the railing was a black hole. "Sir, you're here." 2 men in black were already standing in the basement. "Is it inside?" Black 11 asked. "Yes, sir." Anfi walked over, and the 2 men bowed in unison. "My lord," they said. "When did I become your lord?" Anfi asked, amused. "Anfi, now is not the time for jokes," Black 11 said. He walked into the basement. It was a poorly furnished room with only a bed and a table. 2 candles were on the table, lighting the room dimly. There was a man on the bed. He was breathing heavily. Black 11 lifted the cover sheet. The wound was not dressed, and his body was covered with blood. Some blood was dry and crusted, some was fresh. The worst wound was on his abdomen. His stomach was slashed through, and through the wound his organs were visible. Anfi frowned. Injuries like this may be treatable in a modern hospital, but in a place like this, the man was as good as dead. "Is the news accurate?" Black 11 asked softly. "Yes, sir." "Did you report to the Lord General?" "Yes." Black 11 sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. Anfi stood there quietly, lost for words. In a situation like this, he should ask what had happened, and have Black 11 recount the event for him. Then he needed to emphasize how urgent the situation was and how they needed more men. Then he would volunteer to sacrifice himself for the Empire. The actual events may differ, but the bulk of the story would remain the same. The problem was Anfi was not stupid, nor was he someone who treated Maho Empire as his home. He wanted to assassinate the princess because he wanted to remind his companions that they could help their nation without returning home. In this strange world, Anfi placed his own safety above all else. He didn't mind taking risks, but he needed a good reason to do so. He had caused the chaos in Blackwater City, and it seemed like he was working for Maho Empire. However, he had his own ideas and plans. Of course, he was going to fight for Maho Empire anyways. He couldn't risk angering Saul. When he first met Saul, he was only a normal kid to Saul. The care and friendship Saul offered him was unconditional. He could forsake benefits offered to him by the Empire, but he could not forget the kindness Saul offered him. Anfi made a clear standard for himself. He would work for Maho Empire, but would do nothing that could potentially endanger himself. Black 11 must have a reason for bringing him here. He would help, but he couldn't let himself agree to anything too dangerous. "I didn't realize how much Shansa Empire had put into this war," Black 11 said. Anfi stood there calmly, staring. "Yes, sir. Blackania City is under siege. What should we do? Watch Blackania fall?" Black 11 asked, shaking his head. "We must do something, sir," one of the men said. Anfi wanted to sigh, but doing so would put himself in an awkward situation. He remained quiet and stood there without moving a finger. "Anfi, I am in a very difficult situation right now. Do you have any ideas?" Seeing that he was completely silent, Black 11 wanted Anfi's input on the matter. "Yes, Blackania City is very dangerous right now," Anfi said, nodding. In fact, he didn't know where Blackania was. He was merely repeating what he had just heard. "You know? You just told me," Anfi admitted. Blackania City was one of the 10 great cities of the world, and one of the most important cities for Maho Empire. Shansa did not try to attack the city with its armies this time. Instead, they made an alliance with Tiger of Tawa mercenary group. The mercenaries crossed the transverse mountains and entered the empire from where the defense was the weakest. They were able to cut off Blackania City from the rest of the empire. Even though Shansa Empire seemed to have the advantage right now, as long as Blackania City held out against the siege, they could not advance further into the empire. This was a long siege, and the army needed supplies. The mercenary group's support could not deliver supplies for a prolonged period of time, and Shansa Empire would not allow something like that to happen. They could ally themselves with mercenaries, and so could Maho Empire. If someone cut off the supply line for the Tiger of Tawa mercenaries, and Blackania City could hold against the siege, Shansa Empire would not win the war. Whether they wanted to advance further or hold on to their current interests, Shansa Empire would need to focus all of its military power on Blackania City. It was their only option. Black 11 shook his head. Shansa Empire sent out their Griffin aerial unit. Griffin? Anfi asked. By asking a question, he switched his role with Black 11. Yes, Black 11 said. What should we do then? Black 11 stopped mid-sentence and sighed. Anfi sighed with him. He had no idea what Griffins were, and was surprised. He only sighed because he had to play along with Black 11. Let's talk about it more when we get back, Black 11 said slowly. He had watched the events in Blackwater City unfold, and was impressed by how carefully and quickly Anfi had worked. After learning what had happened, Anfi was the first person he wanted to consult. However, Anfi's attitude made him anxious. He wanted to change the target and have someone else pressure Anfi. Convincing Nia was much easier than convincing Anfi, but would achieve the same goal. If Nia decided to do something, Anfi would not stand by without intervening. After a few minutes, Anfi appeared in Tuna Hotel. There was a lot of activity in the hotel lobby. It was still early, and there were a lot of women and girls gathered there, chatting. Some were smiling, some were laughing, some were even singing. When Anfi walked into the hotel, the women fell silent and all bowed to Anfi. Anfi smiled and nodded. He walked upstairs to his room and was shocked by what he saw. The two girls that had been cleaning it were already finished. They were sitting on his bed with their skirts lifted up, showing their pale legs. They were touching each other's legs and mumbling something. When they saw him, the girls blushed and jumped off of his bed. "You're back, my lord," they said timidly. "The floor is very clean, I am impressed," Anfi said. "Thank you," the girls said. Their faces were even redder now. "I'm a bit tired now." "You should rest as well," Anfi told them and yawned. The girls seemed disappointed, then began walking out slowly. "Oh, by the way. See if Christian is back yet. And tell Susanna to come here." "Yes, sir." "You're looking for me?" Susanna was passing by and heard Anfi. She walked into the room and said, "I've been looking for you as well." "Ah, Susanna. You get more beautiful every time I see you," Anfi said, holding up his arms. He placed an emphasis on the word beautiful. Susanna frowned, but she didn't say anything to contradict him, and let him hug her. She saw the two cleaning girls and lifted a brow. She turned and rolled her eyes at Anfi. Seeing that the two girls had closed the door behind them, Anfi released Susanna and coughed. "What is it?" "The girl you saved. There's something wrong with her." "Something wrong?" "Something wrong with her head," Susanna sighed and shook her head. "She wouldn't talk or answer any questions. She wouldn't tell us where she was from either. I've never heard her talk. She just sits there and stares at the wall. She won't eat anything. I'm afraid she'll starve to death." "Did she have any other strange behaviors?" "Strange behaviors? Like what? Is she observing her surroundings? Like she was going to escape? You're afraid that she'll run?" Susanna asked, smiling. "I thought you were a good man after you let all the slaves go. Didn't know you were just saving the best." "Nonsense," Anfi said, smiling. "I'm not kidding, though. Feller told me he saw the girl putting her clothes on while getting out of your carriage the day of the battle. Tell me, what did you do?" Chapter 127, Old Memories. "We did not do anything." Anfi shook his head and gave Susanna a weird look. "You seem to really care about what we did. Don't change the subject. Did you really do nothing?" Susanna could not look into Anfi's eyes, but she still could keep a serious tone. "At that time, Ahab's people were ready to attack us. I did not have time to think about anything else. You know what, even if I had done something with her, I would not have to deny it." Anfi gave her a spicy smile. "Why are you interested in me and her?" "Susanna, are you?" "Ha ha ha. You wish." Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfi. "It was not just me. Everyone is interested in you and her. We have talked about it behind your back many times." Susanna seemed to answer with a sense of justice, but for some reason, she suddenly felt relaxed. "Don't you guys have anything better to do?" Anfi felt helpless, since he thought he really had done nothing inappropriate with the girls. Back in his world, He had sex with women, but never had any serious relationships. In this magic world, he never had sex with any woman. He thought to himself, how could people gossip about me when I am already so strict with myself? Is it because gold will shine no matter where it is? Susanna suddenly had a smile on her face. Oh, right, what are you looking for me for? What do you know about griffins? Anfi asked. Griffins? Why are you suddenly asking about griffins? Susanna asked. Black 11 will ask me a difficult question soon. I have to get more information about what kind of magic beasts the griffins are, so I can decide whether I can help him, Anfi answered. Susanna thought for a while and said, griffins are vicious intermediate magic beasts. They live in groups. They can fly freely in the sky for a long time. They rarely fight among their own species. The male griffins are very protective of female griffins, and not just if they are a couple. Strong loyalty and pride have made griffins better companions than war horses and other flying mounts. Griffins are born for battle. They are very brave. Flying a long time in the sky? I think I know what kind of army it is. Anfi nodded. Continue. Compared with war horses, griffins are not easily startled by wild rabbits, birds and shadows. They would not hunt rabbit, wild deer or other horses when they are hungry. They would not eat their riders out of anger, even when their riders beat them. Griffins are brave but vicious. They are loyal but stubborn. Susanna slowly said, you can ignore a griffin, but the fighting ability of a group of griffins is tremendous. Even a senior magic beast would have to flee in front of a group of griffins. Do you know about the griffin aerial unit in Shansa Empire? How is their fighting ability? Anfi asked. You do not even know about griffin aerial unit? Susanna looked at Anfi in surprise. It was a well-known military on Pan continent. The comprehensive fighting power of Griffin Aerial Unit was just below the Dark Moon Magic Legion in Aizen Empire. However, they have incomparable advantages over Dark Moon Magic Legion. They are very flexible. Griffin Aerial Unit was composed of about 1,000 griffins and 400 silver knights. It would only take a day for them to show up and attack their opponents in surprise from 1,000 miles away. Even if the powerful Dark Moon Legion were attacked in surprise by Griffin Aerial Unit, they could end up with many casualties. What do you think if we attack Griffin Aerial Unit? Anfi asked. Are you crazy? We would be so dead, Susanna yelled. Do you know how people describe Griffin Aerial Unit? A never-annihilated military. They could escape dangerous areas at any time. Even top powerful people do not want to have conflicts with Griffin Aerial Unit. 5 Griffin riders with the cooperation of Griffins could easily kill us. Anfi was frustrated. He thought Black 11 was ridiculous to ask him to fight with Griffin Aerial Unit. Susanna usually did not make comments or judgment. Her comments on any matter were usually fair. If Anfi and Susanna together would be no match for 5 Griffin riders, there was no way Anfi's legion could fight the whole unit. They would be asking to be killed. Anfi, don't gamble everyone's life on it, Susanna said seriously. I know, Anfi nodded. After Susanna left, Anfi sat on the bed and thought for a quite while. He got up from the bed and walked out of the room to the hallway. Blavi was on watch. Anfi called him over and asked him a few questions. After talking to Blavi, Anfi walked to a room. He hesitated for a while before he pushed the door open and walked in. The princess of Shansa Empire was sitting on the bed with her feet against the bed footboard. Her knees were bent and her arms crossed and tucked under her legs. She put her upper body against her thighs. She rested her head on her knees while her eyes were fixed on the ceiling. It seemed as if there was something interesting on the ceiling. She looked somber sometimes and confused other times. She had not cried after learning that Isis had committed suicide. She became unusually quiet. No matter whether they were in transit or in the station, or even after they arrived at White Mountain City, her facial expression was dull and rarely changed. Anfi coughed quietly and took a seat on the edge of the bed. He smiled and said, I still do not know your name. Can you tell me your name? The princess of Shansa Empire turned her head to Anfi. She glanced at Anfi and then looked up at the ceiling again. It gave Anfi an illusion that he was far less interesting than that light red ceiling. Where are you from? Where do you want to go? If you want to leave, I can send my people to take you home. Anfi sounded very gentle. What happened was history. Don't worry about it. No one can hurt you anymore. Anfi waited for a while but still did not get any response from the princess. Anfi frowned. No matter what is bothering you, you need to eat regularly. You have to learn to take care of yourself. There was still no response. Anfi smiled as he shook his head. He stood up. He could not spend too much time on this princess. He rather needed to go back to his own room to meditate. A somber and healthy princess would be helpful for his plan, but this was all he could do. Anfi turned around and walked out. As his hand touched the doorknob, the princess said slowly, If I say I am a princess, do you believe me? Of course, why not? Anfi smiled. He calmly turned around and stared at the princess. The princess was shocked for a second and returned Anfi's smile. I've been thinking for the past few days. If you want to, you can tell me what you've been thinking about. Don't worry. I will keep your secrets. Anfi slowly walked back. When I was little, I knew I wanted to help my father and my country. There was a smile on the princess's face, but coldness showed in her eyes. I did help. One year, plague broke out in the eastern part of my country. It spread super fast. Many people died and many fled away from their hometowns. The later ones brought the plague to other places. To control it, my father ordered the epidemic area to be cordoned off, but the people inside the epidemic area did not want to stay in that hell. They organized to try to break through the cordon. After a few big confrontations, many soldiers were infected as well. My father coldly ordered first to have them quarantined, and later even sent those infected soldiers into the epidemic area that had been cordoned off. Things were getting worse and worse, since the soldiers organized those rebels, which posed a tremendous threat to the country. My father found out those rebels were planning something big. He needed someone to totally represent him in the cordon-off epidemic area to comfort those rebels. None of my siblings wanted to go, and many officials went on sick leave. Finally, I took that challenge. That year, I lost my best friend. She was also Aiz's sister. Anfi could not help giving a closer look at the princess. He knew what the plague meant at that time. A girl who dared to enter the cordoned-off epidemic area deserved others' respect. Anfi knew he would not have wanted to go into the cordoned-off epidemic area himself. There was another time that the western part of my country had a gang. Maybe it was because the chief and mayor were too vicious and greedy and people lost faith in them. The gang expanded very fast as a result. A few chiefs united to try to convince the gang to dissolve and work for them. When the leader of the gang, named Ahmed, went to negotiate with them, the chiefs attacked Ahmed in surprise. They not only wanted to get rid of the threat posed by the gang, but also wanted to earn their meritorious military service, with the head of Ahmed chopped off. They failed and Ahmed escaped. After their dirty tricks became known by people, more people felt bad for Ahmed. Ahmed got stronger and stronger. My father was worried that sending troops to suppress him would be very costly. He sent officials to convince Ahmed to work for him, but Ahmed did not trust any government people. He asked to directly speak with the people from the royal family. My siblings pushed me out again. In fact, Ahmed already had become ambitious by then. He only wanted to have the conversation to buy himself time. I became the lamb jumping into his trap. Do you know I almost got raped by him? Other leaders in the gang did not like Ahmed's tyranny. They never wanted to be the enemy of the empire. The reason they joined the gang was because that was the only way to survive. With the help of other leaders, I killed Ahmed and successfully convinced the gang to work for my father. Oh, right. I forget to tell you what happened to those leaders. After they became government officials in the empire, my father sentenced them to death with all kinds of accusations. Chapter 128, What happened in the hotel? It seems like you have been through a lot, Anfi said. So I'm curious. How did you end up with the likes of Ahab? I thought they were a normal merchant's caravan, the princess said, sighing. In deserted places like that, a normal caravan can easily turn into bandits, as long as there is a good enough motive. I know now. How did you end up in the country of mercenaries? Anfi asked, switching the topic. I thought I would at least deserve a satisfying marriage, after everything I've done. A smile bloomed on the princess's face, but her eyes were cold. I objected, but it was to no avail. So there I was. After you were captured by Ahab. I couldn't tell them who I was. Isis was afraid they would hurt me, so she told them who I was. Thank God Ahab wasn't there, or else he would have either killed me or sent me to the Tiger of Dawa mercenaries. Anfi nodded. He knew how these things go. If Ahab had truly believed she was a princess, he would have given her to the Tiger of Dawa mercenaries as a gift. After Ahab had tortured and humiliated her companions, he might have killed her to avoid her rage. Then he would have covered up what he did, and the missing princess would remain a mystery forever. Why did you believe me? The princess asked, staring at Anfi. You didn't have a reason to lie, did you? Anfi asked. Of course, he couldn't tell her the real reason. You're a strange one. Why do you say that? Normal people would react to what I just told you. They would be angry at the merchants, or pity me and Isis. You, though, you're calm. You don't look like a young man. Maybe it's because I can understand you, Anfi said quietly. You know my secret now. What are you going to do? Can you tell me? If I take you to the Tiger of Dawa mercenary group, I would make some good friends with powerful people, Anfi said. Of course. No wonder you can understand. You're like my father. You value your interests more than anything else. The princess smiled, but the light in her eyes dimmed. Has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful when you curse? Anfi said, unmoved by her words. The princess of Shansa Empire, trying to escape a marriage. A princess turned into a slave. It would be a great scandal once it gets out. Have you thought about the fact that you may not make any friends? Really? Anfi asked, lifting a brow. If my father was in charge, he would kill you, all of you. And you have to realize my father alone would dictate to the mercenaries. Anfi looked at the princess, and the smile fell from his face. He was concerned for this very reason, and wasn't planning on giving the princess to the mercenaries. It wasn't a surprise that he had realized this, but the princess did too. She had already impressed him. The first time I saw you, you were so calm. It is very hard to remain calm in a situation like that. I just thought you were good at enduring that kind of thing. I did not know you were this brilliant. Why didn't you try to escape? Ahab was about as smart as rock compared to you. For the defenseless woman, a woman who was treated like a toy and not a person, what would you have wanted me to do? Beg? Cry? Struggle? Curse? Submit? The princess looked at Anfi, shaking her head. Do you think any of those would work? Makes sense. But sometimes violence is the only answer. You just said I was brilliant? The princess's eyes suddenly lit up. You aren't sending me to the mercenaries? Because you know it's likely they wouldn't treat you well. Where do you want to go? Anfi asked. He shifted the topic, and did not confirm or deny her words. I want to stay here. Here? With your mercenary group. I don't understand. If you choose to go to the Tiger of Tawa mercenary group, at least you can enjoy a life of luxury. You don't have to worry about your next meal or your health. What's the point of staying with us? I'm going to be honest with you. My mercenary group is brand new. There are less than 20 people in it. I've always lived for other people. From now on I want to live for myself. I decided that when I ran away. You think you can get what you want with us? I can't try. You saved me. I trust you. Adventurous, Anfi said as he stood up. It doesn't matter what you want to do. You have to eat. Destroying your own body does nothing. Can't you answer me now? The princess asked calmly. Anfi's tactic of shifting the topic did not work. I need time to think about it, Anfi said. Go eat and rest. All right, the princess replied quietly. By the way, I do not know your name, Anfi turned around and said. Don't worry about the old one. Give me a new name. Let me think about that as well. You need time to think about a name? The princess asked and she smiled. Of course, Anfi said. He stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind him. Blavi was standing at the end of the hall, grinning at him. Anfi glared at him, and Blavi reassumed his post. Anfi sighed. He had taken quite some time speaking with the princess. Who knew what kind of rumors would circulate in the group tomorrow? As usual, the magical surges from Anfi's room could be felt throughout the hotel. What surprised those who felt them was that they were no longer just fire elements. There were surges for every element. Plus, an apprentice's surges would not be this strong. Anfi's magic had grown, but it was still somewhere between an apprentice and a junior mage. This was impossible. However, no one wanted to ask him, so everyone decided to just observe in secret. Anfi woke up at dawn. The two girls who were already waiting outside and observing him through the crack pushed open the door and walked inside. They were commoners and did not have money or power. They weren't beautiful either, which made them self-conscious. This was the only way they could repay his kindness. Anfi hesitated but did not turn them away. He finished dressing and cleaning himself with their help. Christian and Susanna walked into the room together. Christian, just on time. Tell me about yesterday. It's done. Our group was lauded by the Mercenaries Union. Good. Christian nodded. He turned to the two girls and said, Pardon me, can you leave us for a moment? We have some important things to discuss. Yes, Lord Christian, the girls said. They bowed and left the room. What happened? Anfi, we have to crack down on our policies, Christian said. You know. We're all young, and sometimes young people are hard to control. The girls were grateful that we saved them, then. They hooked up? Anfi asked. Something like that is hard to control. As long as the girls are willing, I mean. It is hard. We need the leader to set an example for everyone else, Susanna said quietly. Set an example? Susanna, you're acting strange. If you like me and don't want to see me do things like that, you can just tell me. You don't need to say something like that. Anfi looked at Susanna, amused. Shut up, Susanna said, blushing. What were you doing last night? You said the woman wasn't speaking or eating, so I went and talked to her, Anfi said, feeling as if he was telling his wife about his day in detail. Our leader is so charming that she has returned to normal. Congrats, Anfi, you don't have to worry anymore. Keep an eye on her, though, Anfi reminded them. Why? She really is the Shansa princess. Christian and Susanna widened their eyes. One of them knew about the plan, and the other was actively involved in it. They both knew the details. Learning that the target was among them came as a huge surprise. Anfi, what are we going to do? Kill her? No, there's no need for that, Anfi said slowly. We can wait until after the wedding to reveal her and cause a scandal. But it seems like she wants to forget about her past. She may not cooperate. When have you ever thought about other people's feelings when you decide to do something? Susanna asked. I don't think this would be an exception. Give me some time and let me think about it, Anfi said and smiled bitterly. Chapter 129, Rewards and Punishments. This is a patrol. Black 11 pointed at the highly guarded yard. White Mountain City has over 700 patrolmen in 6 teams. They take turns to patrol. They are not that great, but usually people do not want to cause trouble with them because they might end up on the wanted list of the Mercenary Union. Do Band of Brother and Storm mercenary groups have any connection with the patrol? Anfi asked casually. I am not sure. We have run business here for decades, but still have no access to their top secrets. Black 11 smiled. Let's hurry up. Staying here too long would look suspicious. A middle-aged man rushed into the patrol station, crying and screaming. A few patrolmen at the door stopped him and violently threw him back out on the street. God! The man screamed at the top of his lungs, sitting on the street. Why can't anyone carry out justice for me? Why? Bastards, you are all bastards. What happened? Anfi asked. A dispute. Are you interested in it? Black 11 asked. We have nothing to do right now anyway. Anfi shrugged. Anfi, if you do not have anything to do right now, why don't you? Black 11 suggested. I do not want to repeat it again. Anfi's expression hardened. Susanna told me that both of us would not be a match for even 5 Griffin Riders. I don't want to die for nothing. Anfi, maybe we can use some tactics. With your intelligence. Black 11 said. When we have a huge difference in abilities, tactics would only make it look ridiculous. No matter how smart the chicken is, it could not kill a manticore. I think you understand it as well, Anfi said. Black 11 was quiet for a while and heaved a sigh. He lifted the curtain and said something to the wagon driver. The wagon driver stopped the wagon and ran into the crowd, which was watching the guy screaming on the street. After a while, the wagon driver came back. What happened to that guy was not complicated. His son was with a merchant caravan on the way back to the White Mountain City. He went to pee in the wild. Suddenly, a startled three-eyed magic cow ran towards him. To dodge the three-eyed magic cow, he rolled away. He accidentally rolled into a 7-foot-deep crack, where he found a black box made of magic concealing crystals. There were 5 top magic crystals in the black box. He was super lucky to find that black box. With his salary, even if he had worked over 500 years without paying for food and shelter, he would not be able to afford those 5 top magic crystals. One day, he was drunk and told people the secret about the black box. Since then his luck had turned into misfortune. A rather popular guy in the Cloud Chamber of Commerce overheard him tell about his secrets and reported back to Arlanga, the chairman of the Cloud Chamber of Commerce. The next morning, the son of that man was taken away by the people from Cloud Chamber of Commerce. They also searched for the black box and took it as well. That man came to the patrol station several times to appeal, but Arlanga had already come to report that he had lost 5 top magic crystals in a black box made of magic concealing crystals. The key was that Arlanga could name all the design details about the black box, even some flaws in it, while the man and his son were not so sure about the design details, sometimes even describing them incorrectly when the patrol asked them questions about the black box. In the end, the patrol decided that the magic crystals and black box belonged to Arlanga and sent the man and his son to the jail. After hearing this, Black 11 sneered, Arlanga is setting people up again. Why are you saying that? Maybe that guy just pulled it off, Anfi said. You do not know about Arlanga. If that man and his son had not been pushed to the corner, regular people might dare to have any dispute with Arlanga, Black 11 said. What about him? Anfi asked. Arlanga has 2 good daughters. They each married an important person in Storm Mercenary Group. It's said that Cloud Chamber of Commerce received a lot of support from Storm Mercenary Group. Black 11 showed disdain on his face. If this had happened in a peaceful time, the patrol might take some time to look into it, but it is such a sensitive time now. The rules in the country of mercenaries had been changed by Morta. No one knows which direction things will go, but they know it is never smart to cause trouble for powerful Storm Mercenary Group. Therefore, the patrol made a judgment without looking into it, Black 11 answered. I feel you are a little cynical. Being cynical will not do you any good, Anfi said casually. Black 11 smiled bitterly. You have no idea what he has done. I own 5 hotels, 2 fabric stores, 2 blacksmith shops, and some other businesses. I have been blackmailed by him several times. I really do not like him. In fact, Cloud Chamber of Commerce are doing great, plus Storm Mercenary Group referred a few capable people to them to take care of their management. Arlanga did not have to do much to make a decent amount of money. He could just sit at home, counting how much money he makes every day, but he rather set others up for little things. It was hard to understand what he was thinking. Money would not bite your hands no matter how much you make. Anfi lifted up the curtain and glanced at the crying man. Let's change the topic. It has nothing to do with you and me. What should we talk about? How about Hana? Black 11 took a deep breath. He did notice himself being a little overexcited about it, but it was not all his fault. He hated Arlanga so much that he would have used all his resources to take revenge on him. However, he did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble because he had so much responsibility on his shoulders. Hana? Anfi asked. The woman you asked me to investigate? Black 11 smiled. She is a social butterfly in White Mountain City, and also a bright flower in bed. Many people have been in her bed, and she also has slept in many others' beds. Have you been to bed with her? Anfi asked. No. Black 11 could not help staring at Anfi. What are you thinking about? You sounded like you know her well. I thought maybe you have been her temporary husband, Anfi said. I am not interested in her. Black 11's mouth twitched. How about you? What about me? Anfi asked. You asked me to conduct a secret investigation on her. It seems that you are interested in her, Black 11 said. What if I am interested in her? Are you jealous of me? Anfi asked. How did I get to know someone like you? Black 11 had nothing more to comment on with Anfi. Let's keep walking and see how long the people behind us will follow us, Anfi said slowly. Black 11 tapped lightly on the wagon as the wagon rocked a little bit. He hesitated a bit before he whispered to Anfi, Anfi, we need have a heart-to-heart talk. Go ahead. I am listening. Anfi nodded. Do you still remember Black Ghost? Did you kill him? Black 11 asked. Anfi was startled for a second, smiled and said, yes, why are you suddenly asking me about it? Thank you for your honesty. Black 11 heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, the king has suspected it was you for a long time. Oh? Anfi said. It was pretty simple in fact. Saul and Ernest did not kill him. We have sent out secret agents to investigate everyone in the Rose Home Hotel that day, including the owner and staff. None of them could pose any threat to Black Ghost. After giving it a lot of thought, we noticed we had missed one person in the hotel. It was you, Black 11 said. Anfi did not respond. He just quietly listened to Black 11. Evil Mist was investigating you as we did the investigation on you. I do not know why they are so interested in you, Black 11 said. Evil Mist? Anfi frowned. Evil Mist is a very mysterious and powerful organization. Black Ghost was their assassin, Black 11 said. Did the king ask you to tell me this? Anfi asked. Yes, the king asked you to be careful of Evil Mist, Black 11 said, nodding. The king said he would keep your secrets and would not let anyone know. However, you cannot keep doing this. The king hoped you could communicate with Master Saul to avoid any misunderstanding later on. I know. Anfi smiled. He knew what he had done in Blackwater City had gained the trust of Yolan, and that was why the king sent Black 11 to tell Anfi these things. First of all, Yolan had hinted to Anfi that he was not a king that Anfi should fool around with. Yolan had suspected him before Anfi noticed it. Second, he warned Anfi to be careful of Evil Mist because he received some information that Anfi would potentially have a confrontation at the Evil Mist station in White Mountain City. He warned Anfi to show his concern for Anfi. Anfi had not run away on his own when things happened. Instead, he brought Saul's family along. Yolan may not know everything that had happened on the way, but he must know everything that happened in Blackwater City. Anfi and Susanna had taken on all the dangerous missions and kept everyone else in safe places. Smart people could understand Anfi's concerns and his bonds with Saul and everyone in his legion. Anfi knew the relationship with Saul had not been long, but they had definitely connected. When Yolanth talked about the issues with Saul, Anfi could analyze what he said in two ways. One was that Yolanth hoped to continue to have a good relationship with Saul and avoid any possible misunderstanding. The other one was that Yolanth was trying to control Anfi with this invisible bond with Saul. This bond was a way to have both parties build their trust. Actually, it was a way for Anfi to gain Yolanth's trust, since there was a huge difference in their positions. Yolanth could decide Anfi's fate with the blink of an eye. The people behind us are still following us. Where are we heading to? Black 11 suddenly asked. Is there any joy house? Anfi smiled. He did not look stressed and nervous at all. There are many hookers. But what is a joy house? A place with hookers? Black 11 asked a weird question. Yes, don't you have joy houses? Anfi asked. It is interesting where you are from. Let's go to a bar. No, let's go to a hotel. Most of the waitresses are hookers there. Chapter 130, Terror of the Griffin. Shinon raised the bottle to his lips with shaking hands and took a swig of the ale. He began walking into the room. Inside, a gray rope hung limply from the ceiling like a dying snake. This was the end Shinon chose for himself. There was nothing worse than a heart yearning for death. For someone suicidal, nothing in the world could hold them back. Ale was something bland and amusing, but Shinon had to drink. He did not have the courage to face death. The bottle fell to the ground. Shinon did not care to pick it up. He stumbled forward towards the rope. He climbed onto the table and tied a loop. He placed the loop around his neck, and kicked the table. His body began swinging in the air. The rope was pulled taut, the beam began creaking. Something flashed through the air and cut through the rope. Shinon fell to the ground with a dull thud. The lack of air did not last long, and Shinon was still conscious. His hands searched the ground and found the ale bottle. He drained the bottle and tossed it against a wall. It shattered like a flower. The moon peeked out from behind the gray clouds and lit the room. Shinon saw the broken rope next to the fallen table and sighed, cursing the gods. Couldn't they just let him die? When he saw where the rope broke and its smooth surface, he realized that the rope did not break on its own. Someone had cut him down. Do you have money? A hoarse voice asked. Shinon jumped. He turned around and his eyes grew wide, staring at the man who had suddenly appeared behind him. The moon was bright, and from his ankle the moonlight was all blocked out by the shadow. All he could see was darkness. Do you have money? The person asked again. Shinon smiled. He was about to die, and did not have a care in the world. Whatever the person wanted, he would give. Even if the person wanted to kill him, he would accept it gladly. Money. Shinon repeated as he searched his pockets. He found a half-empty wallet. Lawsuits required money. He was already poor, and he had already sold everything he could. The wallet was everything he had. Here, have it. Shinon tossed the wallet at the figure, then pointed at the room. It's all yours. The figure opened the wallet, and found 3 copper coins inside. The figure's hand glowed, and picked up one of the coins. Then he threw the wallet and the 2 remaining coins onto the ground. Deal, he said. Deal? Shinon looked at the figure, confused. This person clearly wasn't a robber or a murderer. He was an idiot. Who would want to make a deal with someone like him? Don't die so soon. Wait a few days. You'll get a good news. The figure turned and walked outside. Wait. Shinon called. Who are you? You could say I am a judge, the person said. Then he began to levitate and disappeared. Shinon dashed outside and glanced around, but he was already alone. Could it be the bringer of justice? Shinon's hands flew up to his mouth. He had a feeling. It had something to do with the injustice he had suffered. Anfi pushed open door and walked into the room. He stopped in his tracks in shock. The girls responsible for cleaning his room weren't there. Instead, it was the princess of Shansa that was sitting on his bed, staring at the candle. What are you doing here? Where are the girls? I sent them away, the princess said. She stood up and walked over. I just wanted to know my name. Anfi thought about it for a moment then said, when I was younger, I once heard a song from a minstrel. It was called For Alice. It was a beautiful and happy song, and I still remember it to this day. I want to give you that name. Do you like it? It's beautiful, the princess said. Do you want me to be happy? Anfi did not reply. Agreeing could lead her on, disagreeing would be inappropriate. Did something happen? The princess asked. No, why did you ask? You seemed more approachable when you left, now you feel strange, the princess said. She looked at him. You seem austere. You're sensitive to changes, Anfi said, smiling. We ran into a bit of a trouble. Someone was following us. Who? We'll find out tomorrow. Anfi looked at the princess. Alice, I can call you this, right? I like this name. Do you know anything about the Griffin's aerial unit? Alice blinked in shock, her expression unreadable. After a few moments she said quietly, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I heard that Shansa Empire had sent out the Griffin's aerial unit. I have a mission and my employer wants to know about them. If you know, you would save us a trip to the Transverse Mountains. They must be working for Maho Empire. Anfi, don't work for them. Alice said hurriedly. Alice, I must take the group's reputation into consideration, Anfi said slowly. I know you're Shansa Empire's princess, but you need to know that everyone here, except for Susanna and Shelley, are people of Maho Empire. This is the reason I took the job. If you want to forget about your past, you need to leave it behind completely. Or else I cannot trust you. Anfi, you are putting me in a very difficult situation, Alice said. There were tears in her eyes. You can tell us, or you cannot tell us. This choice lies in your hands, Anfi said calmly. Also, I believe you're not a woman who likes tears. You should have a better way of convincing me. However, his words did not wipe away her tears. Alice lowered her gaze and tears started rolling down her cheeks. Anfi sighed. He looked at Alice coldly, then walked over and sat down on his bed. He wanted to change his original plan, but he had a condition, and that was he needed to trust Alice. Alice said she wanted to forget her past, but it seemed like some things were too hard to ignore. He could tell that Alice did not want to do anything that might harm Shansa Empire. He could understand her sentiments, but he could not accept it. If she could not change, he must go through with his original plan. Alice walked over carefully. She lifted her skirt and sat down next to Anfi. Her hand caressed Anfi's arm and his chest. Her breathing was short and nervous. Her gentle scent and timid teases were more than enough to arouse any normal men. Anfi, however, was as relaxed as ice. He lay there quietly, as if Alice did not exist. If you really need to know, I'll tell you, Alice said with a sigh. My father. Shansa Empire would not send out the entire unit. It's too much of a gamble, its consequences too much to handle. Edward Vi may seem ambitious by expanding his army, but in fact he is a very cowardly man. His dream was to hand off the empire to his successor, not leaving a name for himself. Even if the chances are good, he will not risk everything. That's it. Maho Empire's most powerful legion, the Roaring Dead Legion, is on the eastern front. Its leader, Bayeri, is famous for his hunger for battle. He had long been a thorn in his enemy's side. In order to protect his army from major loss, Edward Vi would surely make a more conservative move, hoping Maho Empire would pit all of its might against Elysian Empire. Then Shansa Empire could fight what was left of Maho's army. Do you know anything more specific? Anfi asked. He memorized everything Alice told him in order to tell Black 11 about it. News like this would make the higher-ups very happy. I know Edward Vi would send a squadron of Griffin aerial unit. The plan was already made before I left the Imperial City. I don't know if they made any changes to it, Alice said softly. The squadron has two missions. One is to find chances to kill any powerful man and woman in the service of Maho Empire. The other is to find the exact location of the Roaring Dead Legion in order to prevent it from ambushing Shansa's army. Bayeri is very skilled at ambushes and battles. Plus, he is a very powerful man himself. He is the kind of man you need to look out for during a war. How many people are in a squadron? 50 Griffin Knights. What are Griffin's weaknesses? Fire? Cold? Lightning? Griffins are practically immune to magic. The only kind of magic that can harm them is high-level magic. The worst thing that can happen is that they do not have enough food supplies. In a past war, the supply line was disrupted, and the riders lost control of the Griffins. The Griffins ate all the horses in the cavalry unit and caused major commotion. Since then, the army has been very careful to make sure the Griffins are fed properly. Chapter 131, Seeing Hana again. Maybe it was because the nature of civilization in this magic world involved many bloody fights, or because everyone was eager to prove how strong they were when a person's fate was purely decided by their abilities. Almost every city seemed to have boxing facilities in addition to entertainment complexes. Anfi thought the boxing here was even more bloody than the underground boxing in his world. The last match had just finished. 4 human slaves were torn up into pieces. Blood and their organs were everywhere on the boxing stage. The audience had both men and women. They got excited, cheering for bloody scenes. If Black 11 and Christian had not sat next to Anfi, Anfi would have thought he was in a party thrown by vampires. Anfi never thought killing was enjoyable. It was only a way to protect himself. Anfi did not like the idea that the crowds loved to watch the bloody scenes, but he did understand these crazy people. The people who watched the boxing should be no less excited than the people who went to an arena to watch fights when it was newly built. Walking in others' shoes was Anfi's strong point. In most cases, he could find a specific reason for any unusual behavior. He was never surprised by unusual behavior. His strong point allowed him to be able to think psychologically, including studying his enemy's psychology. Do you have other places to go that are not so bloody? Anfi asked, frowning. He was a ferocious assassin who killed many people, but he did it with reason and purpose. He had never been able to appreciate death in an entertaining way, so he did not like the crowds in the boxing arena. He liked neither the boxing stage nor the Angel Love Hotel. Do you want to go to the theater? Black 11 grinned. Is there any theater? What is it for? Anfi was shocked for a second. It has bard shows, Black 11 said. Not bad. Anfi smiled. If I do not have a job, I know where I should go to help make ends meet. Do you want to be a bard? Black 11 seemed to pick up on what Anfi implied and asked in surprise. Anyone who knew a little about Anfi should know he would never make it as a bard. I have the potential to be a bard because I have so many great stories. Anfi pointed at his head with a smile. Camille, Faust, Madama Butterfly, Carmen, Romeo and Juliet. I promise you every one of them will be a classic. I think you have the potential to be bragger. Black 11 did not believe a word Anfi said. The crowd suddenly cheered and went wild. Many men and women started to stand up. Some of them threw beer bottles on the floor, some flipped their tables, some even stood on the tables. There were even some waitresses who stopped serving and just jumped and screamed. Gradually, all kinds of sounds merged into one, Kacheru, Kacheru, Kacheru. What is Kacheru? Anfi asked. It is a scary monster. Black 11 smiled bitterly. You will know in a second. A gigantic magic altar light lit up on the boxing stage, which signaled the most important annual matches at Angel Love Hotel were about to start. There were only 3 matches like this each year. The curtain on both sides of the stage opened. The boxers in this match were about to come out. From Anfi's angle, he saw an 8-foot-tall wolfman with blonde fur walk out from the left side of the stage. Compared with the wolfman Anfi had seen before, this one was bigger and had different fur. Regular wolfmen were 6 feet tall with gray, brown or black fur. The appearance did not make a huge difference, but his ferocious personality did. When the wolfman walked on the stage, his eagerness to fight showed on his face. He even tried to attack the bodyguards who escorted him out. The wolfman Anfi had seen before were a lot calmer. That wolfman did not even have to make any aggressive moves, he showed his ferociousness in his eyes. His pupils were contracted to the size of peas. The 3 boxers who came out from the other side of the stage were female. An elf wearing a gold crown walked in between, and 2 human swordswomen walked on the sides. They all were scantily dressed. Only a few layers of gauze were wrapped around their breasts. Small and thin panties barely covered their private parts. They all looked desperate. Anfi could clearly tell that they were trembling as they walked. Obviously they had been forced to dress the way they were dressed. They had been forced to fight on the stage as well. The bodyguards escorting them were quite different. Although the boxers all wore anti-magic bracelets, a senior magister and 2 intermediate magisters followed the wolfman, while only 2 junior swordsmen followed the 3 girls. Before they even started their fight, Anfi knew these 3 girls were no match for the wolfman. Anfi did not understand the point of this fight. Boxers all walked onto the stage. A senior magister and his assistants started to set up the magic array. A moment later, a swordsman walked onto the stage to check the anti-magic bracelet on the wolfman, and then he turned around to take the anti-magic bracelets off the girls. He walked back to the wolfman to take the apron off him. The wolfman stood on the stage naked. Audience screamed, "Fucking kill them, fucking kill them." The elf had already loaded her bow and pointed it at the wolfman standing opposite her. The other 2 girls pulled their swords out and positioned themselves to fight. The wolfman wore the anti-magic bracelet. The girls were ready to fight with their full force, but the girls did not seem to have the confidence to win and looked even more desperate. Is this the upper class you talked about? Is this the show you said regular people were not qualified to come in to watch? Anfi said with an ironic tone. Anfi, let's go back. Christian was anxious to leave. In order to bring you here, I had to pull a lot of strings, Black 11 said, smiling bitterly. These people looked crazy here, but when they walk out of this hall, they could be gentlemen. They could give money to the homeless and would shed tears for the unfortunate. Anfi, this is just a show. Every city has this kind of show. You cannot stop them and have no right to stop them. Many royal families just love to watch them, Black 11 said. Supply and demand. I understand it. Anfi smiled and stood up. I have no control over others, but I can control my eyes. There should be no one forcing me to stay, right? I finally find someone who shares the same values as me. A girl's voice rose behind Anfi. The air here is filled with ugliness and disgrace. Sir? Did we meet somewhere? Anfi slowly turned around. He smiled, Madam, we did meet at White Mountain City. I am sorry that I offended you then. I did not mean to. So you still remember me? The corner of Hana's mouth turned up,